A century for Lewis Goldsworthy, and my goodness.
That is 1,000 first-class runs for the season for Tom Abel. Heel throw, he's only out! Number 7's gone! 56.
All gone, he went out to the back foot.
Second 100 of the match for Tom Abel. Oh yes, another one, Cooker's gone now, could that be the big one?
James Ruse, maiden first-class century.
Got him, Cooper behind.
Banton's maiden first-class century.
Tom Lamberby has scored 100. Another massive breakthrough. Jack Brooks is right away from the touches. That could be the final wicket. Yes, Tom Abel has got it.
On a wonderfully sunny morning here at Taunton. I'm Stephen Lamb. With me is Sophie Luff, and Sophie, Somerset indebted to their stand-in captain.
Yeah, it was a brilliant innings yesterday by Lewis Gregory. We know what he can offer in that all-rounder position, and yeah, I don't want to say that the Somerset top order sort of fell away again, but it was the lower order that did get them out of trouble in the end.
Promising starts from Cameron Bancroft and Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah, they both looked in tremendous touch, actually. I think we said numerous times on commentary how much time both of them looked like they had. Kohler-Cadmore actually came out and was more aggressive, and I think we'll see a lot more of that this summer from him, which is really exciting.
And power to add for the maker of the most famous one not out in Test match history, Jack Leach, 22, run a ball.
Yeah, I mean, taking on Bazball, isn't he? And doing it in fine style down here at Taunton. It was a great finish to the end of the day. Really optimistic finish for the Somerset faithful. And yeah, looking forward to a positive start here this morning as well.
Well, absolute thrill to be here. And we've got Craig O with ball in hand to look forward to as well.
Yeah, really excited to see the Somerset seam attack take the new ball when they get the opportunity this morning. I'm sure some point. Peter Siddle as well, really excited to see him take the ball as well.
Sophie and I will take you through it as best we can. We'll have Vic Marks as well joining us on the live stream. Very much hope you can be with us. What a day to look forward to. A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates. Very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. Wonderfully sunny morning. It's day 3 technically, but day 2 practically of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Somerset and Warwickshire. The overnight situation, Somerset 269 for 8. Lewis Gregory, the stand-in captain, on 65 not out. Magnificent contribution from him yesterday, which we'll be able to see again for those of you who weren't able to watch yesterday, or even if you were watching, you might enjoy watching this again. Pulling that one away. My name's Stephen Lamb, and delighted to be joined by Vic Marks to watch this. Really important knock, Vic.
It was a terrific knock, actually, because Somerset had collapsed to 130 for 7, somewhere around there. It could be a debacle. It looked like a batting point was way beyond their capabilities, which was a fairly common feature last year, actually. And this year, you've got to get 250 to get one batting point. But he adjusted brilliantly to the situation. I think he scored about 2 runs in his first 30 deliveries. This is like Ben Stokes at Headingley, almost.
That's a delicate touch.
But then...
backward point.
That's right. Then, particularly once the wicket started to fall at the other end, he played more aggressively. Look at that. That's delicate, that is.
Really
and exploiting a fairly short boundary very cleverly. Late cut there. He is a magnificent timer of the ball. He always has been. And he hits it so hard, so easily, which is always a sort of touch of class. I always remember the fact that he captained England under 19s. This is a while ago now because he's a senior pro. Essentially as a batsman who bowled a bit. He was batting in the top order. And it took a while for him to find his identity as a cricketer. Now he is he's become an old pro. An old pro, not now. He's very much a senior citizen. And he looks so relaxed out there. And it's such a sort of confidence booster to have him at 7. He isn't always going to rescue the situation, but there's a fair chance that he will.
He's always described himself as a batter who bowls.
Yeah, well, he's a very good bowler then for that. Because, I think that's how he started his career. It's hard to justify that with the stats now. I mean, you look at his bowling record for Somerset is very, very good. His batting record, if you just look at the numbers, doesn't suggest he's a batsman who bowls. It suggests he's a bowler who bats, but who cares? Doesn't make much difference. But he's a very reassuring presence at number 7, that if something goes wrong, he might get you out the hole. And what was terrific about that innings was the way initially he was very defensive, he took his time, didn't score much. Then once Overton went, 7 down, we are in trouble, he changed gear and took the attack to the Warwickshire bowlers without taking any undue risks, timed the ball beautifully, and got inspirational support from Josh Davey.
From a bowler who definitely bats.
Yeah. Well, from 2 bowlers. Yeah, Josh Davey played beautifully, and when he strikes the ball, he times it beautifully as well. Perhaps he should set his bar higher. He should score more runs than he does, because he's got a perfectly sound technique and a beautiful timer. And then right at the end, we had Jack Leach doing his Marcus Trescothick impersonations, which was amazing. I mean, he came in, he popped one through the covers without any effort at all, clipped one over mid-wicket somewhere, and got 20 in 20 balls, which is not the old Jack Leach, but it's quite an exciting new Jack Leach.
Yeah,
so suddenly, Somerset are right back in the game.
Yeah, Sophie Luff and I, Sophie's going to be with us on commentary during the day. We're talking about Jack earlier, maker of the most famous one not out
That's
in
right.
international history.
Well, he understandably, I think he prefers that one to the 92 opening the batting for England in a test match at Lord's against Ireland.
Yeah.
It's odd that here's Jack Leach now. He's got over 100 wickets for England, and he's joining a whole band of really established spinners. But what do we remember for one not out at Headingley 2019? I don't suppose he minds.
Yeah, you'll be looking forward to watching him bowl as well, as a former Somerset and England spinner yourself.
Well, yes, yeah. I'm very excited the fact that he's playing. He hasn't played much for Somerset lately because he's been on England duty. He didn't play much at the end of last summer. But as I understand it, he's basically available for there's a tranche of 6 matches at the start of the season. And I think he's probably available for all of those. And sometimes, right at the start, sides will not pick a spinner because it's April and it's green and the seamers are likely to predominate. I'm very glad and not surprised, but glad that he's playing now. I think he'll get some bowling actually out here. The pitch is not as green as some I've seen down at Taunton. It's a very good looking surface. He may not get much spin here, but it's very important to get him into the groove so that he might win us a couple games out of the top 6, but he's more likely to do that if he's in the groove bowling and not kind of having a net in a first class match. So I'm glad he's playing, and I think he'll get a bit of work. And if he bats like that, well, he gets in anyway.
Well, it's tremendous, isn't it? We've got so much to look forward to today. It's fascinatingly poised, this game. I do actually remember Jack Leach contributing in a game at Trent Bridge in April. He got a 5 in the second innings. I think all the wickets fell to Jack's. Jack Brooks got the other 5.
Oh, right. Well, was that first? Well, Jack White must have got it.
Must have done.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a bit of a myth that it has to turn for a spinner to get a wicket. And I think sometimes we may even have been guilty, Somerset, of treating the spinner, or Jack, as the bowler of the last resort. It's always worth letting them have a little go a bit earlier on, just to see what happens. And it is possible for spinners to get a wicket when it's not turning. It's also possible for seamers to get a wicket when it's not seaming. So, you know, he's a quality bowler. he's playing, quite rightly. And I think he'll get a bit of work, unless our seamers go berserk when we start bowling. He'll get quite a lot of work, and he'll look forward to that.
Other encouraging signs yesterday, we saw the two debutants both get starts. They didn't go on as we might have hoped, but promising.
Yeah. It's quite exciting, wasn't it? We saw Cameron Bancroft, who is a substantial old pro. He's played quite a lot in England. He knows what it's about in county cricket. And he had a reassuring look to him. He'll be probably like all batsmen. He's a type of player who can play a long innings. And he won't have liked his dismissal because he was flirting outside the off stump, but, it happens. But he played very nicely up until then. Likewise, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, first time out. Again, he got to 30 quite easily, got off to a nice quick start. She almost went into his shell by his standards, because we can expect some shots from Tom Kohler-Cadmore as the summer progresses. So they'll both be disappointed that they didn't capitalise, but they got in, they looked in reasonably good nick, and the ball did move around a bit. It wasn't all bad shots that got wickets. There were some good deliveries there, and there was, I don't know if it'll be still there today, but there was a little bit of movement off the pitch in the air, which will give some encouragement to Somerset's bowlers later on. We've got bright sunshine though, and the wicket will be slightly changing colour as the match progresses, slightly less green. We'll see. But it was just such a relief to have cricket, wasn't it? Well, and very good cricket.
Absolutely, and because you were here on what was meant to be day one, and
yes.
No quick cricket at all.
Well, no, I had a big decision to make, because I was on the train. I came up from Exeter on the train, and I got a call halfway into my journey saying there's going to be no play. So I had to debate whether just to get off at Tiverton Parkway and go home. But I thought, well, I'll go and have a look. And it was a depressing sight, if we're honest, because it was pretty sunny. But the ground was deserted, the players had all gone. And you look around the country and matches were starting, and we weren't able to do that. But
looking much more promising now.
It's looking much more promising now.
The two umps are heading out, followed by the Warwickshire fielders, Alex Wharf and Rob Bailey.
Yep.
Are officiating in this match. And applause you can probably hear around the ground. There's a bit of a crowd in, not enormous, but I expect it will build. It's a Saturday morning after all.
Yep, it's a good day to be here. It's sunny. The crowd at Taunton, they can sort of follow the sun on days like this, can't they? Because eventually I think the Somerset stand goes into shade, but you can move from there. In fact, it doesn't look like Somerset, half the Somerset stand's not probably open.
Yeah, just a very small section.
Anyway, you can follow the sun.
You certainly can, and it's very much on that stand at the moment, and on the balconies of the apartments behind, and we've got quite a few people out to watch from there. Great position.
Well, especially in the morning, you've got the sun. Yeah. So much to look forward to. You just don't know what a good score is here. It's just possible. I mean, now that Somerset have got themselves into a reasonable position, there's a bit more pressure on the batsmen, and we'll just see later on whether a good-looking seam attack, including Siddle, Overton, Davey, and a bit of Gregory, although he can have a bit of a rest if he wants it, he deserves it.
Hopefully we won't see them until well after lunch.
Anyway, we'll see.
Yeah, there are Lewis Gregory and Jack Leach.
I don't think Leach can play as well as he did last night this morning. It's not possible. But he played beautifully last night, just for 20 deliveries. He hit 3 boundaries that were, as I say, they were... If you sort of half closed your eyes, it could have been Trescothic out there, with his glasses on.
A runner ball 22 not out, Jack Leach is on overnight, and will be resuming straight away. Ollie Hannon-Dalby is going to take up the attack for Warwickshire. 2 for 65, his figures from 22 overs. He bowled very well first up yesterday.
Well, he's an absolute stalwart, isn't he, for Warwickshire? He's one of those guys who never seems to bowl badly, who gets lots of wickets at county level. He'll never play for England. You know, he's the ultimate county stalwart, but he's very valuable.
He's starting round the wicket to the left-handed Leach, and gets pretty much the whole bat on the first ball of the morning. We've got a few wispy clouds over and above us, but otherwise it's a glorious day, really. Perfect early season day to watch cricket.
Yeah, bring a sort of coat of some sort if you're going to be sitting in the stands, but for April the 8th, it's pretty good.
A little bit tucked up as he pushes that the other side of the wicket. Jack Leach, as ever, the James Hildreth stand. It's had 3 different names in its history. Started life as the Marcus Trescothick stand, and then when the Pavilion took the Trescothick name, was briefly the River stand. And you had a chat with James, didn't you, Vic?
Oh yeah, I was there
last year.
Yes,
when it was opened.
Sort of opening his stand.
Reopened.
Yes. That was, he grilled him in front of the stand. Oh, see, you can tell he's been away with England, Jack Leach. Skipping down the wicket to Hannon Dalby, 11:02 in the morning. Didn't quite work though.
Bit of a jab.
Look at him. What's he doing?
That could have gone anywhere, but happily.
Gone are the days he just plays for his partner. He can score some runs himself.
Yes, Lewis Gregory is doing a little bit of gardening, maybe a little bit of a quiet word as well to his experienced.
I don't think you tell people not to play big shots now.
This is going to be the first run of the morning. Just delicately dabbed down to third man. That's another shot we used to see Marcus Trescothick play to great effect.
Yeah. I mean, a feature of the best sides in either division is how often they get out of jail when they look like they're down, and the tail comes to the rescue. As we worked, 130%. So it's very reassuring when you get out of jail and you're right back in the game. And good sides do that quite remarkably often. So that was encouraging yesterday.
Yes, and good to have the scoreboard ticking again this morning up to that 270 figure now, 270 for 8. They already have 1 batting point. That's on the board for Somerset. Warwickshire 2 for bowling. And on the verge of the third, 1 more wicket will do that for them.
Yeah. You've got to work hard to get batting points now.
It is, isn't it? It's changed.
I think it used to be 150 you got a point.
Yeah, it was 200 last year for the first one and 250 this. Oh, that's a good delivery.
That is a good delivery.
Gregory comprehensively beaten.
We keep us standing up. You see, when you're watching that now with the Somerset hat on, you think, oh, that's good. It's moving. We'll let Davey and Overton loose on here, and they'll get a bit of movement. But he does hit the seam from a great height, not at any great pace, Hannon Dalby. And he was good yesterday, as was Ed Bernard on his Warwickshire. There are quite a few debutants going around, and it's quite confusing. They all seem to be from Durham, actually. You had Rushworth playing for Warwickshire, bowling to Dixon.
Also ex-Durham.
Also ex-Durham. So, Bancroft also ex-Durham, playing against Rushworth. You've got Ed Burnett. It's like football now, isn't it?
It is.
Who's he?
He played for Gloucestershire for one season, Cameron Bancroft.
Yeah.
Didn't do a lot for them. But looked good yesterday. That's another nice little dab. And another single for Jack.
He signed for Somerset. Before that, I think.
He did.
He signed, and then Cape Town 2018 or whatever it was.
Sandpaper
Gate. And it was mutually kind of agreed that perhaps it might be better to hold fire, and Matt Renshaw came and actually did extremely well.
Matt Renshaw came, and you'll probably know the story, Vic. He looked in his locker for the first time and
Right.
find it full of sandpaper.
Oh, did he? I don't know that. He understood what was going on there, did he? I didn't know that.
There's a good leave from the Somerset captain. So it's the same opening pairing that we saw yesterday morning of Hannon Dalby and Rushworth.
Yeah. Well, they are the archetypal, never played for England, prolific English seamer who've welcomed actually the county structure that means lots of bowling in April, just jagging around a bit. Doesn't matter how fast you bowl necessarily. Wicketkeeper coming up again because Gregory, against this type of pace, he thinks, well, I can muck around with his length by coming down the pitch, but the keeper's coming up now to keep him in his crease.
Well taken too by Burgess. Missed a couple of catches yesterday. One off Dixon diving in front of first slip, which you're perfectly entitled to do, but you do need to hang on to it, don't you?
If it's going to carry the first slip, yeah, you're obliged to catch it. You've got gloves on there. I think
And James Root
most sides
missed later.
think that the keeper, if he thinks he shouldn't get it, should go for it. But
Yes, I remember years ago that was an Alan Knott maxim, that if you think you've got a fair chance of getting the catch, then you should go.
yeah. And it's, I mean, if you know your keeper's going to do that, it means the slip cordon can cover a bit more ground, so first slip can go a little bit wider, and so you're covering this. I mean, remember the Aussies, Rod Marsh, used to, that's a long time ago, but the slip cordon seemed to spread a long, long way, even if there's only 2 or 3 of them there. He would say, oh, I'm going, I can reach that. Go a bit wider.
All edged and gone. So the first wicket of the morning has fallen. Disappointing for Lewis Gregory. Hasn't added to his overnight total of 65. The 9th wicket has gone for the total of 271.
Yeah, well, it's a classic Rushworth dismissal. He's just pushing forward defensively. Sort of a blameless shot, really. One assumes, can't tell from our angle, but give Gregory the benefit of doubt that it might have just seemed a little bit and left, just kissed the outside edge. Interestingly, it did carry. They don't always carry, but there's just enough pace in this pitch for the majority of edges to reach that slip cordon.
And he took it pretty comfortably in the
He was
end.
going at no great pace, around about ankle height. So there is clearly a little bit of movement there, and that will interest Gregory, and it'll interest Peter Siddle, who's coming out. Not a bad number 11, actually. Don't know how they decide their order. They're all. It's not a bad bottom order. 9-10
That's
Jack.
tremendous.
I've seen a lot worse than that play for Somerset.
Yes.
Indeed for England.
Jason Kerr insists they haven't got a tail.
Well, again, I don't want to go too far back, but remember the days of Alan Arthur Jones and Bob Clapp coming in at 10 and 11? That is a long time ago, I know, but they didn't score many runs. Whereas Peter Siddle, I've seen get runs in Test cricket. And so there's 2 international bowlers, 3 international bowlers having a chat. I expect Jack saying, just hang in there, I'll play a few shots.
Indeed. Yeah.
I don't think, no, I don't.
Play the supportive role.
We're having a long chat. Anyway, it's there's some real old pros in competition here. There's Rushworth, who's about 35. I've forgotten how old Peter Siddle is, but he's
38.
38.
At a guess.
Not sure he's even. I don't know. Is he older than Jack Brooks? I'm getting ageist here.
About the same. About the same. Ooh, that's a play and a miss to start off with from the Australian.
Well, it's a good start for Warwickshire, but there is the compensation of seeing that ball move. At least we're assuming it's moving a little bit. I think probably after a brief chat, I think Siddle and Leach will think, well, it is moving around a bit. I think we should take the bold option here. And be minded to play a few shots if it's anywhere near the right slot. In fact, they put one out for Jack at deep square leg, as well as a long leg and a third man and a deep cover. My goodness me. Almost giving him one.
And Dalby's going to continue. He's not going to get one for that, though, because there is a man in at short extra cover. Chris Rushworth now has bowling figures of 2 for 52 from his 16 overs, 2 apiece. So these two who took the new ball yesterday. So Warwickshire will be pretty pleased with their start to the day.
I think they're leading 3-1 at the moment in this match. Got their third bowling point.
Playing a miss from Jack Leach, who's now going to attend to a shoelace.
That must be why he missed it.
Yes. Not as firm-footed as he might have been.
His glasses are misting up here.
Comfortable single this time because man at short extra has to move to his right. Jacob Bethel is in position there. So that's the third single of the morning for Jack Leach. Take him to 25 and we'll bring Peter Siddle onto strike.
He seems to be giving a lot of advice to Peter Siddle, isn't he? Or they're having quite a lot of chats.
Just to mention, the scorecard on the screen is slightly behind the actual total of 272 for 9. We're working on it. We're working on it.
The team are working on it.
Indeed. We've got various new gizmos in the live stream this season. There's an extra camera, and we have the ability with slow motion replays to adjust the speed of what you're seeing, which we hope will help. We hope it'll be an enhancement.
Well, if you're someone like Helen Dolby or Josh David, can you make it go quicker? 'Cause
yes, that's unenhanced pace from Annan Dalby. Pushed gently into the offside.
when's the speed cam coming up? Yeah, you know, we used to, that was a 78 mile per hour delivery. I'm sure they're working on that as well.
I'm sure.
So,
I'm sure. There are various works in progress, though, we should say, very early in the season.
Well, no, I know. I mean, I watched a fair bit yesterday. And it's a fantastic opportunity to watch county cricket from the comfort of your home.
Very, very soon, that's a glorious stroke. He's going to go all the way for the first boundary of the morning. What a way to get off the mark, Peter Siddle.
Yeah. Well, he can bat, and that's just over-pitched, but effortless shot.
Just lent into it.
Yeah.
Terrific. We are very soon.
Yeah. The earpieces.
Personalised radios that you can bring to the ground.
Well, it's all very tempting, that, because you'll be sitting there and then you'll be commanding everyone in the James Hildreth stand to stand up and wave, all that stuff. It's quite tempting, but I'm not sure it's necessarily a good idea. But
We'll be able to wander around the ground and commentate from various vantage points.
Oh, wow. When's that coming in?
It could happen. It could happen. A roving microphone. Rushworth.
You'll be out doing some vox pops by then, Stephen. Probably.
Indeed.
Yeah.
With tractor and the likes.
Yeah.
Haven't heard him yet today. Wonder whether we will later on. Looking to turn that away to leg, Jack Leach, but ends up dropping down on the offside. the James Hildreth stand has got fuller since the start of play. I think a few more people have come in there. Always popular.
Well, we're on slightly that side of the square. It's a lovely vantage point. It's in the sun. Okay, this is where the Triscothic parallels just diminished a bit. Well, it showed a lot of ambition there, but they didn't quite get to the pitch. He hasn't, for some reason, the keeper decided not to come up after that foray. He thinks he's going to edge it. I'll stay back.
You call it giving it the vain charge.
Yeah.
No result in the end for Jack. How will he approach this one? Oh, it's nicely played, in fact, 2 backward points straight to the man, unfortunately. But nicely timed.
Yeah, well, as I say, it's vital, very often vital, that the lower order take their batting seriously. And it looks like Jack's been in the nets. Last night in particular, he looked terrific. And he's made himself into really quite a handy player.
In the air briefly, but safe, and down to third man. There'll be another single for Jack Leach. Oliver Hannon-Dalby is on patrol in front of Gimlet's Hill, which is also well populated. It always is.
Yeah,
Another lovely vantage point down there.
it is. It's just to the left of the Triscothic Pavilion here, and we're so blessed at Taunton when everything's right, in that you're so close to the action on Gimlet Hill. You're almost like third man, aren't you? And you can almost hear the chatter of the slip cordon down there.
Not timed by Peter Siddle up to mid-on. It was quite extensively rebuilt, the Gimlet Hill, to improve access for people with disabilities last season, but all complete now.
And I think it's a bit like Lords, isn't there? When the gates open, there's a sort of scurry to get your favourite seat, and Gimlet Hill would be a lot of people's favourite seat, I think, for the reasons we said. You're so close to the action.
It's looking its best at the ground at the moment.
Well, nearly, 90%, I'd say.
Yes, that's edged and will bring a single down. It's well fielded down there, just inside the boundary rope by Jacob Bethel. Comfortable single. Yes, I was omitting to mention those mats at the far end of the ground, which do detract a little, but it's looking lovely in the sunshine.
Yeah, it's great that we're playing, and I'm sure those mats will be removed soon. They've had trouble in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion with water not going, but I think probably we know they're more concerned about the bit just in front of us because of the slow grass growth.
It was a whole series of lakes. I came down to watch the pre-season game. I was lucky to see a couple of hours cricket, actually. There was so little pre-season.
Yeah.
And it was a series of lakes at that far end of the ground.
Yeah.
That day, that's a fortnight or so ago. Gave himself room nicely there, Jack Leach. Just to steer it down to third man, Chris Rushworth, under the sun hat, doing the fielding. 280 for 9. Somerset. Can they eke out 20 more runs for another batting point?
Yeah, well, I can't remember the detail, but I think it was several games before they got a batting point last summer, wasn't it? And you only needed 200. You only needed 200. So.
No, it was a good fight back yesterday from Lewis Gregory we spoke about, and Josh Davey, enabling Somerset to recover from a pretty parlous situation.
Yeah, they've done a lot of hard work, haven't they, early in the innings to get to around about 90 for 2, and you thought this is a good base. But this time of year especially, wickets can go in a flurry. What about Lords? It went in a flurry there. First 4 Middlesex batsmen got 0 yesterday. That's a round shot.
Will go the whole way.
Yep.
Nicely placed. No chance of Rushworth coming round to intercept. And that's the second boundary of the morning. Siddle's rapidly onto double figures.
Yeah, well, he's played 2 lovely holes. Well, that was a little flick in the cover drive. It was beautifully timed as well. But this time of year, the batsman not in the groove. A little bit of that sort of sideways movement always possible. Dampish pitches, LBW before you know it. And 4 Middlesex batsmen failing to score right at the start. 4 for 4 they were.
Is out. That's the end of the innings. 284 all out, given. The decision by Rob Bailey concludes the Somerset first innings. So there won't be another batting point. 284 all out. Siddle gone for 10. Bright and breezy, but quite brief in the end. Jack Leach finishes on 27 not out. And Somerset's innings has drawn to a close.
Yeah. Well, they'd have taken that at 130 for 7. It's a working total, and we just don't quite know how Somerset's bowlers will fare on here. I think they will test good batsmen if they're on their game, whether it's Davey, Overton, Siddle. There's just enough. That last delivery, Siddle didn't do much wrong except for he didn't hit it, but he was essentially the ball pitched and it moved back into the right-hander, the sort of nip-backer. Hit him low on the front pad, and a pretty standard LBW, but it did move. That's the key thing to note if you're taking the positives out of that dismissal from the Somerset's perspective. But Hannon Dolby ending up with at least 3, possibly 4.
3 for 76, yeah. His figures eventually from 24 overs and 4 deliveries.
Yeah. And a pretty good all-round performance from the Warwickshire bowlers. I think they're all comfortable in these sort of conditions, early season conditions. There's no great pace on show, but they're all capable of hitting the seam. And Somerset's attack is similar, but could they perhaps get a bit more out of it? I think Davey could bowl well on here with a new ball. I guess he'll take the new ball. We can see him out there just warming up.
I would guess Overton.
Yeah, Overton certainly takes the new ball now. So the game moves on.
3 for 76, Hannon Darby, I mentioned. 2 for 55, Chris Rushworth. Hassan Ali didn't bowl today, 2 for 62. And Ed Barnard, who bowled well yesterday, 3 for 54. Those were the wicket takers for Warwickshire. And the 2 men out today, Lewis Gregory, Court Yates bowled Rushworth for 65. And Peter Siddle, LBW just now, to Oliver Hannon Dalby for 10. So,
it's a shortened game, but there's a lot of time still. I've just looked at one of our scoreboards, and there are 97 overs remaining today because you have a bit of extra time because of the rain or the non-start on Thursday. They may try and make up a bit of time, so there's still 97 overs to go today. We could be here to about 7 o'clock, or some of us. So the game can move quickly, particularly this time of the year. If someone gets on a roll, I've looked at the scoreboards as I was coming in this morning around the country, and there's some odd-looking scorecards. Didn't apply in Somerset's innings, where 2 players have scored 70 or 80, but the rest of them failed to get to double figures. It's because it's early season, and the batsmen are not necessarily in the groove, and they're a bit anxious. And if the seamers get it right, despite the sunshine, there's probably a bit of moisture there, and it's just moving around a little bit. We've seen that in this innings, that there is movement. There's always been a little bit of movement out there for the bowlers. Even, when Gregory was together batting very well, he would play and miss a few times because the ball moved. Hence, you get quite a lot of batsmen failing, so you can get wickets in a rush, and certainly that's what Somerset will be hoping to be the pattern for the rest of the day. But they're all out there now. Well, 3 of them.
Lewis Gregory on screen at the moment,
yeah.
Just gently limbering up. Craig Overton at the same end. just turning the arms over in readiness for what they hope will be a productive hour and a half before lunch.
Yeah, that's... I mean, any one of the 4 bowlers could take the new ball. Would be keen to have the new ball. I mean, Sid will be thinking, how can I not get the new ball? I'm 38 and I've played about 50 times for Australia, but no, actually, you won't be thinking that, but, you know, he could quite happily take that new ball. So initially, it's a grand option for Lewis Gregory. Lewis Gregory had great success with the new ball.
Might take it himself. He's
do.
in a position to.
Well, he is in that position, but I think probably it'll be Overton and Davey. But, you know, if it doesn't work, you can take them off within 5 overs and juggle around and try and find the best combination for the day. It's not as if you've got, you know, your big gun 2 opening bowlers and then you go on to the sort of 3rd and 4th seamers. They're not 3rd and 4th. They're all... They could all happily take that new ball, and the threat should not diminish significantly when you've got through the opening spell. That's the beauty of this attack. And also having Leach out there, I think, is important, because at this stage of the season, especially, you don't want someone like Lewis Gregory bowling 20 overs a day unless he's getting wicket after wicket.
Just looking at...
So you want a bit of ballast.
Just looking at the splendid new Somerset flag.
That's Polly's work, isn't it?
It is indeed. Polly Rhodes, our scorer, who is next door to us in the next door box. But it's bigger than its predecessor.
Is it?
And it's making the most of the breeze.
It is. It's fluttering beautifully. It looks like a significant breeze out there. Where is it? On top of this pavilion?
On top of the Andy Caddick pavilion.
Right.
The Warwickshire one has got caught around the mast, so isn't at full stretch.
Let's hope that's a sign.
Portentous, we hope.
But I can't remember how... I'm used to trying to broadcast in an unbiased way. I don't know if that applies here or not.
We try to be unbiased.
Okay, we try.
Do our best.
Okay.
But we were talking about vantage points, Vic, that James Hildreth Stand and Gimlet's Hill, it would have changed enormously since you played here, this ground. You would have changed in the Colin Atkinson pavilion?
Well, I know exactly when... that was opened in... this is ancient history, but that was open... The Colin Atkinson was opened in 1981. So when I first turned up, the pavilion, that sort of really attractive old wooden pavilion, was here, where we're sitting, but not so plush. But it had a lot of character with the old cinema seats at the top, and some pretty grotty, especially the visitors' dressing room was not. People used to go down there with a canary to check everything was all right. So that was basically it, with an indoor school just over to our right where we used to have lunch. And then in 1981, the plush, by comparison, Colin Atkinson stand was built. That's when we moved over there. Nice big dressing rooms where we had a full-size snooker table in our dressing room, which some people suggested should be removed. No, let's leave it there. Actually, we never played snooker on it. Certainly not during playing hours. So that was the first sort of major development. I can't remember what... I expect the Botham stand would have been the next one. But I can't quite remember that. Certainly Peter Anderson was the chief executive then, but I think that was in the 90s probably.
We're hearing that George, in fact we can see that George Bartlett has got a helmet on, so we will be starting, I fancy, with a short leg.
Right. Wasn't anything wrong with a short leg this time of year?
Indeed, and it shows aggressive intent on the part. From the outset.
Not as aggressive as Brian Close, who's going back to all those years.
Well, he didn't wear a helmet.
Of course he didn't.
Yeah. Brian Close, he's a source of stories.
Yeah, well, he is a source of stories, but we won't go there yet. But he would have been here, of course, when I first turned up. And then my first year or two, you still had the greyhound track going around the outside, because there'd be greyhounds on Tuesdays or Thursdays or something like that. And there was a big sort of cream sort of stream to stop, sort of barrier down that end, I guess, to stop people on the bridge just watching for free. And a few wooden benches, essentially. So it's evolved enormously and pretty sympathetically now. I mean, I think when it's at its peak, it takes some beating.
Absolutely, yeah. Yes, I was a little bit free saying it was looking its best earlier on, but because we've got a rather sandy patch down below us as well. But it's just the ambiance which looks so good when the sun's out.
Absolutely, and as a view where we are now in this stand, I mean, it's
best seat in the house.
Yeah, it's a terrific view. And you can look over at the Quantocks if you want to.
Yeah, because we're slightly higher up here than we used to be in the old pavilion that you mentioned. There are the Quantocks, looking in all their glory.
Well, if we can see the Quantocks, it's probably not raining, so that's good.
Yeah, so just fractionally higher and more of them visible than used to be the case in what was known as the potting shed, which was the commentary position on top of the old pavilion.
Well, there were a lot of precautions taken, because I remember them buying that yellow and black tape and putting it around the roof and try not to walk this way. And that was a terrific view. And occasionally the broadcasters were pummeled, often by Trigo actually, hitting straight sixes. I mean, it's a much bigger hit to get us up here now.
Absolutely. Well, you were spot on about Josh Davey, Vic.
Yeah, well, I'm imagining it'll be Davey and Overton. Davey's a bit of well, he's not an April specialist, but he can be very handy. You don't need pace necessarily at this time of the year, but you just need a bit of accuracy and the ability to hit that seam. Got 4 slips, left-hander in Rob Yates on strike. And the bat pad, George Bartlett.
So here's the first ball of the Warwickshire innings, which is going to bring a single to Rob Yates. 2, in fact. Enough time to turn and complete the second run. Peter Siddle is the fielder, so Warwickshire underway. Rob Yates taking a couple in response to Somerset's 284 all out. Broad of shoulder, Josh Davey. Running in from the river end. It's played comfortably enough by Rob Yates. 4 slips in for Somerset alongside James Rue, the young wicketkeeper who made such a splendid start last season. There they are.
OK, well, I'll do third slip. It's Craig Overton. You can do the rest.
I reckon Lewis Gregory is one of them. I think he's at first.
I don't.
It's a little bit difficult to tell because they've got that. Oh, it's a wicket. It is. Josh Davey has struck in his first over, and it's taken in that slip cordon that we were just referring to. And what a start. What a start for Somerset. Warwickshire 2 for 1.
That's right. It's that hard ball. It just carries. He was pushing forward. And it took a nice outside edge. He wasn't really attacking that ball. It's just a forward prod. But that ball is hard. It will bounce a little more. Just trying to work out. I think it might be Lammonby, but I'm not going to put my life on it. But we will
comfortably taken and justly celebrated.
Yeah, perfect start.
As Rob Yates disappointedly makes his way back into the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Rather a brief foray for him out in the middle.
Yeah, well, it's not easy against the new ball, especially at this time of year. If you can get it on the spot, hit that seam, just a little bit of movement, and when it's hard, again, that was a gentle push. Often they don't carry this time of year, but when that ball's hard, it'll just go a little bit further, and that just taken round about ankle height, but no question of it not carrying, and a perfect start for Somerset.
And a tricky situation for the Warwickshire captain to come into as well. 2 for 1 as Will Rhodes makes his way to the crease. The taller of the 2 batters. And Josh Davey has his tail up.
Yep, another left-hander, Rhodes.
Good call on Lammonby. It was.
Okay,
taking a
so
catch.
I've done 3 and 4. It's not Gregory's at mid-off. I'm just telling you that.
Fair enough. He can field at slip. I know.
No,
but,
he fields at slip to Jack usually, doesn't he?
He does.
So we've got Overton, 3rd slip. Lammonby, very good hands, 4th slip. Now then, I'm thinking Bancroft, but I'm not sure. And we've got to get acclimatised to Sean Dixon. And also, Cola Cadmore's got great hands. I know that. He often he can keep wicket. So we're exposing ourselves here. And you started this notion of, I mean, I've done this with Henry Blofeld. When Sri Lanka are playing, and he's been broadcasting for 60 years, and he said, I'll just go through the slip cordon, because he happens to recognise one of the Sri Lankan slips.
Oh, great delivery.
He hasn't a clue the other 3 are, and why he sets off on this, I've no idea.
Yes.
And I don't offer
Does-
to help him, because I probably can't anyway. But I've helped you. I've given you 2.
Setting off down a cul-de-sac is
Yes.
rather dangerous.
I know.
I think you're right about Bancroft. I think he's at 2nd.
Yeah. So who's at first then? I think it's Cola Cadmore. Yeah, we got it.
We have
Our team, our young team, hawk-eyed team. Sophie would have told us.
the adhesive Tom Cola Cadmore is at first slip. Well, let's hope he's adhesive.
Well, no, he has got good hands, though. He's a great fielder, I think, amongst his
He took a
other
good
assets.
Actually, he took a good catch there for Yorkshire last season
Yeah.
at this ground.
Yeah.
Got some runs too.
He got 100, didn't he?
Absolutely.
We cunningly gave him 100, so he wanted to sign for us. You see, you've got to think forward.
Indeed.
But
So
it's a
great
grand
foresight.
start to get rid of Rob Yates, who's a gifted young player. Overton it is, who's going to take the new ball from this end. Quick word with Lewis Gregory. But it's still in there. Still, it looks like it's the 4 slips in a forward short leg scenario. Davis is. Oh, it looks like it might be 5 slips. No, hang on. There's more adjustments. I think Bartlett's coming out of forward short leg, and they're going to have 5 slips. Davis is he bats a bit like a wicketkeeper, isn't he? He used to. He's not keeping in this game, but he started his career keeping for Lancashire, and he's got that sort of impish, busy type of game. Quite a lot square of the wicket, I think. Anyway, here we go.
Craigo. Single immediately for Alex Davis, so he's off the mark. Lewis Gregory has gone into that slip cordon. Will he stay there with the change from the right-hander to the left? No,
Well-
he won't. I think we're just going to have 4.
Yeah. Well, I guess that Overton would be looking to. He's not a big swinger of the ball, but he can get it to sort of shape. So he's looking to get the odd ball to come into the left-hander, maybe the inside edge onto the pad. Off we go. Whereas for the right-hander, he's essentially looking for the outside edge, and a very attacking field. Really, 5 slips.
He's going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Warwickshire captain. Oh, good delivery.
No ball.
Put a little bit of extra effort into that, and just checking that he's got his lines right for next time. The pop increase there with umpire Rob Bailey.
A bit early to start debating the merit of that call. I don't think he was doing that, but you've got to. It's always important as a bowler. I'm sure Craig Overton's learnt this because he wasn't always this way, but you've got to work quite hard just to get the umpire on your side. Yeah, just over, wasn't it? My close. You've got to keep. I mean, you do want to keep asking the umpire where you are because it suits both parties. That does.
It's played firmly enough up to mid-on. Still glorious spring sunshine here at Taunton, and Somerset have got off to a dream start as far as the Warwickshire innings is concerned. Already have 1 in the bag, having been bowled out for 284 earlier. watchful leave from Will Rhodes. Coming up to 40 minutes into the day's play here. Day 3 of 4, although effectively it's day 2 of 3, having lost the whole of the first day.
Yeah, but I still think there's enough time to get a natural result in this game.
Have to hurry, and they do. So Rhodes off the mark. Warwickshire 6 for 1 now. Scoreboards at either end of the ground. There's a very impressive new one above Gimlet's Hill.
Yeah.
Quite a substantial increase in size on its predecessor.
Yeah, we've had a few nightmares with scoreboards here, haven't we, over the years? It's been the bane of various chief executives, but this one seems to be working rather well at the moment.
Having to hurry Alex Davis into that defensive stroke.
You can even advertise things on it.
Yes, there was a huge crane in place when I popped in during the winter.
Right.
Putting the scoreboard into position. It's a weighty piece of work.
Yeah.
5 slips awaiting as Overton is in.
It's on target there. Just testing him with that extra little bit of bounce he sometimes gets.
Yes, and making him hurry.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to go and lie down.
See you later, Vic. 6-4-1 then at the end of Craig Overton's first over of the match. First over of the season in Championship cricket, and very good to see him in action. 4 runs off that over, and Josh Davey will continue with the impressive figures of 1 for 2 from his first. And here's the start of his second. It's played comfortably enough. Hello, Sophie.
Good morning, Stephen. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Sophie and I had a little chat down on the terrace below for our preview of the day's play. And now back up in the box with just a fantastic view.
Yeah, beautiful view, isn't it? It's a bit warmer up here in the box. It's a little bit nippy out on the terrace down there.
Yes, got him struggling there. And a painful blow in a thigh, I suspect. And that's hurting.
Yeah, just going for a little wander around.
You don't want to show it hurts, do you? But it can be quite hard.
Yeah, it is hard. Yeah, you sort of do want to be the tough guy in that situation, but sometimes you just can't help but have to walk it off. There's been a couple of occasions where the Warwickshire batters have just looked a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit of nip off the surface, the Somerset bowlers.
He runs here, could well be 4. Might just have the legs to go over the rope. Yes. Nicely played, just offered a little bit of room on his pads, Will Rhodes. So that's the first boundary of the Warwickshire innings. But the 1 wicket has fallen. That's well attired for watching cricket up in one of those apartments behind the Somerset stand. Looks like full whites.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that white or it's, well, could be old school whites. They look more cream than anything, but
certainly got a good view as that's turned away again to leg by Rhodes. They'll get a comfortable 2 for that. Somerset, Sophie, I guess, would be a little bit disappointed that those 2 wickets fell away as quickly as they did.
yeah, I think they'd have definitely been wanting to search for that next bonus point, and yeah, obviously disappointing to lose Gregory so early in the day's play, but you can't fault him. He played beautifully yesterday and rescued Somerset, I guess. So
Yeah, and it can happen, can't it, as well? You can bat very well one day, but you've got to start again.
absolutely, you've got to start again.
Just pushed gently out on the offside this time by Will Rhodes, who has 7 out of Warwickshire's 12 for 1.
I also think the bowlers will have been itching to get out there though as well, so as much as they didn't add too many runs to their overnight total, I think Somerset's seam bowlers would have been licking their lips this morning and just wanting to get out there, get some overs under their belts. They haven't played a lot of cricket yet, so yeah, they'll be hungry for success.
It's played with relative comfort by Will Rhodes, the last ball of Davies over. 6 runs off it altogether, 1 for 8 his figures. Warwickshire 12 for 1.
I did enjoy you and Vic trying to get the slip cord in. It was, yeah, it was taking a while, but I was enjoying it.
Early season rust.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of new faces, so in all fairness, you've got to get accustomed to those. The caps sort of give it away in a sense. There's some sort of new caps out there, and then there's some with rather a brown tinge, the likes of Gregory, Leach, donning those faded caps.
Great delivery from Craig Overton. Play and a miss. That'll give him some heart and some hope. Not that he didn't have plenty of heart and hope already.
Yeah, well, there's enough men in there waiting for a little nick there.
Yeah, they're funny, those caps, aren't they? They go sort of paler with age. I remember Marcus Trescothick's was very pale in his later years.
Well, I can imagine, yeah. I'm surprised it was still sort of held together. But they're they want to keep wearing that cap, don't they? It means a lot to the
and
players.
it's a mark of seniority.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Tom Abel, we think, is the longest capped, if there is such a phrase. His cap's the lightest. Not playing in this game, of course, the Somerset skipper, not yet fully recovered from the side strain he suffered out in Bangladesh. Playing at the Vale, though, I gather. Got 40 odd. That's good to hear.
Yeah, he was batting yesterday, so really good signs. He'll be, well, I know Tom a little bit from our sort of younger days training together, and everyone knows how hard he works, and he'll be desperate to get back to full fitness as quickly as possible.
And he will be straight back in the side as soon as he is.
Yeah,
no
which,
question.
When you look at that batting lineup already, I know we talk about that, the lower order had to sort of bail the top order out yesterday, but when you look at that lineup on paper and you add the Somerset skipper Tom Abel into that as well, it looks really promising.
So he would be pretty much a contemporary of yours?
Yes, we've known each other a long time, same age.
Again, has to hurry into that defensive push, Alex Davis.
Yeah, we're both on the Somerset Emerging Players programme a long time ago now, Stephen. We were probably about 13, so yeah, about 16 years ago, and it's quite cool in a way. Tom's gone on to skipper his home county and is very passionate about all things Somerset, and I guess likewise I'm skipper of Western Storm, the regional team in this area as well. So
perfect symmetry.
Yeah, it's quite a nice symmetry, isn't it?
Push this time up to mid-on. And you're playing some cricket tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got our first warm-up game tomorrow. We head up to Birmingham to play Central Sparks in a 50-over friendly. We're starting with the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy this year, so straight into some 50-over action. And yeah, we should have been out on grass last week, but unfortunately the weather didn't help us out. So yeah, it'll be good to get a run out on grass tomorrow.
big appeal. Rob Bailey responds in the negative. Had a look at it, but not out is the verdict. That's the last ball of Craig's over. It was a pretty concerted shout.
Yeah, Overton like that. I think it, if anything, just doing a little bit too much. But there's been a couple of times where the Warwickshire batters, both Rhodes and Davies, just trapped on the crease with that just enough movement. You know, you don't need a massive amount of movement, but just enough. It does cause problems for top order batters.
Quite nice if you're a fast bowler to go to second slip at the end of the over. There'll be a single here, down to long leg.
Yeah, I think we were having this discussion yesterday because Warwickshire, they changed their fine leg and we were sort of trying to guess who was going to be coming onto bowl, and then we were talking about when there's a right and left hand. Actually, if you're the bowler that's just bowled 6 balls and you're down at fine leg and the batters rotate strike, then you've actually got to do the most running from fine leg to fine leg. So yeah, interesting. But yeah, Craigo obviously just using his seniority and settling in at third slip there.
Yes.
I think it's actually, yeah, I think it's Leachy who's getting the miles in his legs down at fine at the minute.
Will we see him come on to bowl before lunch? We've got just over an hour's play left before the first interval of the day.
Oh,
nicely
nicely
played.
played, yeah.
Just delicately
I don't know.
guided.
Didn't look like it was going to make it for a minute.
Yes, it's almost perfectly timed for the purpose, just bobbling over the rope. In the end, parts of the outfield looking very lush. It's a bit of a mixed bag, really,
It
here
is,
at
very
Taunton at
much
the
so,
moment.
isn't it?
We've got a beach down below us in front of the Marcus Trescothic, well, almost a beach.
Yeah, I think we were referring to it as a beach yesterday.
Watchfully defended. I think it was the snow during the winter that didn't do the ground any good at all.
Yeah, it didn't come at very good time, did it? Yeah, I've been in Australia for most of the winter, and a week before I flew home, had a few photos sent by my parents around what it was looking like here, and I thought, oh, I can't come back to snow. Surely it's March. It's nearly the cricket season, but you wouldn't know it judged on the weather today. It's glorious out there. Still quite fresh, but blue skies.
And having endured a rather long winter here, I'm not going to speak of my envy of you, Sophie.
Yeah, I'll try not to mention it, Stephen, sorry.
No, that's fair enough. How long were you out there for?
I was out there for about 4.5 months, so yeah, I got out there end of October. I was playing at Parramatta Cricket Club in Sydney. First time to Australia, and yeah, had a great time.
And is the sun noticeably brighter out there? People talk about the light being sharper in Australia. Did you notice that?
Yeah, and just that when you walk outside and you automatically feel that warmth. It's a great feeling. So yeah, I've taken a few weeks to acclimatise back here. It's been slightly different here. They had a fair bit of rain out there as well, to be honest. Yeah, I actually missed the first few games for Parramatta because I wanted a bit longer time off, so I didn't get out there to the end of October. Oh, that's close. Nearly played on there by Davies.
Yeah, he didn't get that where he wanted it at all. Heading off the inside edge in the end.
Again, just a little bit of movement there by Josh Davey, causing problems.
You can see the anxious look back at the stumps from the batter. There's the balcony of the Chief Exec's office.
Yeah, looks like Jason Kerr up there. Watchful eye over proceedings. Yeah, so I was in, I didn't get out there to the end of October, so I missed sort of like the first 3 games of their club season, but they didn't actually play because there was so much rain around, so I actually timed it well, and they said that I brought the sunshine with me, which I don't think they say that to many people.
Leg side, I fancy. Rob Bailey again shaking his head. Another big appeal from Craig, who looks a little aggrieved. I think that was just sliding down. We'll have another look at it. Another vociferous appeal. Just leg.
Yeah, just sliding, if anything. But that's close, isn't it?
We'll pick up a single here.
Oh, no, it's raced away.
It's gone the whole way.
Yeah. He's timed a couple through that square leg region as Will Rhodes.
Just a little bit of room, and he made the most of it. Lovely stroke.
Yeah.
Daintily done.
Craig will probably be really disappointed. Obviously, really close call the ball before, and then you follow it up and you get hit for a boundary, and then as a bowler you feel under pressure. You can see he's fired up now.
And he is making the batter hurry. On the whole, when he gets it right, he's looking dangerous.
Yeah, I think both Craig and Josh have asked plenty of questions of this opening pair. Yes, they've got a few away, but on the whole, Somerset have been there or thereabouts.
Athletic piece of fielding from Craigo.
He did well to release that in the right direction towards the stumps. Must have let go of that as he was taking a tumble.
All in one.
Yeah, the skill level these days. Yeah, you probably wouldn't have seen that years ago. Fast bowlers getting down, fielding off their own bowling. These days they want to be in the thick of the action.
Well bowled. Again, hurried into the defensive push. Will Rhodes. Yeah, it's one of his... Well, he's got all the attributes, really, hasn't he? Craig Overton is a fine fielder in any position. And the main part of the job is underway at the moment with that ball that's still pretty new. Just the 6th over with it. Nicely timed, but hitting mid-on. So the end of the over, 21 for 1 Warwickshire. Rhodes is 12, Davies is 5. And that total in reply to Somerset's 284 all out. Lewis Gregory and Peter Siddle, the men dismissed today. Gregory without adding to his overnight 65. But Somerset striking in the first over. Josh Davey accounting for Rob Yates. It's Davey to continue now.
Davey to Davies could get quite confusing, couldn't it?
Yeah. All we need is Stephen Davies behind the stumps.
Yeah, Somerset, just the 3 slips to Alex Davies. They've gone with a more packed leg side to him. Short catching mid-wicket. And then mid-on, a deeper, squarer sort of mid-wicket, just sort of loitering on what would be the Davies defends that back up the wicket, tries to look for a single, but I don't think he's going to get anything there. Obviously, there's no inner ring in 4-day championship cricket, but for those that have seen that in the 1-day format, I think it's Cameron. Oh, no, I don't think it is Cameron Bancroft, actually. Someone's loitering there on the mid-wicket sort of ring. Might be Sean Dixon, actually. Looks a sort of smarter, newer hat, doesn't it, there?
Mm.
Davies works that off his legs. Down to fine leg. Jack Leach doing the fielding.
Yes, Jack Leach finishing unbeaten on 27 earlier on.
There we go, is Sean Dixon. Those viewers, try and familiarise yourself with the latest recruit to Taunton. Finds himself at backward point to the left-handed Will Rhodes now.
I wonder whether we're going to see Peter Siddle in short order. It's well down the leg side. It's nicely taken by James Rue. Peter Siddle is limbering up.
He is, isn't he?
So, will he come on in place of Craig Overton? An early bite at the cherry, as it were, with that ball still pretty new.
Very well bowled by Davey. Too good there, almost. I do feel like, I don't know this for a fact, but I do feel like Somerset's cordon slightly more aggressive, or feels slightly closer than what Warwickshire were. And yesterday we saw the keeper Burgess for Warwickshire actually taking a lot of balls around his ankles. There was some variable bounce, and yeah, whether Somerset have seen that and made the conscious decision to get in a little bit tighter there. That's a lovely shot. Glorious on drive from the Warwickshire skipper Will Rhodes. Davey searching a little bit fuller there, and Will Rhodes has lent into that beautifully.
This brings one of the mats at the far end of the ground into play, although not really into play because it's on the other side of the boundary. There's a lot of dampness still in front of the Colin Atkinson pavilion. So extensive matting in place over there.
Yeah, it's sort of, it's almost like, is it out of bounds? Like, can I go and retrieve the ball from off there? But hopefully over the next couple of weeks that sorts itself out over there.
No Siddle yet. Maybe coming on at the river end in the next over. Still Craig Overton for the time being, with the Marcus Trescothick pavilion behind him. This will be his fourth.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, or yeah, which end Siddle does come on, and whether the Somerset bowlers do have preference here of which ends that they bowl from. I think, from what I remember, Craigo does usually like to bowl from this Marcus Trescothick pavilion end.
Yeah, I think most of the times I saw Peter Siddle bowl, it was from the river end last year. That may be coincidental. It's another good delivery from Overton.
Yeah, well, last season seems like a long time ago. We've had to wait a long time for cricket here. What have you been up to over the winter, Stephen?
Really, sort of reasonably little. A little bit of travelling. I've been to the Alps a couple of times to
lovely.
ski. And my Somerset hat, woolly hat, came in useful on both occasions in Obergurgel and La Plan.
That doesn't sound like too quiet a winter.
Pretty exhausting. Gentle defensive push. We were actually very lucky in La Plan because they'd had a shortage of snow in the French Alps, but there was a heavy downfall followed by 3 days of unbroken sunshine.
Ah, beautiful.
And that's what you want.
Yeah, that does sound like the perfect conditions.
Got pretty much unbroken sunshine here at the moment at Taunton.
Yeah, we've been very lucky the last few days. Obviously, frustrations around the outfield not being fit for play on Thursday, but the skies have been blue. It's been reasonably dry the last few days, so touch wood that continues, because March was incredibly wet. Had a lot of rain down here, as probably most parts of the country did as well.
Yeah, playing havoc with pre-season. The weather, and it's great to see it improved. That's going to be another boundary down to third man, steered away. It's pretty much where he intended.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times now from Alex Davies, where just plays the ball really late. Not a lot of footwork there, but as a batter you can let the ball come right underneath your eyes, and like you say, Stephen, he's in full control of that. He means to run that down, and he moves on to double figures.
Using the pace of the ball.
Yeah, and when the ball's new and at its hardest, you can certainly do that. And we are going to see Mr. Siddle come into the attack. You were right, Stephen. He wants the river end.
Good to see him back. Tremendous cricketer.
Got the 4 slips to Siddle, then he's round the wicket to left-handed Rhodes and airing 2 straight. That delivery, that's going to be clipped for 4. I think that's the 3rd one that we've seen Rhodes. Just when the Somerset bowlers have gone 2 straight at him, he's been able to clip it through the leg side and timed it away to that boundary.
Too happy with that, Peter Siddle, as a start. Developing this partnership now, 34 for 1.
Rhodes defending that one, yeah, much better line from Siddle on that occasion.
It's good, it's a sort of bonus season for him in a way. He was saying when he signed for Somerset early last season that he thought it would probably be his last in first-class cricket, but it's very good they persuaded him in his late 30s to do another one.
Yeah, he looks after himself by all accounts, I think, so as Rhodes defends that up to mid-on. Physically, he's probably in pretty good nick for his age, and you'd want to be as a fast bowler, trying to look after your body, and you probably do say to yourself, I think this might be my last year. But yeah, great to see him back at Taunton. He was a great addition to the squad last year.
As I first met him, he featured in the 2009 Ashes series, and I recall doing an interview with him, and very pleasant company he was. Played quite a role for Australia over the years.
left alone by Rhodes there. Certainly found his line a little bit better after that first delivery.
Yes, you can forgive a man a loosener, especially one of his experience.
Oh, I was going to let you say that, Stephen. I nearly took the words out of your mouth, but I thought I'll let you walk into that one. I don't want to get into trouble. And you did use the word experience, though, so rather than age.
Indeed.
Rhodes driving that
campaigner.
one up to mid-on. He's going to pick up a couple here. It's retrieved back in. I think it's Josh Davey doing the legwork there. Six runs off that first Peter Siddle over. Boundary through the leg side, and 2 just to finish the over. Warwickshire moves to 36 for 1 here. 9 overs gone.
Still to be Craig Overton. This will be his 5th. 0 for 12 his figures at the moment. Tall, strongly built figure on his way in. Comfortable single for Alex Davis to get the over underway. Decent bank holiday crowd in here at Taunton. It's filled up a little bit since the start of play. People arriving over the last hour or so.
I'm not sure he's got all of that, Will Rhodes, but he's just going to be held up there. Going to pick up 3. Found the gap at cover, but probably didn't time it as well as he would have liked to.
Early season, but the pleasant part of the timing of this first batch of championship games is they fall, almost all of them, on bank holidays all weekend. Saturday today, Easter Day of course tomorrow, and then bank holiday Monday. Although it'll be done by then. Tomorrow's the last day.
Yeah, tomorrow's the last day.
But plenty of cricket left in this match. Could be a good day to come tomorrow. Good weather forecast.
Yeah, I think the forecast is set fair. We've had two really good days of weather so far. Today looks like it's going to continue that. Oh, that's well bowled.
That's a peach. I think that beat him by a comfortable distance.
Yeah, Davies playing on the inside of that line. Well
Dragged
bowled
away.
by Craig. A little bit more zip on that one as well. We saw that on occasions yesterday with Warwickshire's attack. Just there were a few balls that said earlier that sort of kept a little bit lower, but when they do hit the seam, and you can get some purchase from this wicket.
Hurried again into the stroke. Alex Davies playing it comfortably enough in the end. Live stream courtesy of WPA. The logo you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen. Thanks to them for their backing.
It's well fielded.
Good looking stroke as well, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I think that was Gregory in there doing the fielding. Had to move quickly to his left.
Presumably Gregory will be the next bowling change. quite possibly when Craig Overton finishes his spell. The Somerset skipper may bring himself on. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16. Craig's figures. Still the 4 slips in for Peter Siddle and for the Warwickshire skipper, who's on 25 not out.
Fuller length there from Siddle. Rhodes drives that one back to the bowler. Yeah, Rhodes 25 off 31 deliveries now. He's played some nice shots in that as well. Timed the ball brilliantly. Mostly through the leg side. Just like that. He's only going to get... Oh, they are coming back for 2. He's going to have to get his skates on. Jack Leach doing the fielding down there.
Yeah, well run by the Warwickshire skipper. Jack Leach has been limbering up. So perhaps it won't be Lewis Gregory. Perhaps it'll be Jack Leach.
I've spotted this at fine leg a few times. He's been limbering up for the last few overs. I'm not convinced we will see him that soon. Maybe he's just trying to stay warm. Or just give Lewis a little bit of an indication of, you know, come on.
His readiness for the fray.
I'm ready here. Rhodes just defending that one up to mid-on.
He's looked pretty composed, Will Rhodes, since he came in. Rather unpromising situation of 2 for 1.
Yeah, it's not the ideal situation to come in at, but yeah, I think when you bat at number 3, that comes with the territory, doesn't it?
Bit of a conflab going on about the field between bowler and skipper. One slip has been taken out in consequence of that. Got a man in at short mid-wicket. Jack Leach is going to be in action again, and a slight misfield, which won't be costly because they pretty much ambled the single.
It's not the best piece of fielding I've ever seen Jack Leach do, bless him. But didn't cost anything, so that's all right. He's now got to run all the way across as the batters swap ends. He's got to run all the way across to find his fine leg position. It's one way to keep warm anyway.
Right out to the boundary.
Davies again tries to guide that one down to third man, but can't evade the slip cordon. Almost plays that almost as the ball's gone past him to give him that control to try and find that third man region.
There's the roof garden at the top of those apartments behind the Somerset stand, and quite a congregation of souls up there enjoying the view. They've still just about got the sunshine.
Yeah, you've got to be out there early today.
Craig Overton is off after his initial spell, and Josh Davey, who shared the new ball with him, is going to come back on.
Yeah, I thought they might go with this actually. Not that Davey looked uncomfortable from the river end by all means, but obviously only bowled a few overs from that end, and whether that was a case of that they both wanted the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end and Craig Overton pulled rank on that occasion. Looks like we've got a sub-fielder on as well. So that's another test for you, Stephen. Just gone into the mid-wicket region.
Which makes it a very good opportunity for me to make way for the sagacity of Vic Marks.
I'm not going to give anything away here. I'm going to let Vic try and figure it out. I enjoyed Stephen and Vic playing that cordon game earlier. Davey in then to the left-handed Rhodes, who's defending that into the offside. I'm just trying to... I'll do one job, Vic, okay? I'll try and figure out who's gone off.
Oh, I thought that's the easy bit.
And you can have a look at who's at mid-wicket.
I think you'll find that's George Thomas, Sophie.
Tell you what, you're good, Vic.
no, I've got the good man in my ear.
Yeah, they've helped you out there. And just been informed that it might be Craig Overton that is.
Well, we should be. That's the easy one. I mean, he's the most, just about the easiest to spot of the lot.
Yeah, he's not in that slip cordon.
He's not. There's no one tall enough.
He's just finished bowling,
Yeah,
so it's
that's
the
right.
obvious choice, isn't it?
Yeah. But a nice moment for George Thomas. I suppose he's been on the first-class field before, but he's there at the square leg. Jack Leach is
definitely warming up.
He's either trying to send a message to Captain Gregory, or he's been told to warm up. It's odd not to see Gregory bowl at some point, given that he is a streaky bowler, and if everything clicks, he can get. You'd think he'd want to have a go with that new ball, but Leach is looking like a man, getting ready to bowl.
Yeah, his warm-ups have been getting more and more intense as the overs go by. Whether he's just getting more and more impatient.
Well, he was left stranded with the bat.
Yeah,
27
he'd have been
not out.
disappointed, wouldn't he? He'd have been itching to
Yeah, he's obviously
carry on the form of last night. He played some
Yeah.
brilliant shots in yesterday evening session.
There is quite a breeze, and I'm just trying to work out where it's from. I've been looking at Polly's flag, and they're flapping quite well. But I'm trying to work out the direction.
Fraction too straight there from Davey, and I'll pick up a leg by.
Yeah. This player actually settled the Warwickshire innings down pretty well. There's a few free runs about, but the sun's shining. The ball, when the runs start to come, the ball seems to stop moving, doesn't it?
Yeah, these two have steadied the ship, as it were. Again, Davies with that guide down to third man, that vacant third man region. Sam Dalling would be pulling his hair out if he was here around not having a third man. Again, we just see Davies letting the ball come to him there, and another 4 runs to his name.
Yeah, it was in the air, but it was intended, wasn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Just open the face, and provided he had to get it past third slip, but he got enough bat on it. He knew exactly what he was trying to do. And it feels like a cheap 4 runs, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Davey put his hands on his head, but I think Davis knew what was going on there. Well, the crises of who is the 12th man and who's not been there has passed.
Double change it was.
Because I think George Bartlett has returned, and I think Craig Overton has returned. So, no panic.
Yeah, it was George Thomas. I'm not sure whether it's Casey Aldridge was the other substitute fielder there. That's just gone off.
Just say it with conviction. No one can argue with it.
Yeah, it was Casey Aldridge.
Because second team are playing, I think, at the moment down at Taunton Vale.
I'm not sure whether they finished yesterday.
Oh, did they?
I'd have to double check that.
It might have been a one-day game, you reckon?
I think it was
Okay.
a 2-day game, but I think the Thursday was washed out and
Right, okay.
they just played yesterday.
Quite a potent sounding
It was a very
second team.
strong second 11 on paper.
And the good news, I think, was that Tom Abel was kind of playing. Whether he did a lot of fielding, I don't know. But he was down
I'm
to
not
play.
sure whether he fielded.
But he might have got a bat.
He definitely batted. I'm sure he got maybe 40 odd. So
Oh, that is
promising.
the good news.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's going to be fit tomorrow or even in time for the next game, but it suggests he's on the path back. Nasty injury he must have had. A bowler's injury.
Half a shout there from Somerset.
Yeah. But Siddle didn't.
Yeah, Siddle wasn't
Siddle
interested.
knew going down. Possibly a bit of bat, but certainly going down. The bowler. Right, just filling you in on the second team. Shoaib Bashir bowled very well.
Yeah, got a couple of wickets, I think.
Who is a bit of a punt of a signing, but I've seen him bowl actually here in a very cold, just a few overs off spin.
Okay.
And you couldn't help but like what you saw. I mean, it wasn't spinning miles or anything like that on March
What was
28th.
it? What was it you liked, Vic?
I liked a very solid looking action and lots of energy looked to be on the ball and pretty good control. Oh, I mean, this is on the basis of about 3 overs, I
Yeah.
have to say. But it just, all the ingredients looked like they were there. Because it's a tough life, though, being a finger spinner who doesn't bat. I don't think he doesn't have any great batting prowess at this stage, although, like Jack Leach, he could get better. But if you're a finger spinner nowadays, you're not so welcome in white ball cricket as someone who flips it at the back of the hand.
Yep.
So that's a problem. And if you're the second spinner, well, you ain't going to play in the first team in April. So you've got to be resilient and a bit patient, I think.
Yeah.
But he's only 19.
Yeah, he's only a young lad, isn't he?
Yeah. But he certainly has promise. And I don't know. They signed him partly because Steve Davis came across him in a second team game. And I don't know if he was batting or keeping wicket. And he just said, I've just seen this bloke who looks the real deal. He's got it's energy on the ball that is quite exciting. Natural sort of, not saying you bowl quickly, but you've got that pace and dip that gets batsmen to misjudge the length when everything's right. And he said, I think he's worth a punt. And they signed him up, and I know that he's kind of, impressed, albeit it's only April the 8th, but they like what they see, and he went off to Saudi Arabia with them and looked good. So, one to watch, but it may have to be a bit patient before you see him in the first team.
Davies continuing from Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Yeah, I guess we haven't really seen a lot of young spinners come through, have we? Dom Bess would have been the last of.
Certainly here.
Here, yes.
But also you could look around the country. It's partly, I mean, Dom did fantastically well here on pitches that spun, but there's a special pressure about bowling well on pitches that spin. It's not always straightforward. you've got your colleagues saying, well, you must get 5 for here, no problem. And he's a complete novice. Well, that's just a bit short, but he's picked it up effortlessly. And whipped it away. No need to run for that.
Again, Rhodes finding the boundary on that leg side. Looks to be a strength of his.
Yeah, not that short, but short enough. I think when we saw Jack warming up, he was sending messages rather than being told to loosen. It's getting to the stage where it's worth giving him a bowl, not just the statutory one before lunch, but just because nothing much else is happening suddenly. It's everything sleeping.
That might race away as well. I'm not sure whether that's going to be off the bat, though. It is off the bat.
Yeah. So this is proving an expensive over. Jack's loosening up now. He's got to be. Surely he's been given the nod. Can't ignore all that. But it's hard for a young figure spinner. Dom reacted brilliantly to the fact that he was playing on pitches that spun. As I say, it's not straightforward, but he was so combative and up for it that he got the wickets when it was turning more quickly than the opposition did. And he had the opportunity to bowl, therefore. A little bit short here, and he's done well down on the boundary there to save 4 because he slightly misjudged it.
That might be Peter Fiddle out there.
Yeah, well, he's been around and he watched it carefully. So he had the encouragement of turning pitches. It's not many second spinners in the county game, certainly not at this time of year.
No, not at this time of year.
And you do need a bit of encouragement. And of course, batsmen. I mean, years ago, doesn't matter who you were, if you kind of landed it on the right place, they'd play you properly. Now a young spinner comes on, and the first instinct of county batsmen, let alone test batsmen, is to, right, I'm going after him, I'll test him out. And they go for him. They try and get rid of his confidence straight away, and it's a real tussle to survive. It's a survival thing.
Yeah, it's almost like they hit him out of the attack before they get that opportunity to really get into their spell.
Exactly. It's every chance that he'll melt if you attack him. Whereas years ago, by and large, if you landed in the right place, they dutifully tap it towards mid-on. So it's a much more tricky operation getting started as a finger spinner or any sort of spinner. I see he got some wickets in the end, but Rian Ahmed, I just happened to look at the scores around about lunchtime. Leicester are playing at Yorkshire.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they're up at Yorkshire.
Went first over. His lunchtime figures were 1-0, 22-0. Now, there may have been a few grotty balls there, but I expect they were after him as well. And he actually came back, and I see he ended up with 3 wickets in the innings. But 1-0, 22-0 is not how you want to start, really, this season. No,
it's not ideal, is it? And we are going to see the man that we have been talking about. All his warm-ups have worked. Lewis Gregory is.
You couldn't ignore that.
Given in.
Yeah. Well, let's hope he gets. He's got Will Rhodes, left-hander. Like a lot of modern finger spinners, he's much more successful against players when he's turning it away against the right-hander for Jack than left-handers. But he's going to have a slip and a forward short leg, and he's going to get into the action. And I think the way the pitch is playing and the way the innings is going, he's going to have quite a lot of bowling. It might be in a sort of containing role up to a point. There won't be much help for him, you wouldn't think. Whilst the seamers, he's got 4 seamers. He hasn't used himself yet, Lewis Gregory, but he will at some point, I would have thought. Jack's job might be to bottle up one end and pick up a wicket here and there, and then Gregory's got the luxury, if you like, of rotating his seamers for a while. Anyway, let's see. It's always possible for a spinner to get wickets, believe it or not, on a pitch that's not turning. Especially if you're an international one. Anyway, he's got His field's set. He's at the river end. And his domestic season is starting now with the ball.
That was what you were on about. Just pushed up to mid-off. Respected first ball. So seeing spin in the attack in the 15th over here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. That was slightly shorter from Leach, and I think it might be Dixon patrolling that leg side boundary for Rhodes.
I mean, it's a bit testing, isn't it? Having to deal with 3 debutants. I'm sure you've got all the Somerset players logged in your mind from last year. They've got 3 new ones.
Yeah, and the challenge is obviously Somerset wear those traditional knitted jumpers, which, unless you've got really eagle eyes to see their name and number through, whereas Warwickshire have got the more modern style name and numbers on.
Well, Somerset had them once, and they wanted to go back to the woolen jumpers. They're nicer, aren't they?
Much nicer. It just screams county cricket, doesn't it?
Yeah. And that's the way they play nowadays. It's not the worst delivery in the world, but first time he faces Alex Davis, down the pitch, and an effortless lofted drive.
Yeah, it's a great shot there by.
It is. It's a bold shot.
Yeah, it's bold.
But it's, it's effective. And he didn't try and hit it too hard. He just timed it beautifully over the bowler's head. There's risk attached, but didn't look very risky as he hit it. Jack's kept the field up, of course.
Quick single there by Davies. These two have rotated strike. They've definitely capitalised and put the bad ball away and hit some boundaries, but they've been able to rotate strike as well in between that and built what is proving to be a good partnership at this stage. Oh!
Well, a Leach was appealing there for LBW.
Yeah, and I was more interested in whether short leg.
I know. I don't think he caught it quite.
No, he didn't. It was definitely bounced before.
But I'm pretty sure Leach was going. The camera's at the wrong end. Of course, nowadays, that front foot LBW is fashionable, but not fashionable enough for Alex Wharf there. Probably just outside the line, isn't he?
Yeah.
We're going to have another look. Hard to tell from this end, but I think it is hard. But he's probably just outside of the line. But Jack was interested. But fair enough, I think. Anyway, the captain's going to have a bowl. How old's this ball? The run rate is actually pretty quick. They're going at 4 and over. So it's the 16th over. There's still a bit of shine on it, no doubt, and it's still got a bit of hardness. Gregory, of course, for a long time, had possession of the new ball. Selflessly as captain. He's let the others have it. Here he comes. Not bad for a batsman who bowls.
No, not at all. Just having a look around the grounds.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what's happening?
So
anything startling?
Of note? Nottinghamshire were all out for 177, meaning Hampshire need 131, I think, maybe, for victory down at the Ageas Bowl.
Well, they would be favourites to win that, I would have thought. What's happening at Old Trafford?
Old Trafford. Surrey have just started their second innings.
With a substantial lead.
Leading by 156. Lancashire made just 291. Colin de Grandhomme was left stranded on 67 in Lancashire's innings.
It's another overseas player pops up. You haven't quite. You've got to look at the papers in the morning now and say, "Oh, he's playing there, is he?"
Yeah, there's a lot over, aren't there?
Yeah.
And I think we were talking yesterday, Sam and I, about how players want to come and play in the county championship. Sean Abbott, I've just seen it. He's at Surrey in that game.
So there's two overseas Abbotts. Sean Abbott's the Aussie, isn't he?
Yes, and then it's Kyle, isn't it?
Kyle Abbott at Hampshire, who's become a sort of fixture at Hampshire now, didn't he? He gave up his international aspirations, really, to be full-time for Hampshire.
It's too short there by Gregory, and, well, Davey said thank you very much.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He just seemed to sit up. Not much happening there with the ball at the moment.
No,
And Somerset, I think, have given there've been one or two too many free runs. I think that was one of them. That's better.
Much better there.
But it's fascinating. A lot of players, they just, they will get reasonably well paid, but we're not in franchise territory. But they just like the experience of playing a lot of red ball cricket of a good standard. The Aussies increasingly like the idea of coming to play. And it's great, I think. I mean, people have got uptight a bit about Steve Smith coming to Sussex, but I think it's rather... Just think if you're in the Sussex dressing room, or you're playing against him. It's good to play against the best in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, and great that the best in the world want to come and play in this competition.
I mean, there's a certain sort of self-interest in Smith. We want to probably get ready for the Ashes, but let's welcome him and and it's great for people to turn up at Hove. I don't know if they'll be able to play together. They probably will, and you'll be watching Pujara one end. Actually, they're not the most beautiful players to go and watch, actually, but they're two of the great players of the era.
Yeah, incredibly
you can watch
effective.
Pujara and Smith.
Do you know how many games he's coming over for? Just a handful?
Smith?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, the Ashes starts in June. So maybe 3, I think. Oh, now did that
A little
spin?
bit of turn, maybe? Suggested it did by the reaction of Somerset and Will Rhodes, actually, the way that he played that in the end.
Got a bit of bat on it, too, because there's no appeal. But he was looking to...
Yes, quite sharp, actually.
Okay.
We didn't see much spin from Warwickshire, just
No.
the 4 overs, I think it was, from the left-arm spin of Jacob Bethel. Expecting Leach to bowl a lot more overs than that for Somerset here. Oh, is that a catch?
Is it? Is it? He's got him.
Yes.
That'll do. Leach doesn't matter. The old leg trap, as he used to say, doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be a bat pad. I think that was partly a consequence of that ball turning.
I think it was as well. He went to the sweep, the ball after, and
I think and that was a ungainly hit. He was aiming, I suppose, for to go wide and over mid-on. Well, mid-on's Craig Overton. You can't go over him. Actually, but he didn't hit it well. And it was an ungainly club in the end.
yes, it wasn't the most attractive shot, was it? And actually, it hadn't looked like playing a shot in anger at all the whole innings. He played very nicely up until that point for 39, but
it's talking about spin bowling. There are pluses about having these damn batsmen who come in and try and hit you at the attack. That they are taking risks, and you can pick up wickets. Leach, amazing, and Moeen Ali's another one. But Leach has got his 100 Test wickets now. Amazing. Moeen Ali's got nearly 200, and he's more or less got them quicker than any other finger spinner. But no finger spinner in that column has ever conceded runs at the pace that Moeen Ali has. So his strike rate is brilliant. His average is not fantastic. But that's the way the game is played now. The spinner comes on, right, we've got to hit him. I mean, even Will Rhodes, captain, and not renowned as a particularly, a bellicose or aggressive batsman. He decided after one ball turned, he thought, well, I have to deal with this man. And had a mow and was called at mid-on.
No, great word. Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't think it's going to turn a lot. One ball's turned. But it demonstrates what I keep prattling on. It is possible for spinners to get wickets when it's not turning lots. And now he's got a new batsman in, Sam Hain, of course, highly rated Sam Hain. But he can try and apply a little bit of pressure, a few more, not more men round the bat, but more men saving the single, putting the pressure on. He's having a quick chat with Lewis Gregory. If it was Ben Stokes, we'd probably want 4 around the bat, but we've got 2. That's enough for the moment. All that loosening up was worth it.
It was, yeah. It did the trick, didn't it? Yeah, I guess it would be interesting, actually, like for someone like Leach, who's been under Stokes' captaincy and then coming back, playing in a different environment, albeit an environment that he knows very well. And, you know, the team plans might be slightly different, and how that slots into what he wants to do in this Somerset side.
Well,
and who has more ownership? Is Leach driving that?
I mean, I went to Pakistan, to my surprise, and I saw all that live, that series. It was a fantastic series. And Jack Leach got wickets, but he had to concede a few runs on the way. And at some point, I had was chatting away with him, and I don't remember Shakil, left-hander, Pakistan left-hander, not their most aggressive player, but every time he came down the wicket to Jack, he just popped him over mid-wicket, no problem at all. Easy, never looked like missing.
Haynes using his feet there, but only finds Craig Overton at mid-off.
So I said to Jack, you know, I was surprised, why don't you have, you know, a man out just to protect against that one shot? And Jack sort of said, well, yeah, I know exactly. But Ben doesn't want one there. But the other thing I would say is that he wasn't really quarrelling with it. He loves playing in this England setup. He just thinks Stokes is fantastic. They gives confidence. So he wasn't really complaining. He was just a statement of fact. Ben doesn't want one there. And except they did change, to be fair. When it got to the end of a match, you know, with result, you know, there's a definite target. They weren't quite so gung-ho. They were a bit more pragmatic, quite rightly. But I think your point is interesting, that now he's in charge now. He can tell Lewis that, look, I want one out there and that's it. Whereas I'm not sure he'd have said that to Ben.
No.
And I think he might be a little, I'm with him, really. He might be a little cagier. Because the other way, as you'll know, is to get wickets, is batsmen get frustrated if they can't penetrate the field or they're not scoring.
Yeah, that dot
and
ball
that
pressure.
more and more, that's the case. So there is that aspect. Anyway, he's got a wicket, and he's off and running for this season. That's an easy. He's done that again. That's Alex Davis. He bats like a wicketkeeper, even though he doesn't keep wicket now. He just uses his wrist. Very good square of the wicket. Sees a gap behind square. It's an ordinary, but not a terrible delivery, but a bit wide, and he just glides it down beautifully down to that wide third man for 4 more. You know, I wonder whether, I don't want to pinch Sam Dalling's line, but for this particular type of batsman.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at, just guessing, but if you looked at Alex Davies' wagon wheel, probably five or so boundaries in that third man region. I remember a pull shot through mid-wicket.
Yeah.
But apart from that, there hasn't been anything. Apart from against the spin of Leach, he hit the one straight down the ground.
Yeah.
But against the seamers, there hasn't been anything straight down the wicket.
But he's the sort of player who's looking for that gap there.
Yeah, and any
he
sort of
loves
width,
it square of the wicket. It's short. He's a short man on the back foot. There he goes again.
It's just too easy.
Yeah, and they're beautiful shots. I mean, Joe Root. It's like Joe Root does this fantastically well, and the sane response is to protect that bit and let's see if you can cover drive, as opposed to leaning back. He just played that delightfully, and I'm just having a look whether Lewis Gregory's made a slight adjustment. I think he's got a square cover. I think I might have him a little bit finer for the way he's playing. But he's now put a boundary fielder dead square on the offside.
I still think
he needs to go a bit finer for that shot. Anyway, the other thing Gregory can do is slightly adjust his length.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's done that well.
Yeah, tying up his line a little bit. I'd like to see that if we have got that man out there, then slightly behind square. That's where Davies has looked to pierce the gap and done it very successfully on. Yeah,
they're beautiful shots, aren't they? They're just no effort at all.
Hasn't even hit them really.
No.
Just all
guided
timing.
them there.
Yeah.
Well, he's grabbed a run from the gap that he's created, but that's fair enough. It's nice batting.
Yeah, and I think at this stage, who does Somerset want to bowl at? They want to get into Hayne at the minute.
Well, they don't want to give away comfortable fours. He's accelerated. I mean, he hadn't actually been going that quickly, but he's accelerated recently, Davis. Be interesting to see how he plays Leach. He's already come down the wicket once to him and hit him confidently back over his head. He's highly rated, Sam Hayne. He's been on A tours, hasn't he?
Bowled by Gregory. It's better line to the right-handed Hayne. Two right-handers at the crease now for Warwickshire.
Yep.
Yeah, he's had a couple of gigs away this winter, as he was definitely played in the Big Bash at some point, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think it probably does get more raps for his white ball cricket, but I think his record in red ball cricket, I'm not looking at his stats right now, but I would presume that they are
very respectful.
Very good standard as well.
Yeah. Someone telling me that you can see a bit of Jonathan Trott in them when he plays. I'm not sure yet, but he's taller than Jonathan Trott. He just came from Australia originally, didn't he? But he's English qualified. I'm pretty sure he's been in the Lions shake-up somewhere along the way, isn't he? Ooh. There you go. That's the way there's no man out there. And he's hit it for 6. I'm not sure whether that was in the meat of the bat or not, but it's a perfectly normal delivery. He's gone down and swept away in the knowledge there's no one on the fence. And it's 6. First of the match, I think. I don't know if Somerset hit 6, did they? Which is surprising given the length of some of the boundaries here.
Yeah, pretty clear how Alex Davies is going
Keeping
to play
him up.
Jack Leach then. That's good running.
Yeah, well, Leach is following the Stokes tactic of not responding to these lofted hits by, at this stage anyway, by sticking any men back on the boundary. Davis, it seems, is not going to hang around. He's hit 2 lofted boundaries against Leach. It's intriguing stuff.
Yeah, it's a good battle. Sam Hayne on strike and works that through mid-wicket. It's again well fielded by Lewis Gregory, I think that is, at mid-on. Diving away to his right.
Oh, can he get up? I'm not sure he can, actually. Okay, he's up now.
Good news, good news.
But you always worry a bit with Lewis Gregory because he always looks a bit frail. He is captain, however, so he's got to dive. You'll know this, Sophie. You've got to dive when you're captain.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gone for the sweep again. Not convincing. I think that might be pulled in. Yeah, just going to be a single.
So here's the dilemma, you see. For Leach and for Gregory, I mean, these are risky shots, but they're quite profitable ones. At what point do Do you put a man back for that sweep shot? Well, we'll see.
We will, won't
If
we?
you're bold, you keep them in. The old pros would have one out there. But it's intriguing. Davis is not on strike just at the minute. But he clearly likes the sweep shot as well as the lofted drive.
End of the 19th over. Warwickshire move on to 90. A loss of 2 wickets.
Well, they're racing along, but in the modern game, strike rate, that's what matters. And they're playing very positively against Leach, but offering the possibility, too, of a top edge or a missed sweep LBW, something like that.
Yeah, I know Davies hit that sweep for 6, but I don't think it was convincing, actually, the way that he struck it.
I didn't see the trajectory. It's quite a short boundary, and I'm pretty sure it was there's an element of top edge, and it was also a straight ball, I think. But he's prepared to do that, and he's quite good at it. Like, as I say, he bats like a wicket. All his wicketkeepers are always sweeping, and he hasn't given us a reverse sweep yet, but I expect he's got it. Do you play the reverse sweep, Sophie?
No, I don't really. It's not one of my favoured options.
That's aging you, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
No, I've never played reverse sweep. Don't worry, it's not compulsory.
No, I'm well aware of that.
But a lot of your team would do that, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
They're of an age where
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
would learn
They-
to reverse sweep like old players would learn to cover drive.
Yeah, absolutely. These, young players, both boys and girls these
Yeah.
days, that's what they see on the TV in front of them, and they want to emulate that. And I think they've just got a little bit less fear of failure. They just go for it. I guess a lot of them are brought up on short format cricket as well these days, and they want to get all the funky shots out.
Yeah, it's in a sense it's a more complicated game because you've got nowadays for a batsman or batter, sorry, in that you've got far more options available, more choices to make. Am I going to reverse sweep? Am I going to reverse scoop? Whereas there weren't so many options in the old days. Just wanted out of half volley, try and drive it, I suppose. They moved him round, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Even though there are no earpieces available at the moment, they have responded to your urgings to get him a bit finer.
Yeah, and that's the first one actually that Davies is sort of streakily guided through that region. He was trying to drive that through cover and.
Yeah, that's right. It was a fuller length, and I'm not sure he was aiming quite as fine as that. It's almost a moral victory. Now then, James Ruse coming up to the stumps for Sam Hain. We've seen that happen quite often during the Somerset innings. Burgess standing up to Hannon Dolby sometimes, and Rushworth. I presume Gregory's authorised this move, unless he bowls a bounce of this ball.
This could well be the last over before the lunch interval. Just the 2 wickets to fall in Warwickshire's innings so far. Rob Yates was caught by Lammonby. We've got 10 minutes to go, I've just heard, till lunch, making up some time.
Your rota's not looking so perfect now, is it?
It's not looking so perfect, Vic. We'll have to readjust that. So, yeah, as I was saying, Rob Yates caught by Lammonby off the bowling of Josh Davey for 2, and Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire skipper, caught at mid-on by Craig Overton off the bowling of Jack Leach for 39.
Well, Somerset were 90 for 2, weren't they? Not quite at this pace, however. There was a little flurry of wickets, but... Ooh. Not far from the off stump, and a nice take from James Root.
Yeah, reaction suggests that was not far away at all, actually. See slow-mo replay here. Yeah, just nip back a little bit. Good take by Roux in the end.
Okay, well, decision time for the Leach and Gregory about where they want to station their fielders, and they're not going to protect that square leg boundary. So, how's Davis going to react then? Is he going to keep sweeping? I think he will.
I think he'll continue to play positively, yeah.
It's nicely played. That's his favourite area, and it's just a bit short, and he doesn't miss there. He is busy. He's actually started quite slowly in this innings, but he's finding the gaps.
Yeah, those boundaries are coming a little bit quicker for him now. Again, just using his wrist to angle that one down to the third man region. Moves to 47. Looks slightly quicker from Jack Leach.
Yeah, well, Leach sort of knows that he has got several scoring areas. He wants to sweep, he likes to cut, and he's hitting once back over his head. But the reason, because he's looking for that cut shot, the quicker ball might work.
Yeah.
But he just got down on that one earlier, just in time. No great pace in the surface, of course. I think that's the first full defensive I've seen him play against Leach.
Yeah, the last couple of balls he's chosen to be a little bit more watchful, shall we say?
He thinks it's 1 o'clock lunch.
Yeah.
It's bad. Just dragged it down.
And that is going to be 50 for Alex Davies. He moves to 51 off 63 deliveries. He's played pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, he was not exactly calm, but he was outscored by Will Rhodes in this first half of his innings. But the runs have come with a flurry. Most of them just behind square on the offside, with boundaries off Gregory, and now a couple off Leach. He's dangerous, because once he gets in, he scores quickly. And Somerset have given him too many inviting, just back of a length. Little man, he likes to stay on the back foot. Probably you need to bowl slightly fuller to him than, say, Sam Hain, who's 6'2" and keener to get on the front foot. So it's quite a nice contrast as far as the Warwickshire batsmen are concerned. A good length is slightly different to these two batsmen.
Still going to be Lewis Gregory then. Warwickshire 99 for 2 here. Yeah, I think you make a good point about the length that potentially Somerset bowled to Davies, and yeah, just over the last few overs in particular, there's just been a few too many deliveries that have offered the Warwickshire batters opportunities to score at ease.
Yeah, in the slot that he wants, Davies. Oh, no, Haynes dibbled him down there. That would probably
That's
go.
Gonna race away as well. What's well fielded down there.
Yeah.
I think that might be Sean Dixon.
I'm not going to argue with you there. But he did well to get that in, actually. I thought that was going to be 4.
Yeah. So Hayne just picked up a couple more there. Works that one off his hip this time.
Hasn't quite got his rhythm, I don't think, in this spell, Lewis Gregory. He's a bit frustrated with himself. It's not to say he won't strike at some point. He is, as we said, he's a sort of streaky bowler. Very poor man's, no, a slightly poor man's Stuart Broad.
I think that's a better length to Davies there. I know he's looking to drive that, but I think that's a much better length to him.
I mean, for the older listener, I'm afraid that this doesn't include you. You used to play against Lancashire way back. They had a bloke called Harry Pilling, who was about 5'2". He was often in partnership with Clive Lloyd, the great West Indies captain, who was about 6'4". It's a nightmare trying to find a length. What you thought might be a half volley to Clive Lloyd was being cut for 4 by this little Harry Pilling. But I think as we get to lunch, I think Somerset will be a bit disappointed about the ease with which the runs have come. You know, I think Jason Kerr and Co, they like some of the old-fashioned values of restricting the opposition, pressurising them to sort of something under 3 and over or around 3 and over. And actually, Warwickshire are poodling on about 5 and over. So that'll be something that's pondering, or you know, Jason Kerr and the think tank in the Andrew Caddick Pavilion will be contemplating, I think.
Yeah, I guess
but it's just great to watch cricket at this time of year, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they will have the lunch interval to maybe have a chat as a group about. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who they go with straight after lunch.
Yeah. I mean. And I think there's that early season element of he's so keen to, you go hunting for wickets in a way. So you want to get going, get that first wicket under your belt. And sometimes, you know, when you strive too hard, then you just lose control a bit and you try and bowl the magic ball and the pressure's off the batsman. Jack.
Again, Leach dragging that one down, and Sam Hayne this time playing it nicely off the back foot through the cover region. It's another boundary.
It's a good shot, Seeds. I mean, that is short again, though. But he's got quite a lot of protection there, but they keep beating the field. And he's hit that very sweetly and beautifully placed. And now I think Leach is taking this sort of pragmatic option on the offside anyway to Hayne and giving himself some protection there.
Going to pick up a couple here, I think. Siddle doing the retrieving.
Well, it's just maybe a flick. I'm not sure he was necessarily playing that ball there, and it might have been a flicker of turn there. But no real danger for Hayne, who's just settling in nicely, but you have to stop and have some lunch now. Mat there, Siddle's having to deal with.
Yeah, fielder's worst nightmare, though.
I'm imagining that's the projected pitch for Lancashire, which is the next home game.
Let's hope that matting in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion is.
You better have gone by then, otherwise
sorted by then.
It's a very
short boundary, isn't it?
That's a better delivery. He's just may have gripped fractionally the way he played it.
I think that's Bancroft in there. He's moved from
He's got
short
the,
leg.
Yeah. So Bartlett's managed to get rid of the helmet very early on.
He has, yes. He's done very well. I think he's just settled in at mid-wicket, George Bartlett.
Oh. That's an interesting shot just before lunch. The galloping block.
Yeah, now they're like, oh, just get something on it.
Now what's that? Okay, this cunning plan 2, which is Lewis Gregory's come up about 10 yards mid-on, saying, inviting Hayne to smack him over mid-on just before lunch. Is he going to do that? It's a bit better at the end of that over. Looking at the clock, I think it's time for lunch.
Yeah, so Warwickshire, 108 for 2 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. Davies will, well, he's earned a good lunch, hasn't he? 51 not out here. Sam Hayne into double figures, onto 10 not out, and just the 2 wickets for the Somerset bowlers, 1 to Davy, 1 to Jack Leach, as the players go and enjoy a bit of food. And I think we might do the same, Vic.
I think so, yeah.
We'll see you shortly.
Selection of hot and cold food and drinks are available at the Cooper Associates County Ground from the Stragglers Coffee House, the Terrace Session on the top tier of the Warwickshire Coffee Pavilion, and within the Norfolk stand the Vogue Bar and the Salt and Malt Fish and Chip Bar. Each concession is fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount on the concessions, and we do remind you that we are a cashless venue. Members and supporters are being asked to please use the new recycling bins, which are situated around the Cooper Associates County Ground. Please do dispose of your waste directly into the below the sea, which bin is for general waste like paper, cans, and plastic. There's also bins for reusable cups situated near our concession stand.
Very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton on a glorious Saturday afternoon. One or two clouds around, but on the whole it's been sunny so far. The cricket's been fascinating as well. Warwickshire are 108 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 284. Alex Davis went through to his half century just before lunch. He's on 51 not out and has been batting very well and aggressively. Sam Hain is on 10, the two men out. Rob Yates, who was out in the first over, caught at fourth slip by Tom Lammonby off Josh Davey for 2. And then Will Rhodes played a stroke that he won't remember with great affection, I fancy. A bit of a mow at Jack Leach, and he was held by Craig Overton at mid-on. So 108 for 2, Warwickshire. I'm Stephen Lamb, and Sophie Luff is with me. Sophie, Somerset may be a little bit disappointed with that morning's session.
Yeah, I think they will be slightly disappointed, but they've got to look at this first half an hour after lunch. You add 2 wickets to that scoreboard, and then Somerset may think that they have the upper hand. So I think it is slightly in Warwickshire's favour at the minute, but you never know when you add a couple of wickets to that scoreboard.
That's one of cricket's truisms, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And I think the way that Somerset did start with that new ball, obviously Josh Davey making a breakthrough in his first over, but credit to the Warwickshire batters of Rhodes and Alex Davies, who's currently 51 not out. They put on a brilliant partnership to wrestle momentum back their way. As we see, looks like it's going to be the international experience of Peter Siddle.
Yeah, began from the river end, just bowled a very short spell of 3 overs for 11 this morning, and trying his luck at the other now. Interesting stat that our producer Ben Warren came up with during the lunch interval. All but 38 of Warwickshire's runs have come behind square, which is partly the way Alex Davies plays, but also maybe an indication that Somerset's bowlers were a little on the short side.
Yeah, hopefully Sam Dalling is too busy at the football to be concerned about Somerset having a third man or not, as the case may be. But yeah, obviously Siddle is going to start proceedings here. And that's left alone by Davies. Yeah, I think just fractionally on the short side, especially to Davies. He's quite a small man, isn't he? So he wants to sort of just loiter on that back foot. And he played with great control through that third man region. It was sort of not really a risky option for him, just opening the face, playing it really late and getting a lot of value for that shot as well, because Somerset didn't have a third man for so long. As we say that, he carves one through backward point out to that man who's, well, sort of backward point third man on the boundary.
Deep backward point, pretty much coming in now for Sam Hain. But yeah, I remember the first, he's quite a short in build, Alex Davies. I remember the first England wicketkeeper I saw, Alan Knott, was quite short, and he was a very good cutter and sweeper as well. Goes with the territory.
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, I'm surprised Somerset didn't sort of block that area off earlier, because I think once he gets a few away, he's sort of up and running then as well. It's a good length by Siddle.
Sam Hain's looked pretty compact. Not going along at the speed of Davies. His 10 have come from 19 deliveries.
Yeah, he was pretty watchful in the last over before lunch against Jack Leach, which no surprise, to be honest. I think we'll see 2 seamers start the Somerset attack in this afternoon session. Who do you think will be bowling from the other end, Stephen? If you were Lewis Gregory, who would you be turning to from the river end?
I think I'd go Craig Overton. He shared the new ball with Josh Davey earlier on, but he's got options, hasn't he?
He has.
Lewis Gregory.
He's got a lot of options.
sure how long he'll be standing in as captain. Very glad to hear that Tom Abel got some runs yesterday.
Yeah,
At the Vale.
Great news to know that Tom is back playing. I'm not sure how much he would have fielded in that game, but to see him obviously have the willow back in hand, well, he'll be pleased himself that he's out on the park. And yeah, whether we see him, probably unlikely to see him in Somerset's next game, but maybe targeting the next home game, I would have definitely thought.
.109 for 2 in reply to 284 Warwickshire. Not requiring a stroke to be played. That last ball of the over. Tidy one from Peter Siddle, his 4th in all. 0 for 12 his figures. 109 for 2, so Sam Hain will be on strike. And who's it going to be? It's going to be Craig Overton.
You've called right, Stephen.
Has handed his sweater to Alex Wharf, who's the umpire at the river end. Rob Bailey's at square leg. Both very experienced umpires, particularly Rob Bailey.
Yeah, I think I heard that it was his 200th.
Yes, and I think it's also Richard Illingworth. Coincidentally, it's his 200th game that's going on elsewhere at the moment.
It's a shame they're not doing the same game.
Yeah,
together.
they should really, shouldn't they? That would be rather fun.
Yeah, that would have been good.
400 appearances between them.
That's impressive, isn't it? On the money straight away, Craig Overton there.
He didn't quite know where that had gone for a moment, Alex Davies.
So Somerset bowlers, well, the majority have actually tried both ends. We saw Josh Davies start from the river end, and then he had a little burst from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. We've seen Peter Siddle again. He's taken the first over of this afternoon session from the opposite end that he started at this morning, and likewise Craig Overton changing ends. So Somerset trying a few things here.
He's not happy with the shape of the ball, Craig Overton. He's lobbed it to Alex Wharf, who is examining it before returning it. Press on, lad.
And saying, get on with it, yeah.
As the sun just briefly disappears behind a cloud.
Oh, that's
Nicely timed.
just pushed down the ground, isn't it? It's going to race away for 4. Davies has picked up where he left off after a well-earned lunch interval. He moves to 56 and looking in fine fettle.
Yeah, that's a shot of a player full of confidence. Just a little push.
There you go. That's one for the stats. That's a 4 in front of square, isn't it?
Yeah, bit of a rarity.
But I think you'd rather see Davies find the boundary off the front foot in that instance. It was all too easy for him before lunch with the length and sometimes the line that Somerset were bowling at him.
Conversation between James Rue and 2 of the slip fielders.
Yeah, there's a few keepers in that slip cordon, isn't there?
Down they go. Been tidy, James Rue, behind the stumps thus far.
Yeah, I always think sort of if they go unnoticed, the keeper, then they're usually doing a pretty good job.
Absolutely. Yes, they used to say that about Bob Taylor. Again, I'm going back a few years. Wonderful Derbyshire keeper, Derbyshire in England. And kept with a minimum of fuss. Nicely played out to backward point. There's another behind square. Davies will go on to 57 with that. 114 for 2. Bit of gardening from Sam Hain, who is just about ready to settle now. Looked like he was expecting that.
Yes, it did.
Here's what we've seen so far from Alex Davies. You'll probably see a few strokes played backward of square. There's a sweep off Jack Leach. And that one out to deep third man. Yeah, he plays it late, doesn't he?
Yeah, it really does.
There's the push that we saw in the previous over.
Almost didn't drive that, to be fair to him. Literally just pushed forward at it and leant on it and got 4 runs.
New over from Peter Siddle, and that's full. Just defended.
Yeah, I think he's looked busy in between those sort of boundaries that he's hit, Davies. He's always looking to rotate the strike. Obviously, Somerset have gone with a deep backward point here, but they've got, I think it's Jack Leach in at sort of short cover to just try and stop that rotation of strike, but that's too short from Peter Siddle, and I saw a pull shot from Davies earlier in his innings, and he's helped himself to that one. Somerset, at the minute, feels like there's a boundary and over, Stephen. Just that release of pressure.
Yeah, which is frustrating for the bowlers and for Lewis Gregory, the skipper. Runs leaking at a regular rate. 118 for 2. That's better. It's fuller from Peter Siddle. Born in Traralgon, if I've pronounced that right, Victoria. 38 years and 134 days ago, Peter Siddle. Tremendous career. 221 test wickets. Averaging just a shade over 30. Great servant to Australia over nearly a decade. So can he keep it down to the single boundary for this over? 2 deliveries remaining. It'll just be a single. Down to deep backward square.
Yeah, Somerset have got a couple of experienced senior players in their bowling stocks. Jack Brooks, unfortunately, does get the better of, well, he's older than Peter Siddle.
Must be quite close.
It is, they're both 38. Brooksy turns 39 in June. Obviously not involved in the game over these few days, but by all accounts he's fit and raring to go for another season, and I'm sure we'll see him at some point in a Somerset shirt.
Highly likely at the end of Peter Siddle's 5th over. 0 for 17 his figures. 119 for 2 Warwickshire, and they'll be pretty happy with the state of the game at the moment. Took the last two Somerset wickets in short order this morning. Lewis Gregory dismissed for his overnight score of 65. And then Peter Siddle, last man out. He was LBW to Oliver Hannon-Dalby for 10.
Oh, that's a glorious on drive from Alex Davies. His repertoire of shots seem to be getting classier by the minute. Again, Somerset have looked to go fuller at him after lunch, which I think is the right ploy, but he's just too good at the minute. And
yeah, he's finding the answers, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's obviously looking in good touch, finds himself 66 not out. The last two boundaries he's hit straight down the ground they just have been effortless, to be honest.
Well, yeah, and the previous one was probably as good as any stroke he's played, but that one just now was even better.
Yeah, we're just having another look at this ball. Craig Overton is not a happy customer. I'm not sure there are any bowlers that are happy after being hit for a boundary, but he's not happy with the ball, and Alex Wharf is now conferring with his fellow umpire Rob Bailey, and I reckon Rob Bailey said, well, no, I think it's all right. He threw it straight back to Alex Wharf.
Didn't take long to look at that, did he? So Craig Overton perhaps won't be a happy bunny, which should be appropriate at Easter.
Very good, Stephen, very good.
Yes, he's taken it back in a less than gruntled fashion.
I reckon Jack Leach has got himself a pair of hand warmers. Davies leaves that one alone. I reckon the 12th man's just come on, handed Jack Leach some hand warmers. He's just put them in his pocket. He's now got his hands in his pocket.
He took one of the two wickets to fall before lunch in somewhat fortuitous circumstances, but they all count.
Absolutely. It's a trademark Davies shot during this innings, just guided away to deep backward point. And that's just the length that he can sort of he just can get on top of that length and use the pace of the ball, the pace of Overton.
Only two of Somerset's bowlers have gone at less than 4 and over. And they're the two who are on at the moment.
Oh, that one didn't.
There was a puff of sand just in front of James Rue there before he took that.
That did fall short of Rue. Not sure if we can have another look at that, but we have said there's variable bounce in this wicket throughout the innings.
It'd be rather disconcerting as a keeper to see a puff of sand come up in front of you when you're about to take a delivery.
Hayne this time driving, but only as far as Gregory at mid-off.
Classical looking stroke for no run. Upright stance, Sam Hayne. Hasn't yet added to his account since lunch. And won't do there either. End of the over. So may not have been happy with the ball, but tidy enough from Craig Overton. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 26.
Yeah, I think Overton will be desperate to get his 2023 campaign started with a wicket. I think he desperately wants one in the wicket column. I know he had a couple of close calls in his first spell of the day. And he's someone that I think takes a lot of pride in leading this Somerset attack. And they've got plenty of experience out there as we're continuing to see Siddle from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Played comfortably enough. It's quite a bit fuller, the ground, than it was at the start of play this morning. People wrapped up pretty well because it is quite chilly out there, even though the sun is out. It's quite a fresh spring day.
Yeah, every Somerset fielder out there has got a jumper on of some description. James Hildreth's stand is pretty packed, actually.
Outside edge, but pretty much along the ground. Yeah, it still feels a bit odd, Somerset being without James Hildreth after all those years.
Yeah, but I think they've recruited really well to, I guess, try and fill that void. Bringing in the likes of Sean Dixon, someone that's played a lot of cricket. Davies defending that one's mid-on. And even Kola Cadwell to an extent, I think he's 27. So again, players that know their game reasonably well. I think that's going to help this Somerset batting lineup and hopefully the younger Somerset batters in the dressing room as well.
Yeah, he's stood at first slip, hands in pockets as well he might. They emerge now though.
Davies punching that one through the offside. I think he's only going to get a single. Moves him on to 68.
He's 28, he'll be 29 in August, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. So plenty of experience, as you say, Sophie. Started with Worcestershire, then moved to Yorkshire. So this is his third county. He's been in some form over the winter.
Hayne works that off his legs. He's going to scamper back for two. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with all of the cricket that the guys play all year round now, isn't it? Who was he playing for in the... He was in the PSL, wasn't he? I'm not sure which team he was playing for.
No, nor me, I'm afraid.
Yeah. It is hard to keep up with it all these days, isn't it?
Yeah, and the other signing, Sean Dixon, he's 31, he'll be 32 in September. So plenty of experience for those two. Oh, good delivery.
We just maybe haven't seen those deliveries enough, have we? You know, genuinely beating Sam Hayne there on the outside edge. Just haven't seen Somerset pose those questions enough.
That's the best delivery he's bowled today. Peter Siddle to complete his 6th over.
Still going to be Craig Overton then. 2 slips, gully, deep backward point. Davies defending that full face of the bat. Jack Leach in cover. He doesn't look very warm, Jack Leach, I have to say. He's got a long sleeve jumper on. I'm sure he's got... You can't see his hands, can you, Stephen? He's hiding his hands, and he keeps blowing on them, like trying to create some heat.
Yes, sleeves down.
Davies pushing that one through the offside. Gregory going to do the fielding there. I suppose it is important for him to keep his hands warm, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
spinning fingers.
absolutely.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of him before lunch. Picked up a wicket. Beauty. This is better. That's twice, one in each over, that the bat's been comprehensively beaten. Well bowled, Craig O. That's what Tractor will be saying, I expect. You heard a bit of him before lunch. He's at the ground.
Yeah, I wonder if he sort of, the players might take a while to get into the season. Do you think Tractor's the same, just building up?
Just working up the vocals. Good again, full
Yeah,
and
it's
straight.
good length.
That's what we want to see. And that builds pressure on the batters. Sam Hain, who's been going along pretty sedately. Just 2 runs for him since lunch. Slightly extended day here. We were a little bit surprised. I was expecting lunch at 1. I think we all were. And they went on to make up time. Defensive push again from Sam Hain. So 10 minutes extra. And another 10 minutes in this session as well. So they'll take tea at 4 o'clock, presumably.
Yes, I think it is 4 o'clock. Yeah, we made a rookie error earlier. I should have checked with Polly, because Polly just knows. She knows everything.
She does. The lot.
If you're unsure about anything, you just go to Polly. That's what I've realised while I'm up here. But we didn't do that, so we were out by 10 minutes. But again, Hain defending, and it's a good over by Overton there. 29 overs gone here, and Warwickshire 128 for 2.
And very much having the better of things today. Somerset not being able to extend their first innings as significantly as they'd hoped. Having to make do with just the 1 batting point. That's a structure that's been slightly changed this season, in that used to be 200 for the first batting point. It's now 250.
That's
Through the covers.
I said his repertoire of shots is getting better, and well, he's just put his hands through that, and that's a glorious shot by Davies. Not the best ball that Peter Siddle has bowled in this spell, and he will know that. Gave Davies the length that he wanted, and certainly the width that helped him crunch that one to the boundary.
It's 3 beautiful shots he's played since lunch.
Yeah, hasn't looked to sort of, right, I've got to start again here. He's just carried on where he left off.
Finds a fielder this time at short mid-wicket. But warming to his theme, Alex Davies, which is ominous for Somerset. He's on 73 now. It's come from 89 deliveries. So going at a fair lick.
Jack Leach is warming up again, trying to get the nod from the skipper. It's better by Siddle.
It isn't doing very much, is it?
No, it doesn't seem to be, Stephen.
We've had a couple of cases of the ball beating the bat since lunch. Just a couple.
Yeah, it's been a rarity. That's probably one of the first false shots I've seen from Davies, actually.
Touch of overconfidence, perhaps. After that beautiful cover drive in the previous over, that didn't look so good. There's our friend Tractor, keeping an eye on things from down by Gimlet's Hill.
Yeah, he's trying to rev up Peter Siddle here, giving him plenty of encouragement.
Thought about the single there, but it wasn't there. Two men converging on the ball on the leg side. Peter Siddle just doing a little bit of boot work on that little area just at the point of delivery, or just before. Full and straight and dealt with pretty comfortably by Alex Davies, who's stays on 73. Hayne is 12. 1-3-2 for 2 at the end of the 30th over of the Warwickshire innings. We've still got 67 overs left, Sophie.
Yeah, it's a long old day, isn't it? We've got a lot of cricket to catch up on, having not played on that first day, so they're trying to maximise the cricket that we get to talk about and the fans get to see.
And in keeping with every bowler changing ends for a second spell, Lewis Gregory's coming on at the river end. Has bowled 4 overs so far for 19. That was his first spell before lunch. Now bringing himself back. And field moving around. We're going to have a short leg by the look of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Rue's going to come up to the stumps, whether the helmet's for him.
Ah, yes.
I think there's, yeah, just a bit of a delay while we get that sorted.
Yes. The cap exchanged for a helmet behind the stumps. Three slips really, first, second and fourth. Nicely timed. Straight to the man at square leg.
Yeah, we've got a much bigger gap on that cover region for Hayne. They've chosen to put the extra man in on the leg side, obviously where they feel he's slightly stronger potentially.
Just going down to have a look at the popping crease, Alex Wolf. Check that he knows exactly where that line is. Steady start to Lewis Gregory's second spell.
Yeah, it's probably a slightly bit fuller than what we saw Gregory in his first spell. As with all the Somerset seamers, they seem to have gone slightly fuller after the lunch interval, which they haven't reaped the rewards yet, but I do think that is a better ploy, especially to Davies. Obviously Hayne on strike at the minute, but I think they can pose more questions if they're on the slightly fuller side, as that's well fielded by, who's that at mid-off? Maybe Tom Lammonby?
Yeah.
Athletic stop there. It's There's a fair amount of sand sort of being puffed around out there. Lammonby obviously diving for that one.
Yeah, the problem Somerset had sort of before lunch was that they weren't really building any pressure. Boundaries being struck, well, almost every over. And Warwickshire going along at a pretty fair rate. I just wonder whether these two can build something here.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not taking wickets, then the next best thing is to contain, and Somerset have done that slightly better in the last couple of overs. As we see James Rood tidily taking the ball there, and that's just a habit for keepers these days. They're just desperate to take the bails off.
Yeah.
I think it's because they practice it so much. You know, in training, every ball it's about right back to the stumps, and then unnecessarily taking the bails on that occasion, as Sam Hain hadn't even moved an inch, I don't think. As we see the James Hildreth stand in shot. A lot of people over there enjoying, well, some great cricket here on a Saturday afternoon.
And a bit of sunshine. It's going to go down to deep backward point. Comfortable single. James Rood, who has, well, he started so impressively for Somerset last season. He's still only 19 and looks to have a great future here at Taunton.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed that he didn't contribute in the first innings with the bat, but valuable asset behind the stumps as well. That's clipped through mid-wicket by Hain. I think it's going to be chased down. I think it's Lammonby again. He's busy in the action. Yeah, just on Rood, they've got a few keeping options, as we see. That might be what Vic and Jason are discussing.
Absolutely. On the top balcony of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, which is where they are. Deep in conversation. And Vic will, at some point, be making his way back to join us. Not requiring a shot, and none offered by Sam Hain.
Siddle's still not overly happy with just that little spot just off. It's just before his takeoff.
Yeah, just beside the umpire.
Yeah, it's very close to
Bailey.
Rob Bailey there, isn't it? You can actually kind of see it very clear on shot as he runs in. Hain defends that one back to mid-off.
He's standing quite well back, actually, Rob Bailey, isn't he? Some umps go a little bit closer in than that.
Yep.
Personal opinion, where they feel most comfortable.
Sometimes the bowlers get a little bit funny about where they are as well, especially the spinners, I think. I don't want to say the spinners are fussy, but they're a little bit more particular about where they want the umpire. Full from Siddle, and, well, two straight, and Hain has played the exact same shot that he did a couple balls previous through the mid-wicket region. This time he's timed it even better, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. And just as we were saying, Stephen, that Somerset's starting to build a little bit more pressure, they can see the boundary.
Yeah, and he's still not happy with that patch just before the point of delivery. Peter Siddle keeps at the end of every delivery. Just something not right there. It's the end of the over, but he's going to have another look. Just something he doesn't like. Wonder whether a switch of ends might be the thing. Anyway, being examined by all and sundry now.
He's fielding down by the groundsman's shed, so I'm sure he'll be having a word with someone in that corner. He's not too happy.
Yes, get out there and do something about it. 139 for 2, Warwickshire. Coming up to halfway up to that Somerset total of 284. And Gregory is starting a new over. Just steadily building Warwickshire.
Yeah, these two. Again, another handy partnership this, isn't it? Oh, that's that. Shot by Davies again, vacant third man region. He's threaded that through slip region, hasn't he?
Played it so late.
So late.
Great touch, isn't he?
Yeah, just so much control. And again, you don't need to hit the ball, just using the pace. And I'd have to try and get his wagon wheel up. I reckon he's hit 6 or 7 boundaries down in that region.
Yes, there have been, I think the first 3 boundaries since lunch were all in front of the wicket, but otherwise the vast bulk have been behind square, cut or swept.
I'm going to see if I can find it, Stephen. Sam was looking yesterday on MB Play, and I'm not actually very good at tech, believe it or not. Probably should, my generation, but
I'm sure you're better than me. That's nicely stopped. Out there by Bartlett, I think it is, at mid-off. Hayne on to 18, 143 for 2, Warwickshire.
here we go, I've got it. So I reckon behind point, he has scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 boundaries.
Flurry of them. Interesting. They've switched a fielder from off to leg. And the ball again has been handed to Alex Wolf, and again both the umpires are going to have a look at it. It's the second time it's been examined by them both. It's a bit prone to happen, this, when nothing much is happening with the existing ball. Let's see if we can get it changed and then make something happen that way.
Yeah, and Somerset fielders just, well, there's a few separate huddles, a few conversations going on. Hopefully they're all discussing how they're going to get this next wicket, Stephen.
We'll have a look at those late cut boundaries from Alex Davies in the foreseeable future. Like the end of the over. Couple more deliveries to be bowled with this existing ball, despite Somerset's protests. It's back in the hand of Lewis Gregory. Single here, down to Siddle at long leg.
I'm no expert on, you know, what condition the ball needs to be in, and obviously the umpires are out there to do their job, but I have a feeling that Somerset will keep asking questions here about that ball if they're not happy with it.
Yes, it was originally Craig Overton, wasn't it? But Lewis Gregory since making the point as well. Nicely driven, will be a single, two, maybe no.
Yeah, Lammonby does well in the end.
How's this for examples of playing the ball late? Beautifully done. That's just behind square.
Yeah, and against both spin and seam, just almost playing it, the ball's almost gone past him, playing it that late, and he's able to open the face. That one slightly not so far behind square.
That's lovely.
But it's always going down, it's always with control.
And it's using the pace.
Absolutely.
It's already on the ball. So we're going to have the return of the spinner, who's been keeping himself warm as best he can.
And he's changing ends as well, Stephen. So I think everyone's had a go from both ends.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Doesn't often happen.
It doesn't.
To
No,
that
usually
degree.
they've, you know, got their preferences, but yeah, hopefully, like we said, Leach taking the wicket of Rhodes earlier, and hopefully he can get a couple more here. Somerset desperately need a breakthrough.
Yes, I wonder what Alex Davies did show aggressive intent against Jack Leach before lunch, and he's on strike at the moment. How will he approach this?
Oh, it's a late cut again.
Not a fine example.
Oh,
And
it's
it's
a
gone the
valiant
whole way
effort out
too.
there.
Just running away from him.
I think on that occasion, spoken really highly about Davies, but he's given himself a bit of room on that occasion as well, just using the angle that Leach is providing him with. And
.150 up for Warwickshire. He was trying to play that fine to leg, but didn't quite get it as fine as he was aiming for. So goes down as a dot.
that's what fielded. That's sub fielder in there. Just trying to figure out who that is on the pitch. We've had a few different 12thers come on.
Yes, a strange colour shade for the cap as well that he's got on.
Yeah, I think it must be one of their training caps. Oh, Leach likes that, but probably going down, I think. Looked like Davies was sweeping that on line. I'm going to pop off for a little break, Stephen, and
Oh, it's going down leg, I think.
Vic's going to come back
Not
in.
by,
And
not by much.
no, not by much at all. Vic's going to come back in and join you.
Thanks, Sophie. See you later on. As the sun re-emerges over the Cooper Associates County Ground. Mid-pitch conference between the two batters is complete. Hayne on 19, Davies just 16 away from a three-figure score now. .84 from 105 deliveries. Lewis Gregory getting into his 7th over now. 26 off him and has yet to take a wicket. Lewis Gregory captaining Somerset in the absence of Tom Abel, who will hopefully be back in the side well before the end of the month. He's been content to play second fiddle pretty much, Sam Hayne. 19 runs have come from 47 deliveries, so it's Davies who has the superior strike rate, up at 80. Sam Hayne scoring at about half that rate, but with Davies batting as he is, there's no pressure on the partner at all. Again, firmly defended, and a neat little bit of footy from Lewis Gregory, just popping the ball up to save bending down to pick it up. Afternoon, Vic.
Hello, Stephen. Well, not much change, really. Davis, except for Davis is accelerating at a slightly alarming rate.
Playing with still more confidence than he was before the interval.
Yeah, it's
That'll be a dot, though. We're dying to know, Vic, about your conversation with Jason Kerr. We caught you on camera.
it's a private conversation. Well, I was asking about his team and he was asking about mine. Not that Stephen Lammy.
Yeah, we had a very nice shot of you in conversation, the two of you.
Well, obviously, it's like all old cricketers. We were staring out at what was going on and saying, I don't know what's going on off out there. Look at that. Well, it's early days, isn't it? It's early days. It's just great to see some cricket going on out there.
It is. It's wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, and but I think Jason was a little bit disappointed at the lack of consistency, perhaps. That's as far as I'm going to go.
Well, I think we rather felt that anyway, didn't we?
Yeah, I think so.
Too many four balls.
Yeah, I mean, it's odd, isn't it? I mean, Davis has really scored a lot in that sort of behind square on the offside region against pace and indeed Jack Leach. And I can remember the sort of agonising when you're bowling and you've got someone like Davis who you know is aching for that slight short of a length ball just outside off stump. And so the temptation is, when you've got that ball in your hand, is to say to yourself, whatever I do, I mustn't drag it down outside off stump. It's a terrible thing to have in your head as you run up, because you're bound to do it. Yeah. But sometimes it works like that. I can bowl anywhere, but I mustn't bowl slightly short outside off stump, because that's all he wants. That's all he wants. Of course, inevitably, that's what seems to happen more often than not. So Jack is having... that little bit of torment. I think, are we still having Leach or are we having a switch around?
Looks like Jack Leach is going off the ground.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I wonder why that would be.
Well, I don't know. He looks content. He doesn't look to have a problem. It may be that
comfort break.
It may be, and it may be that there's a sort of switch of ends going on as well. We've had Overton's
Well,
tried from the river end.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, everybody, Vic, of all the 5 bowlers, each one has bowled from both ends.
Yeah.
And that's in just, 35 overs play.
It's
which
almost
must
as
be
if
unusual.
Well, it is unusual, and it's. I think it suggests that they're sort of looking for the magic elixir, the magic combination, which they haven't found yet. Of course, when you get impatient as a bowler, it kind of leads to runs coming. They've slightly adjusted this field for Davis now. They've got the widest man at third, and then they've got 2 men who aren't really quite saving the single, but they're almost in deep catching positions at sort of wide gully, old-fashioned point. They're not really walking in as the bowler bowls. They're kind of getting down on their haunches as if in a catching position. So they're covering that area square on the offside where Davis has scored so many runs. It's a good shot. It's not a great ball, but it's a beautiful shot.
Shot of a man in form.
And you can tell that Overton is infuriated. He kicks the turf.
Well, this is the same patch that Peter Siddle was unhappy with in his spell. And exactly the same place.
So maybe the spot as well as an expression of disgust.
The tractor's shirt
Right.
has got Leachy 1 not out. Isn't that fantastic? There he is.
Well, I wonder if that's selling like hotcakes. It's a bit late. It was 2019 and that happened.
One man who will be looking on with a fair degree of frustration, I'd imagine, will be Will Rhodes after the way he got out.
Yeah. It was not a shot that he will enjoy seeing again.
That's the last wicket to fall.
Yeah, and since then, Hayne has settled in quietly. Davis has just kept accelerating with a mixture of good shots and a few dodgy deliveries. And all's been plain sailing for Warwickshire. That could be out. No, it's not.
Just falling short.
I'm getting overexcited here.
It was aerial.
Yeah. 1 bounce to third man. It would have been, well, a wee bit of a strangle. Just trying to see how far in front of third man it bounced. There was not a chance. I just sensed it was in the air, and like Somerset fielders, I'm desperate to find a breakthrough. I've just got to get back to my unbiased BBC sort of. One little tiny field change to acknowledge the difference the way these players play is that the man comes over from the offside to the mid-wicket area when Sam Hayne is on strike.
You can actually see as Craig Overton indulges in a bit of footwork.
Yes, he's
But you could see just before he delivered the ball, there was a puff of sand under his foot.
Yeah.
In exactly that position that he's been.
Well, I think he is generally not in the best of moods at the moment. He's almost ticking, which may not be a bad thing. But he's annoyed. He kicked that ball down back to the keeper with disdain and a touch of anger. And he's
Almost
banged in a
inevitable
bouncer.
To complete the over.
Yeah, it's not the sort of pitch you want to bowl too many bounces on, 'cause there's no great pace there, but that one had Hayne ducking. Jack Leach is back.
That's good.
Yeah, so there's nothing to alarm us there. But Somerset just can't quite find the combination that does any damage. Also, I think it's fair to say that the ball is not moving so much as it did yesterday. The pitch, as often happens at Taunton, it started off with a significant tinge of green, which seems to have vanished once the sunlight comes out, despite it being only April the 8th. Leach has ended up changing ends after his quick exit and return to the pavilion.
So it seems that every new spell you embark on, if you can call this one a new spell, you have to do it from the opposite end.
Yeah, well, is that a new rule in Championship? Because you never know what they dream up now. Well, you could introduce that with the 100. Just anyway, Leach is going to go back to the river end.
Which is the end from which he took that wicket.
Yeah. And, well, let's see whether Davis is going to attack him, or he hasn't had to attack him much lately, you see, because he's been given that cut shot, which is a low-risk shot. There's no one out. Mid-off is just a little bit deeper. You can almost get one to. You can get one to mid-off, but he's sort of loitering about 30 yards in from the boundary.
A little bit tucked up to that one.
Yeah.
Did it safely enough in the end.
Yeah, he was sort of. He was staying on the back foot there. He was hoping for a bit more width at there. It was too straight to cut.
Bit of a hoik.
Well, yeah, I've got a good hoik. But again, he was down the pitch there, and he was eyeing the mid-wicket boundary. It was quite a good half stop there at mid-wicket, which meant that it only went for one, but that could easily have gone for four. So Bancroft now has the helmet.
Done the rounds a bit. George
Well,
Bartlett.
how did George Bartlett manage to get rid of that helmet so quickly?
He's probably finished for the season at short leg now, George Bartlett.
Well, Bancroft's not here all the time. I think Bancroft did that for Australia when he played. Times have changed a bit in this sense. There's forward short leg. Hang on, let's just see what. In that, I think when I played, forward short leg was the destination of the most dispensable stroke youngest member of the team. Now they have a strange system where they try and put the best fielder at short leg. And if that's Cameron Bancroft, who's a senior citizen now, so be it.
This is pretty good so far from Jack Leach.
Yeah, it's interesting where mid-on is, i.e. he's brought mid-on very close, parallel or adjacent to the umpire and the stumps. So it's inviting the drive over mid-on to Hayne. He's not been tempted yet. But he just, it's a better over actually from Leach. One big shot again though from Hayne. That could have got, not from Hayne, from Davis. Could have gone for four, but well parried. He just went for a single. Quite a high risk shot, but he hit it pretty well.
7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34, Jack Leach.
Well, he's only interested in the final column nowadays. And he's got one.
It was rather the case in Pakistan, wasn't it? That he.
Well, that's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah.
And he bowled a lot of overs in Pakistan. The first match, as I say, was one of the flattest pitches I've ever seen. And the simple fact is, although he went for quite a few runs, he was a key factor in 3 England wins. His wickets, he had to bowl a lot of overs to get his wickets, but he got them in the end.
Must have been an enjoyable watch for you out there.
Yes, it was. I mean, I've been a few times to Pakistan, and as a player, many years ago, and as a journalist, and results are hard to come by. The pitches generally are slow and pretty flat. The one at Rawalpindi this year was the flattest pitch I've ever seen, and yet England played in such a way that they managed to get a result.
That was an extraordinary test match.
Yeah.
Amazing series, really.
Yeah, and they won the last 2 games, two of which were, well, 2 of the games were pretty tight. Stokes kept declaring. Brooke kept smashing it before. Jack kept bowling. And a lot of, there was never a dull day really, which is unlike Pakistan. You can get some pretty turgid days of cricket there. But not in December.
And the Leach-Ben Stokes relationship looks to be working well.
Yeah, forged when he got one not out, perhaps. But, well, that's right. I mean, I know that Jack loves playing in the current England setup. But they give him so much confidence. They're not too worried by how many runs he goes for. They want him to be aggressive in outlook, and he's bought into that very happily. He's really enjoys his time there, and he kind of senses their confidence in him, I think.
It's quite a breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, well, it is, and except that look at Jack's Test record. I mean, he's got I don't know exactly, but 110 Test wickets. I mean, that's a lot of Test wickets. So he's an established England player now, quite rightly.
Yeah, 120 at 34.
120 at 34, and that compares with a lot of serious bowlers.
It's great to see, isn't it?
Yeah.
To see someone who's come up through the ranks here, locally bred, doing so well for England.
Yeah. Someone who got, I think, about 0 for 150 in his first class match, which was for Cardiff University against Somerset.
Okay.
And I think Hildreth and Compton are greedy devils. They both got
yes,
double hundreds or something like that.
They did.
And Jack was bowling. It's a typical Davis shot, but at least there's protection now in that area. But it's a nice shot. It's perfectly sort of harmless, but not a bad ball. But he just waits, he trusts the pitch, which is not.
Yeah, it's a good breeze. It's been a little breezy all day, but possibly more so now.
Yeah, I'm still trying to work out what the direction is.
I would say southerly.
So where does that mean it's bowling from?
From behind
coming
us.
from. So you can understand why the pace bowlers then want to bowl this from this end. Apart from that little bare patch that they've got to land their right foot on just before they get to the popping crease. So the poor old spinner's got to come into this breeze. Fair enough, I suppose, at the moment. And theoretically, the pace bowlers want to have the breeze behind them. But it doesn't matter which end they're bowling at the moment. It's not troubling the batsman a great deal.
A comfortable single there out to deep extra. Inching up towards the century partnership, these two. They put on 90.
Yeah, of which Hayne only has 19, so that gives you an idea how Davis has dominated.
That single takes him off strike. Hayne back on. Oh, could there be a run out here? Long way down and direct hit, but he was safely home. Alex Davies, that would have been an unfortunate way to go, from his point of view at least.
Yeah. Well, it was good to see the throw hitting the stumps, but he was comfortably back in.
And Jack Leach will have a part to play in the forthcoming Ashes series.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Which is a treat in store.
Yeah, but he's played one. He's done quite well in his previous... Well, apart from that one not out, but he got a few wickets in that series.
Nicely timed.
Nicely timed, but it was a poor ball. I think he got it on the full. He's not really been as consistent as he would like so far, Jack. That was nicely put away, but I think he got it on the full, and there's no protection out there.
grip of Bancroft. They'll pick up a single.
I think Bancroft's trying to get rid of the helmet now. No. Got a helmet on and sunglasses.
He's coming out.
He's coming out for Davis. Where's he going? He's going to short extra cover. So he's got a 6-3 offside field now for Davis.
Nicely cut away again. We've seen that shot so many times from Alex Davies. Going to pick up another single out to backward point.
Yeah, well, it's a slow pitch, and so you've got time there. You don't have to be very short for Davis in particular to get on that back foot and cut the ball away. And little margin for error, but he's just dragged a few down against Davis. He hasn't quite got his rhythm right despite getting that wicket early on. It's April the 8th. But currently Warwickshire cruising.
Craig Overton still looking for his first wicket. 0 for 33, his figures from 10. His 11th is about to start. I guess again with the Ashes series in mind, it's a good opportunity for Bancroft to score some runs and maybe put himself in the mix for that series.
Yep, well, I don't know when they announced their Ashes squad. And they've got an issue at the top of the order, really. I think Khawaja now is the one who's inked in. And David Warner is not necessarily inked in anymore. He's had a torrid time recently. And there's the prospect of having to face that Stuart Broad again, who tormented him in the last Ashes series here.
Yeah.
So there's a big decision there for the Aussie selectors to make. I don't know which way they'll go, but if they were to think that maybe Warner has done his time, as it were, then Bancroft would be a strong candidate, not the only one. Matt Renshaw of Somerset might be another. Marcus Harris, is he up at Gloucester this year?
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe they're all over here playing for their places.
Indeed. Hoping for a shed load of runs in April. Nicely, firmly pushed there on the leg side. But it's exciting, Vic, isn't it? With England playing the way they are, to have an Ashes series in prospect.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's Overton giving the defending patch again.
Here we can see in slow motion.
Let's have a look then. It's
just the point of delivery.
It's the left foot actually that bangs down in that offending patch. You just want to feel stable when you, especially I imagine when you're 6'6".
Yeah.
It's easy for us little finger spinners. It doesn't matter so much, but if you,
He's at it again.
yeah. So everyone wants to bowl this end, apart from the fact that they're not trusting their footing just as they go into their delivery stride. And the alternative is to go the other end and run into a stiff breeze. Scylla and Charybdis spring to mind, Stephen.
The devil in the deep blue sea.
Oh,
That's better.
well, there's a bit of a bottom edge, wasn't it? And it could have gone anywhere.
Have another look.
Yeah, it's not the ugly shot, but could have ricocheted onto the stumps, but didn't.
That's the advantage of our slow-mo replay.
Yeah.
Push. Just exuding confidence, Alex Davies. 93 not out at the end of the over, 24 for Hayne. And Warwickshire are taking a grip on this game at the moment. Can change quickly, but 166 for 2.
Well, the difference between today and yesterday, I think actually, to be fair, Warwickshire probably bowled better than Somerset have. Fewer loose deliveries. But the other factor is that I think with another day of sunshine, this pitch has changed colour a little bit. And I don't think we're seeing the same movement, whether it's in the air or off the pitch, than we saw throughout most of yesterday.
Particularly in the first session.
Yeah. So it's looking hard work for the bowlers at the moment. And also, once the partnership gets going, it always seems as if the ball stopped doing anything. It played well, particularly Davis. Look at that, 93 out of 166.
Still to be Jack Leach then. Yeah, Davies' strike rate of 74. It's dropped a little bit in the last half hour or so, but that's still very good. Sam Hain, sedate by comparison. 38 is strike rate.
He's just swapping his close fielders around, Bancroft going to the offside. Just not, I think, because of any real devious plan, just to change something, get him in the eye line perhaps at the batsman. Not much happening for Leach at the moment.
There'll be another dot, someone lurking just behind square on the leg side. This is the point of the day where the sun deserts the Somerset stand, much of which is closed today anyway. Just one section open. Good looking drive. That's going to go all the way. That's on the matting. And all the way to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
Well, that was sweetly timed. It's fractionally overpitched and to mid-off left. No chance. Stopping that one. Sweet shot. And biding his time, Sam Hain. Invited to hit it over mid-on, but he ain't going to. It seems no one at orthodox mid-on. Just waited for one in the slot where he likes it. Sometimes when you're bowling and you know you've got an uphill struggle, when he played 5 to 4, basically played 5 forward defensives in that over and then that cover drive. Sometimes even when batsmen are defending and you can see the ball just plopping onto the very middle of the bat and you're thinking, hang on a minute, there's not much happening here. And that's how I felt when Hain was defending. I mean, in the old days, I remember, this is old days, but batting with Viv sometimes, he decided he'd defend the bulk of an over against a spinner, and it was almost like he was taking the mick because he would hit it so much in the middle of the bat. When you know he could have hit it for 4 or 6, but he decided I'm going to block it, but didn't really give the bowler much confidence. He was defending with so much assurance.
Yeah.
There then, you can tell nothing's happening out there because they're trying to change the ball.
Then this has happened a few times.
Yeah.
It's mainly been at the other end. Craig Overton didn't like it, then Lewis Gregory didn't like it. Both the umpires have had a look at it.
And Josh Daisy doesn't like it much either because he's having a joke of some sort with either umpire or batsman, but he's got to use the same ball.
He hasn't even bowled with it yet in this spell.
But he's heard the rumours. It's not moving. I need to just find a way of applying a bit of pressure and Maybe he's just juggling his slip cord, and he's moved second slip to about 4 slip or a fine gully. Maybe because he's, thinking, well, that Davis, he could just glide one in that direction. He loves scoring in that area.
That's a good start, full and straight. What a thing to have Viv in your side, Vic. What a wonderful thing it must have been.
Yeah. Well, it's a long time ago now, Stephen, but I just remember the first season I joined, when Viv had just joined and no one knew who he was really. He played up at Lansdowne for a season in club cricket, but, it wasn't quite the same social media in those days to have news spreading. So no one really knew quite what to expect. But after a couple of knocks in the practice one night, but certainly after sort of one knock, I think his first innings was at Cardiff, and I wasn't there for that, but he got 80 odd in a Benson Hedges game. Already people's eyes were popping out. So it was such a privilege in a way to just know, possibly 3-6 months before anyone else, that you were in the company of a genius and potentially the best player you've ever seen.
Paddled away. Going to be a comfortable single here. Down to deep backward square. 101 this partnership is now worth. Came together at 70 for 2. These two batters. Hayne is 28, Davies is 94.
And I remember actually he got 300 against Warwickshire down here.
I was here for that innings.
Well, so was I. I was at the other end. and I got a few runs myself, but no one seems to remember that. And all I can remember is that when he got into about the 280s, 290s, I mustn't run him out. But he wouldn't have let that happen anyway.
I may have told the story before, but I was in the press box,
right.
And I remember when Viv was just a slightly fallow period, and I'll finish after this ball from Josh Davey. Eric Hill came out of his little sort of box within a box that he had in those days and said, "Isn't it funny how often Viv gets becalmed in the 170s?"
Well, my recollection of that, it was quite a lively pitch, I think. But I think Norman Gifford came on bowling, and he was Norman would toy with batsmen, but sometimes he'd bowl over the wicket into the rough, lobbing it up outside. And Viv started playing in a very... he got his 100, and he was starting to play in a very slapdash manner. He's skying a few, or not hitting them cleanly, and playing a few slightly extravagant shots, as if he was a bit bored.
Another single here.
But he scored fairly freely off him. And then I think Giff was probably captain. Anyway,
I think that's right.
Gifford took himself off and brought back some of the quicker bowlers, and there was still a bit of spice in the pitch. And this kind of presented a challenge again, an interesting challenge. And it kind of galvanised Viv for the second half of the innings. Then he got to about 200 odd. And he started to think, well, hang on a minute, we'll get a big one here.
It wasn't. I don't recall it being a particularly strong Warwickshire. I think Gladstone Small was probably the main.
Well, he was a good bowler.
He was the best bowler on display that day, as I recall.
Well, nothing wrong with Gladstone Small, Stephen.
The other thing I remember about that, there were 8 sixes, and one of them we were terrified in the press box that it was going to come all the way.
Oh, right.
And we ducked. Didn't quite make it, but...
yeah, well, I can't remember what year it was now.
1985.
Right. That's right. Well, 300... I can't remember. You finished with 300 odd.
322.
322.
First class best.
Yes. And I didn't run him out, you see, so there you go.
And you got a few yourself?
Well... I think he kind of he kind of sapped the morale of the Warwickshire bowlers by the time I got there. But I know that there's a chap called Paul Bale opened the batting, got hit on the head and had to retire hurt. So I think Viv probably had to go in probably at 3 very early on as Paul Bale retired hurt. And it was, I think, people like Anton Ferreira playing, who was a South African all-rounder. Other than that, I can't remember much. I was captain.
Yeah?
But we didn't win the game. It was there were too many runs scored in the end. But yeah, the time I've witnessed a triple century firsthand, I think. Well, certainly as a player, anyway.
I saw part of James Hildreth's triple against Warwickshire, which again is a few years ago now. It's quite early in his career.
Yeah.
That was a draw as well. Ian Bell got a big 100 in that game. Another Bear, of course, played for the side that's batting at the moment, and batting very well in the form of Davies and Hayne. 100 partnership between them, 172 for 2.
Well, quite a contrast between Hayne and Davies in the way they're playing spin. And Hayne, he's prepared to bide his time a little bit, but he'll go for the cover drive when it's when it's available. But nothing too elaborate. He's not going to be goaded into trying to hit over mid-on, despite the fact there's not an orthodox mid-on. He doesn't seem to want to sweep. So he's just playing it gently on mirror, but not missing a ball.
A good-looking cover drive. I think it's fair to say Alex Davies has taken his foot a little off the gas.
Well, I think he's lost the strike a bit, actually, but you might be right. I'm gonna...
Maybe it's something about being in the 90s as well. 94 not out. Watching at the non-striker's end at the moment. An ambled single. Knew there wouldn't be any more. Out to deep square leg. End of Jack Leach's 10th. 1 for 46 his figures.
Well, the way things are going, he's going to have a bit more bowling to do because the seamers have all had a go. None have been quite at their best, I don't think. So Gregory, he'll be looking just to rotate those seamers, try and get the breakthrough and then apply a bit of pressure, but he doesn't want to bowl them into the ground at this stage of the season. So just rotate those, and for the moment, Jack Leach is going to bowl quite a few overs, I think, on a pitch that seems to be getting browner by the second. Or less green, anyway.
And a ball that they still can't get
A
rid of.
ball they can't get rid of. I mean, there's a simple operation. Just put me on to bowl at the river end, get rid of it, and then Bob's your uncle.
Yeah.
Toss one up from the river end. It's a long way into the river. Now that Botham stands there, though.
Davey then. Trying again. This is his 8th over. 1 for 33 at the moment, his figures.
Yeah, well, he made that early breakthrough with in his first over, getting Rob Yates with a brand new ball just caught in the gully.
Yes, that would have been when the ball was in shape. The Somerset bowlers would say.
So, yeah.
Nicely timed, but straight to square leg. The shadow of one of the floodlight pylons is almost encroaching on the wicket as the sun dips.
It's only 3:15. Can't dip yet. Long day. There's still 54 overs remaining today.
Yes, and again, nicely timed. Just be a single down to deep backward square. Adding a little bit of time into the match today after losing day one. We've got another 40 minutes before tea. That's going to be taken 20 minutes later than usual at 4 o'clock, which reminds me that it's high time at the end of this over to make way for Sophie Luff. Davy halfway through. Played comfortably enough. Off the hip by Alex Davies, who goes a run closer to that magic 3-figure mark. Just 5 short of it at the moment. Shown tremendous form, Alex Davies, in this innings, especially behind square. Although we've seen, we saw one delightful straight drive soon after the lunch interval. Beautifully timed. Payne watchful again. Difficult time for Lewis Gregory, stand-in Somerset captain, trying to make something happen.
Yeah, he's got quite a lot of bowlers in his team, which helps. He's got 5 proper ones.
I wonder whether the left arm of
Well, exactly.
Lammonby
That's
might
what I was
be.
just sort of, you know, Lammonby just offers something different. Left arm over, different angle, and at some point, I think he's fully fit nowadays. He did have a few ankle problems, but I think he's fully fit. Just that change of angle, just for a couple overs, might be worth it. Now, after, are they having a look at the ball, or the umpire's having a chat anyway? And I don't think it was necessarily about the ball, because I don't think either of them were in possession of the ball. Hello, Sophie. You're the captain. Western Storm. Haven't got a wicket for about 3 hours. What are you going to do? Put yourself on.
Well, there's no harm in that, is there, Vic? Oh, I think, yeah, you mentioned Lammonby. I know he wouldn't be, you know, one of their main options, but
No,
they
but
have tried and rotated the other seamers, and it
it's
might just be worth
just a couple
something
overs, see
slightly
what
different.
happens. And he generally bowls, to use the Australian term, reasonably dry. Jack Leach is going to come over the wicket now. Complete change of angle, complete change of field. So he's got 2 men on the leg side boundary, a very sort of short, fine leg, very fine. He's going to be pitching, well, leg stump, I suppose. And I suppose he's inviting Davis to play that sweep shot, which he saw a bit of, but he's got a lot of protection this time round. Let's see what he does. He blocks it. But it's anything's worth a go at the moment. We're in that sort of sleepy period where Warwickshire are coasting. Davis is thinking about his 100, I'm sure. Although he wouldn't admit it, but he is.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, I just went for a little wander of the ground, actually, and it seemed quite flat and
out in the
quite
middle. Yeah.
quiet out there. And bless him, Tractor was trying to do his best to G them up, but it was a bit of a one-man band, to be honest.
Yeah. It's certainly not. I mean, I don't think Somerset have bowled as well as they would like, but it hasn't done anywhere near as much as it did yesterday, is it?
No, I'd agree with you
And
there.
Davis has played really well, taken his opportunities, run-scoring opportunities, concocted a few. And we've got Jack bowling over the wicket just outside leg stump, which is not always a pleasant watch, but I think it's worth doing anything at the moment, just to frustrate Davis. He wants to get those 5 runs
5 away
and then
now.
get on with it.
But yeah, he has played nicely, hasn't he?
Yeah. That's interesting. That's a straight ball he's cutting. He's cutting that on length rather than line. Looks like that George Thomas there. We've decided that's George Thomas at backward point. He must be on for someone.
I'm glad you've decided it's him.
Well,
They just all look so similar. Just the builds and...
Well, yeah. Look, you've got Davey without a jumper on. You've got him.
Oh, yeah, 38, yeah, Josh Davey. That's helpful. Thank you, Josh.
That's a bad ball.
Probably should have been cut off as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's
Difficult,
well,
always
it's on
difficult
99 now.
On those mats.
Yeah. But given the field he's got and the way he's trying to bowl, he can't give him any leeway at all, Davis. He's constantly looking for the slightly shorter length ball. And now that the surface is behaving so well and it's quite slow, it doesn't have to be wide, really. He can create a little bit of room. That ball was probably just outside off stump, but he's got no protection on that offside. He's looking to bowl leg stump, no middle and leg at most. Anyway, it's 4 more to Davis, who's on 99. He's not on strike at the moment, but he's cruised towards those 3 figures.
Yeah, and this partnership is up to 109 now. It's looking very strong from a Warwickshire perspective. Good fielding again there. Hayden seems to like that sort of mid-wicket square area, doesn't he?
Well, I remember, I haven't seen so much of him, but I remember someone saying to me that he kind of grew up watching Jonathan Trott. And although he's not an identical Jonathan Trott, he likes to work the ball in the same areas. Trott was marvellous through that onside. And he would clip offside ball, off stump balls through mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And Hayne looks to do something similar. And they know it too, because they've got 2 men stationed there.
Yeah, sometimes as well, your biggest strength can sometimes be your weakness as well.
Yeah.
If he's favouring that area and...
Just miss one, miss one, and you're LBW.
Just holds just a fraction more, you're a little bit early on it, then... Yeah. Just Somerset just haven't been able to beat the bat enough for me, Vic.
No.
And I think that is conducive to the ball doing slightly less this afternoon. 3 pretty much identical balls and identical shots there.
And you get impatient. If it's nothing happening, you get a bit impatient. When probably, certainly at this stage of the season, your best bet is doing what Davey's trying to do now, which is to bottle them up. Every batsman likes scoring, and as quickly as possible, so that they get a bit impatient, and that one error, say Hayne trying to whip a ball middle and off through the leg side, just got to try and stop them scoring. It's not the sort of surface where I think a bumper barrage is the answer. We haven't really got the attack to do it.
We don't, and I don't think a wicket's going to...
No, it's too slow for that. So in a limited way, Davey's doing a good job here, just keeping him tied down. You can't bowl wicket maidens, just bowl maidens.
Maidens, yeah, absolutely. Dry things up. Hayne 31 faced 86 deliveries, so
you
can see him walking away, 5 dots on the over.
Yeah, he doesn't look too bothered to me, but you never know. All batsmen like scoring. I think George Thomas has transformed into Casey Aldridge, actually.
Oh wow! Without even going off the pitch.
I was making the fatal error of recognising a cap rather than a body.
Yeah, I think he's slightly taller than Thomas, maybe, and Thomas is maybe a little bit sort of bigger in the shoulders.
Anyway, it's all irrelevant now. He's going off.
Yeah. Who's that? Mr. Siddle coming
Yeah,
back on,
Peter
is it?
Siddle's coming back. So apologies, I don't know, to George Thomas or Casey, or one of them, both of them. Leach
Leach is
going to continue over the wicket. This over the wicket ploy to Davis.
Just one away then.
Just
Davis.
one away. Is he going to try and? He's got two men back on the leg side for a sort of top edge sweep. In fact, he's going to bring one of them in, given that all that Davis wants, just in the short term, is a single to get his 100. So he's going to bring one fielder over to the offside. He's trying to stop an easy single. Davis, well, he doesn't look at all nervous in his 90s up until now. Oh, he's going to bring another one in.
Yeah,
so
I like this.
And hang on, he's going to go back round the wicket.
Yeah.
So, okay, if you want your 100, you've got to play a big shot. Well, perhaps he will. There's 8 men, essentially, saving the single, plus the slip. 99 he's on. First sign of a few nerves.
Yeah, it's amazing what the 90s do, isn't it?
It is.
You know how
There's no
close you
logic
are.
to it, but
No, because you're closer than you've ever been, but
yeah.
I think that's the tricky part, isn't it? Looks a bit calmer on that delivery, just defending that one back up to Leach.
He's still probably wondering, should I play a big shot or should I just wait? Jack's bowled enough bad balls to wait, actually.
Yes. Yeah, I think he's earned the right to take his time.
That could have been it. Just a bit short, but he's hit it to the fielder, well fielded.
Actually, amazing what sometimes when you've got a batter on 99 or approaching a landmark, what that does to the fielding team.
Yeah,
Somerset,
sharpens them up a bit.
Yeah, you can see that all of the Somerset fielders, and I know they're tight in the ring, but you can see them creeping in.
Well, he's got there. And it's a fine innings. Right at the start, it's great to get 100 before April the 10th, I imagine. He's getting a warm round of applause all around the ground for the Warwickshire dressing rooms. I can't see them here, but
Yeah,
they're
they're
delighted.
Up on their feet, applauding. Brilliant innings by Alex Davies.
Yeah. You can see how much taller Sam Haynes is. Literally a head taller than Alex Davies.
Yeah, he's not blessed in the height department, is he, Davies? But
Well, he's made an asset of it. All the great
Absolutely.
batsmen, Sarah, all the really, really great batsmen are about 5'6". Donald Bradman, Sachin Tendulkar, Brian Lara, you weren't very tall. So he's the height of the greatest batsman. I like to take, you can tell I'm 21st century man, I take the positives all the time. Anyway, there he is, proudly, with his 3 figures to his name already, with power to add. I mean, there's nothing much happening out there at the moment. He's got his 100. The wicket's true. The bowlers are just not quite on the mark. Well, what's not to like?
Hayne just works that into the leg side. They're going to push hard for 2 here, and
Yeah.
they're going to
Get
scamper back.
Yeah.
It's good running by the Warwickshire pair. One ball to come in this Leach over. The 47th. Warwickshire 182 for 2. I think Davies is going to get some
New gloves.
new gloves, a few running repairs. Probably have a nice little drink as well.
Yeah. Drink for Davis. Fresh pair of gloves, perhaps.
Yeah, drink for Hayne as well. It's always nice, isn't it, when your partner asks for a drink and then you get the bonus drink as well.
In my
Oh,
day.
it looks like...
What's happening? What?
Well, I feel like George Bartlett has got his cap off.
Well, he bowls off breaks. That much I know. I've never actually seen him do it, but I know that that's what he does.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be...
Okay, well, no one else has got a wicket. I mean, I've heard it said that he bowls quite good off breaks, but this may not apply now, but he's not that interested, really. But there's a lot...
George Bartlett.
Okay, well, our backroom team, which knows everything, says he hasn't bowled in first-class cricket for 4 years, and his last delivery was a beamer at James Vince.
Which that's the one ball of George Bartlett's
That
career
you saw?
I have seen.
Oh, right.
That gets circulated on social media.
Oh, does it?
Crops up every now and again.
Oh, right.
So I have seen that delivery from him.
Because what I want to know, those ones, okay, it's a dot. Was the beamer an accident? I need to know.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Short and
Oh, that's
cut away.
It's 4, yeah.
Yeah, that's 4. It's bread and butter for Alex Davies. And
Well, once again, it's the one place you think, don't bowl there, and you inevitably do. But that was short outside off stump, and the one shot Davis loves is the cut shot. Oh, he's got another one.
yeah,
He's going to have
it's
4 more
just
for
too
that.
easy.
It's not a great start. This cunning ruse from Gregory has yet to come off. Could be a short spell at this rate.
It could, yes. I'm actually really surprised that we're seeing Bartlett. He probably would have been one of the last on my list to
Who else have we got?
have a crack.
We don't know. Well, we
Well,
don't know about Sean Dixon's bowling,
No.
or indeed Coda Cadmore, who's kept wicket quite a lot.
Yeah. Or I think that's going to be cut off.
Yeah,
Davies going to do the work out there.
I think your Lammonby ploy is looking good now.
Yeah, I definitely would have gone with Lammers. I know he's had some ankle
Ankle,
issues,
yeah.
hasn't he? And I
Well,
thought
yes,
he was rehabbing and sorting that out over the winter. So I presume he is fit to
Yeah, I don't know.
fit to bowl.
But I know he's had work on his ankle throughout the winter.
Again, just too short from Bartlett. It's only going to be a single out to the man that we have just been talking about, Tom Lammonby.
Well, he wouldn't have expected bowl today, that's for certain. So far, he hasn't quite found his length.
That's
better.
a little bit better, isn't it?
Well, I think having brought him on, he's got to give him another one. He may not want to, but I mean, having taken this unexpected option, I think he's got to have one more. But it didn't look too threatening, and he looked a bit nervous.
Yeah, well, he hasn't bowled for
No, 4
years,
years,
so
and he's got that
that's-
beamer. We got rid of the no beamers.
no beamers, so you get another over.
If he bowled 2 beamers, he'd be taken off anyway. But we don't want to see that. Anyway, okay, it's unusual, but I mean, you might as well try something. Nothing much is happening out there, and Lewis Gregory is looking for the rabbit in the hat, as desperate captains do. But it could be a short-lived experiment.
Still going to be Jack Leach from the River End. Haynes just defending that one. Pretty packed offside field. Slip, backward point, deep cover point.
Yeah.
Cover, catching extra cover, and mid-off. And then on the leg side, they're actually leaving a big gap at square, aren't they, for Hayne to save?
Well, there's a big gap between a very straight mid-wicket and a deep square leg, and then there's no orthodox mid-on, which is unusual, but they're tempting Hayne that direction, but he hasn't been tempted. He's sort of blocking it with absolute certainty, though.
Yeah.
Even
It's quite breezy out there as well today, I've noticed. Just a bit of a chill in the air. See some of their trousers just flaying around.
yeah, well, you don't notice that in here, and actually a stiff breeze, or especially a one that sort of comes and goes, it makes bowling quite difficult.
Again, Hayne just defends that.
It's a maiden. You see, I think that's a maiden because Bartlett's bowling this end, and they're thinking, just get up that end. Life really is potentially
Yeah, why would
quite
I
straightforward.
Why would I have to do something silly against
Yes,
Jack Leach
because
if
I
I
did.
can face
Yes.
George Bartlett?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to.
But then, you know, how many times does a sort of part-time
Yeah.
bowler come on and...
Well, I like the fact, that quite rightly, that he's having another one. Having brought him on, much to his surprise, I suspect. And he bowled a pretty ropey first over, which went for 10. Could have gone for more. He is, quite rightly, I think, just pursuing this little rabbit out of the hat a little bit longer. That's better.
Yeah, better length. He was just too short in that first over, wasn't he?
Yeah. But, you know, we've already told you, 4 years, Beamer is the history.
Couple of dots to start his second over from George Bartlett.
That's better.
Yeah, really good. It's just going to be single. Cut away by Davies.
For Davis, when he's off strike, for Hayne, the mid-off and mid-on who've been loitering near the boundary edge, come up. Just a slip is close field.
Oh,
Who threw that?
I think that was Bancroft in there. If you can't get him out, then knock him out. Yeah, Hayne had to evade a throw in there from Cameron Bancroft.
He sort of apologised to someone, I think. Hayne doesn't seem too bothered. But well, he's
Probably got away with that.
yes, he's going to go for 2, but just drag down a little bit. Well, that's 2 overs of Bartlett.
What do you reckon, Vic? You giving him a third?
Depends how. I mean, it's not really. Unless your main priority is to improve the over rate. I used to sing to myself occasionally, all those years ago, I'm an over rate bowler, I'm all right, or something. I bowl all day, I bowl all night. If we were behind on the over rate, and you got fined in those days, here nowadays you can be fined points, can't you? Points can be deducted for a slow over rate.
Right.
So this is a very cunning ruse from Lewis Gregory to avoid that possible sanction.
Yeah, because trying to look at that scoreboard. Is overrate on there? Yes. I think
Yeah, it's -1. They're -1. You see, keep George Bartlett on until we get to 0. I don't know. I'm not sure I'd give him another one.
No, I don't think I would. I think as Davies paddles.
That's a good paddle
Leach,
too.
and that's very effective shot there by the Warwickshire opener. Warwickshire moved to 199. Davies 114.
Yeah, I mean, after a slow start, I mean, no one's really been able to keep him quiet. It's a lovely, deft little paddle. There's a big gap there behind square on the leg side. Made it look a risk-free shot. I think if you and I tried to play it, it wouldn't have looked quite like that. I don't know. I can't speak to you.
It definitely wouldn't have looked like that. Yeah, I think he's just managed his innings brilliantly. It's got a great tempo about it and just used, well, the right shot at the right time to manoeuvre the field.
He has.
Just toying with the Somerset bowlers at the minute.
That's a bit of a mo, but he's timed it well. It's a pretty good shot, really. Not necessarily in the MCC coaching manual, but he's just come down, bit of bottom hand, but he's middled it all too easily, really, past mid-wicket.
Yeah, it says 4 in the scorebook, that's for sure.
Yeah, and and justifiably so, really. I mean, I know it wasn't pretty particularly, but it was well timed, that.
Yeah, and look, we're seeing a field change.
Well, we see massively. He's going to come over the wicket now.
So Leach is going to come back over the wicket.
3 men on the boundary. He's going to keep the insurance of the deep point. I mean, at the moment, Davis is winning this battle easily.
Yeah, I think that's when you know a batter is really on top, when they are having to change their field placements and their plans. And
he's bowling. Cunning Floyd. I'm sure you saw it. So I've got to remember we're not on radio here. But I suppose he dragged him into a false sense of security there, and he went for the first time, given the acres of space down in front of us here at third, he went for the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
The first time he tried it.
Yeah, and the last.
and the last time in this innings anyway. And he missed it, and glory be, it hit what was his off stump before he started reverse lapping. So that's a bonus. Somerset have a point. Bowling point.
And a much needed breakthrough.
So you're the coach now. You're the coach of Warwickshire.
Yeah, Mark Robinson.
Yeah, you are Mark Robinson.
Yeah.
So what do you do when your batsman comes in? You give him a little. I think you give him a hug first, don't you?
Oh, yeah. He's played brilliantly, and then I'd be saying something like,
bit later on,
you plonker, what were you doing? And we were just talking about it. Davies has used sort of the right option at the right time, and he had been manoeuvring the field brilliantly, using those different options, and you know, he probably 9 times out of 10.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Yeah. And we can,
but
we marvel.
Then you think, does he need to do that in the context of the game?
Well, not really, because he had Leach and the Somerset attack on toast. The gaps were widening. He could have just waited for that ball and tapped it gently on the offside and taken a single. But then you can't get too old pro-ish about it. Just before that, he'd played that lovely little dinky thing, which might have been
dinky
risky.
Thing, I like that. Get rid of the paddle, just dinky thing, yeah. And you can't, I suppose, always marvel at the ingenuity of the modern player, especially, who reverse hits and does all these amazing things, and think, isn't that wonderful? And then when they get out, I always used to think this. I was one of the few in the press box when Peterson was at his pomp, and we all know what a genius he was. But when he got out, possibly on 97, trying to play some exotic shot caught mid-off, my instincts actually, partly because I wanted to go against the pack, was to defend him. Look, he's played brilliantly. He's played some brilliant shots all through the innings. But when he happens to get out to one, you've got to give him a bit of leeway. So I'm being generous. It's only April. And he's not playing for Somerset. Yeah. I think he would have taken 118 at the start of the day, and I think Mark Robinson would have taken his opening batter getting 118 at the start of the day.
But he might leave it to him to think, God, I could have got 250.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be talking to himself and saying, Alex, you plonker.
Well, he might say that.
Might say something.
He might say that's the way I play. That's the way Alex plays.
He might use something more explicit as well. And you're right, Vic. It's going to be a change of bowling.
Yeah, well, I think
I think that I think that would have happened regardless of whether there was a loss of a wicket.
Yeah, he might not have been Overton though without the wicket falling. I think they reckon. Hang on a minute. Well, we've got a fresh batsman in.
Yeah, Dan.
We'll bring our
Mousley
best
is
bowler
the
on.
New batter for those listening.
And if he can get him on strike, he's left-handed, which means that Overton can bowl around the wicket and avoid that nasty little patch that's annoying him.
Yes. Yeah, it's been annoying a lot of the seamers from this Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. 10 minutes to go to tea. Somerset will be hoping that they can get another here.
Yeah. I mean, Warwickshire still hold most of the cards, but, a new batsman. Could be a different game. Leach has got 2, by hook or by crook. He's got a very strong leg side field. The odd one is...
I'm not sure if it was last year when they played Warwickshire here, but there was it might have been, I'm not sure whether it was when Jack Brooks got on a little bit of a roll with a few wickets in a row, but they definitely went with a specific plan to Sam Hain. There was a bit of a rogue leg side field, maybe catching square leg, and he hit it straight to the man. And when you just love it when a plan comes together. And I'm sure there was a moment. I might be wrong. I don't know if we can find that footage from last year or whether it was even Sam Hain.
I'm sure our backroom team.
I'm sure they can rustle that together.
I mean, it's an unusual field, and it looks like a cunning plan, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the cunning plan is that they basically got 3 men on that leg side who are sort of in catching positions from sort of a leg gully where Lewis Gregory is. And then 2 more men at sort of shortish square leg, just in front of the umpire. And then a shortish, but they're 20 yards away from the bat, probably, mid-wicket. So, and plus the man at sort of deep backward square. So you obviously think he hits it in the air there. Whether it's against a short ball, it's hard to bowl too many short balls on here because there's no pace. But it's making him think they're up to something. There we go.
Good take by Rue down the leg side.
Yeah. It's not quite body line, but it's sort of heading in that direction. I think he wants to bowl at the body, essentially at his body. If he's going to bowl short, actually, you need to get it up near shoulder high.
Yep.
Once it's below that, I mean, these guys can pull to their heart's content. It needs to be sort of shoulder, chin high, really. It's hard work on here, even for someone like Overton.
This is good by Overton.
Yeah.
As we mentioned, Jack Leach with the last wicket. He's got 2 to his name, 2 for 61 off his 14 overs.
Neither in quite classical fashion, but he's got 2. Got to keep bowling, you get wickets. I wonder if he's got many like that. I don't think so. Usually they get something in the way, don't they?
Yes.
Well, there's just a bit more purpose about the Somerset side. Overton coming back just before tea. Probably like to bowl at the left-hander, really, but it's kept Hain quiet. Leach, well, he's not turning square, but he's got 2 for 60. His season's off and running. Not to mention his 27 not out. So 4 o'clock's tea.
He'd have been disappointed not to continue this morning, Jack Leach, but unfortunately Somerset lost 2 early wickets.
Yeah.
Lewis Gregory, the skipper, was unable to add to his overnight score. And Peter Siddle was LBW to Hannon Dolby for 10. Jack Leach was left stranded. but he's got some bowling work to do now. Leach and
Whoa.
Mousley, who not currently off the mark, is up and running with that expansive drive through the offside, which is
Brilliantly fielded.
well fielded.
Is he all right? Just like to see him get up.
I think that's Craig Overton, isn't it?
Yeah,
Good figure of Craig.
that's a terrific piece of fielding. He sprinted from mid-on to long off and flicked it back and saved 2 runs. Both those Overtons are amazing fielders.
Yeah, athletes, aren't they? Yeah, brilliant athletes.
Oh, he's been watching England play in the winter. This boy, he's come in. He's
I reckon he's faced about 4 balls.
romped down the wicket, hit a very nice covered drive. He's gone for a reverse sweep there, missed
and his
it.
4th or 5th ball.
Yeah.
4th ball, I think. He's gone for the reverse sweep there, Mousley. Oh, that's close.
He's got him.
It's given.
Well, it's amazing how the game can turn.
And Leach has a 3rd.
He has. That just spun a little bit. It was a frenetic little innings there.
It was, yeah, very frantic. And amazing how when you get a new batter in, like them, they're always vulnerable when they start, but it makes it look like more's happening out there now, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
All of a sudden.
That one seemed to turn a little bit. And it was a skittish innings. And the consequence of that, or the reason for that, one reason, partly it's April and he's not quite in the groove, but they play like that at the start of innings. The great Mo and Ali has done this before now, is that they don't trust themselves to be able to defend just at the start of their innings with a man round the bat and a slow bowler. So they don't defend and they try and play all sorts of peculiar shots. You saw him run down the wicket. He did hit a nice cover drive, but it was a big shot to play. Then he went for the reverse sweep, which he missed. And then he went, basically, I think he went back when he should have gone forward, albeit defending. And it's because you're sort of so ill at ease, right at the, like I can just remember, it's getting through those first 20 balls, after which you can do more or less what you like, up to a point.
Yep.
And there are some players who are so fearful about their ability just to defend if the ball is worthy of defending that they try and do too much. And that's, I think, is what we saw there.
Yeah, I think so.
But it's turned the game a bit. Jack suddenly got 3 for 60. And now he hasn't got Davis to bowl at anymore. He can keep, so far as we can tell, he can keep Hayne relatively quiet, if nothing else, if he bowls properly.
Yeah.
So who's the new man? Oh, Ed Bernard. He comes in
yeah.
at 6. I thought he was coming in at 7. I've seen him play well against Somerset before now. He's a very, very good signing, I think, for Warwickshire from Worcester. He bowled very well yesterday. And he's, from my memory, when I've seen him play, he's an orthodox but very positive right-handed batsman with a good record. But he's got Leach at him. But he will be fortified, Barnard. At a new club, it's lovely to sort of make an impact early with a new club. By the fact he's had a good day yesterday. He's off with a paddle sweep. It might have been going down anyway, don't you think?
Yeah.
Even so, he was quick to get into position to play.
Yeah, I think he picked up the line quickly there, didn't he? And
just about, yeah.
These days, players play 360 and they're prepared to go to those options.
They play 360 very early on in their innings.
Yeah.
We didn't use that.
But that looked,
that looked okay, didn't it?
Yeah. Mousley looked rushed. It looked like I need to
frenetic,
do something.
Yeah.
Whereas that looked like I'm just playing this ball on its merit, and that's the shot that is most appropriate.
Yeah. So it's another wicket. Jack's got 3. He's not been at his best. In other words, he's given a few too many cheap deliveries, but he's got 3, and he's kept the ball in your hand. Just remember, you can't get wickets unless you bowl well enough to stay on, George.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about, batting is a partnership, but bowling is a partnership. So do you think Bartlett is is having
it's
a
worthy of one of those
you can
weeks.
just say,
Yeah.
do you know what, mate? I did a lot of hard work from the
Yeah.
other end there.
He'll be sitting at the end of the play saying, why didn't anyone thank me? I don't know, but it's 2 wickets in no time.
So I think this is going to be the last over before the tea interval. It's going to be bowled by Craig Overton. Sam Hain is on strike. You can tell Sam Hain is on strike, not even having to look at the batter, just based on the field placements that Somerset have got. And
yeah, and that's taken off the face of the bat more or less, but it just bounced well in front of
well
Lewis
short
Gregory.
of
But
Gregory.
everyone's just sort of putting their head in, arms up. Overton, who likes to give the impression he's on them, just nearly. The plan nearly worked. Again, it's trying to unsettle Hain.
from Overton there.
But there's a bit, you're right, there's more urgency, more sense of purpose. Hain quiet, fretting a bit about what's that leg side field. He's running in as Overton, as he nearly always does, of course. But
yeah, into his 13th over here, Craig Overton. What would this be, his third spell?
at least. He's bowled a bit from the far end, didn't he? He started off this end, and some sages say it's his fourth.
Yeah, could well be, actually.
Well, Lewis is great. He's swapped him around quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, he certainly started from Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end this morning. Then
Yeah. He bowls. He might.
I think you might be right. Stephen was just shouting in the background at us, not shouting, but just giving us a little nudge to say that it's his fourth.
Well, he's no shirker, Craig Overton. He bowls his overs, and it's unusual actually for him to have bowled this many without taking a wicket. But he's still charging in with purpose, keeping Hain on his toes, or literally actually some of the time. And keeping him quiet too. Bowling straight, no width.
Yeah, well, he can't afford to bowl width with this field,
No.
can he?
Well, he's got four men on the offside and slipping a sort of gully, and it's just possible if he bowls about 17 deliveries on middle and leg, banging in, that the one wide one might be nibbled at. There is that. Usually happens by accident.
Yes. Fuller and Hain has managed to work that away and sliding
That's
stop, but I think that's Josh Davey out there. He's actually stopped that with his feet.
yeah,
Sliding tackle. I think he's unsure whether he was
over the rope.
or he's just sort of put his hands up to say, I don't
I don't think
really know,
anyone's too
but
bothered. They haven't signalled for, I don't think.
No, and that is going to be
T.
T.
Well, it was almost a totally barren session for Somerset. But then Leach struck doesn't seem quite the right adjective, does it? But he managed to get rid of Davis, thanks to Davis playing an exotic shot that didn't come off.
Davies gifted Somerset his wicket.
But he got Mousley.
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 Yeah. I was checking with Sam yesterday. Sam's usually. I didn't want to mess it up. So Mousley apparently.
Good. Dan. This Dan, is it?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, maybe just go first.
Dan looked a bit desperate in the start there. He just anyway, he got that. So Somerset will be buoyed slightly. They've had a pretty tough time in the field by 2 wickets there. What's the deficit now? Can't calculate. But 70 odd. 71 perhaps. No, 73 maybe. They still need
73,
a little flurry of wickets to get on an even keel, but the game has moved forward as far as they're concerned, and Leach has got 3 for 67 without bowling at his very best. But it is April the 8th.
We'll be back after the tea interval. Warwickshire 211 for 4 then. Sam Hain Not Out on 38 and Barnard there on 4. We'll be back shortly. Thanks very much.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Final session of day 3, although it feels like day 2 of this county championship match between Somerset and Warwickshire. Match situation, Warwickshire 211 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 284, and a little flurry, just a couple of wickets, one following hard on the heels of the other, have brought Somerset back into things to a degree, although Warwickshire would probably still prefer to be in the situation they're in, with 6 wickets still in hand. I'm Stephen Lamb, Sophie Lough is with me, and Sophie, it's been wonderful to watch some cricket.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. The clouds are just covering the sun at the minute. It has sort of clouded over towards the back end of the day here, but yeah, it's been a fine day's cricket. Warwickshire have played brilliantly, to be honest. A fine 100 by Alex Davies, and probably, to be fair, he did give it away to Somerset.
He did rather. Much as Will
and
Rhodes said earlier on.
how often do you see that, where batter sort of gives their wicket away and then there's pressure on the new batter? And well, Mousley's stay at the crease was very short and sweet, and
as well.
Yeah, Leach picks up 2 wickets to his name. He's got 3 in that wickets column now. He probably hasn't bowled his best. He'll be the first to admit that, but he's got the opportunity with ball in hand to start this evening session for Somerset. It's going to be Ed Barnard on strike for Warwickshire, who's driving that, but only as far as extra cover. I think that's Tom Lammonby in there.
Yeah, I don't think the reverse sweep, if you can call it that he was out to, he hadn't attempted one before, I don't think. I think it was the first one he tried all innings.
Yeah, it was the first one that he tried. He'd
And
previously,
lost.
yeah, it's first and last. I said that to Vic on commentary, I think. He'd previously played a little paddle shot that had got himself 4 runs earlier in the over, as Leach is in and Barnard defending. And yeah, Leach was going with that over the wicket ploy. He changed the field. There was a big gap between sort of a deep backward point and the slip fielder, so there was a vacant area there, and Davies, well, he was dictating play in terms of the field positions. You know, he was driving where Somerset were changing the field to, and I think he just, you know, maybe took one risk too many with that shot selection. Barnard driving, but
Hayne was coming a long way down in search of a single there.
yeah, I think Josh Davey is sort of loitering. He's not sort of tight stopping one, and he's not back on the boundary, but he's just slightly deeper, and there's just a bit of uncertainty there. Barnard defending and Leach doing the fielding off his own bowling there. It's a maiden to start proceedings in this session.
Fine innings from Alex Davies. 118 from 153 balls, 6 and 21 fours, and a healthy strike rate of 77.
Now, Stephen's got his laptop in front of him, so I'm going to ask him if he can click on Alex Davies, and I'm interested to see how old he is. I think he would be late-ish 20s, maybe?
Spot on, 28.
Yeah, so
He will be 29 in August.
again, he would have made the move to Warwickshire from Lancashire a couple of years ago, and
Yeah, born in Darwen, Lancashire, August 1994.
of an age where he certainly would know his game inside out, and well, he demonstrated that today, didn't he? He played beautifully.
Yep, especially square of the wicket. Craig Overton is going to get things underway from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. There's a shy underarm at the stumps as they go through for a quick single. I think that Hayne would have been safely home, even if that had hit.
I'm not sure who that was there. That might have been Dixon. It looked like he lost his trousers for a second. And I was scrolling through Twitter at the tea interval, and I noticed that there was a clip of Colin de Grandhome taking a fantastic catch for Lancashire, and in the process he lost his trousers
Dear, oh dear.
at Old Trafford this afternoon. Hopefully people remember the catch more than they do Colin losing his trousers. But you need a bit of entertainment every once in a while.
Yeah. an epidemic of trouser loss. Worrying start to the season. 2-1-2 for 4.
Thankfully, they all wear these undershorts these days, Stephen.
Indeed, indeed. But Craig Overton still looking for his first wicket. He's bowled well, without much luck. Beaten the bat a few times.
Yeah, he has. It's not often that you see Craig into, what is he now, into his 14th over and wicketless. He's having to work particularly hard. Barnard on strike, and again, quite a lot of vacant area on the offside. Just a slip, gully, backward point and mid-off. Short leg in catching on the leg side as Barnard defends. We've got 2 men out on the leg side boundary as well, so it does give Craig the option of potentially bowling the short ball, but I'm not sure how much it is going to get up. He's going to have to bend his back if he is going to go to that ploy.
Yeah, especially given the way the wicket's been playing today. It's been fairly placid. Getting out of the way of that one. Wonder whether Somerset will think about the toss at all. Chose to bat yesterday, and it felt like the conditions were a bit more bowler friendly yesterday than they are today.
Yeah, it did feel like Rushworth and Hannon Dolby in particular got a little bit more out of the surface than perhaps what the Somerset seamers have done today. Looking for a quick single there, but just not going to get it.
So the end of Craig Overton's first over after the break. So Warwickshire, what, 68 runs behind that Somerset total at the moment, with 6 wickets in hand. So the game's still leaning in their favour, if not as sharply as it was before that brace of wickets just before tea.
Yeah, and those couple of wickets gave Somerset just a little bit of momentum going into the tea interval, and it'd be interesting to see these first 5 or 6 overs after the break. Can they really capitalise? Hayne obviously looks set there on 39 not out, but you know, little break, he's got to restart again, and he wasn't that fluent. He was happy to sort of bide his time in the afternoon session, so you never know if Somerset can get Hayne now, as he's, it's a good diving stop there, short mid on.
Yeah, he was pretty comfortable playing second fiddle to Davies, wasn't he? Because
Yes.
Davies was batting so well. But it's different now. Davies is gone. So's Mousley. Number 6 in instead.
Yeah, and they've still got batting to come. Warwickshire got Michael Burgess down to come in next, and then the young left-handed aggressive style of Jacob Bethel. It's just clipped into the leg side. Haynes going to pick up 1. Slight change in field for Barnard. Cam Bancroft in under the lid. Barnard sweeping, and that is beaten short fine. Bartlett is in pursuit. They're going to pick up 2. A bit of a wild throw in as well.
Yes, there's no chance of James Rue taking that.
No, I mean, Rue's not the tallest guy, but I was well over his head. Not a convincing sweep there by Barnard. but picks him up 2 runs nonetheless.
So Jack Leach completes his 17th over. He's taken the last 3 wickets to fall, 3 for 70 all in. Josh Davey, the other wicket taker. In the first over of the Warwickshire innings, that was Rob Yates. Then big stand. Well, Will Rhodes rather gave his wicket away, having a mow at Jack Leach and being caught by Craig Overton at mid-on, and then it was the big stand between Alex Davies and Sam Hain. That's been the nub of this Warwickshire innings so far.
Full there by Craig Overton. Hain driving that one to mid-on. Yeah, like you say, Hain really playing second foil to Davies, but brilliant partnership by the 2 of them and trying to set the game up for Warwickshire and build on that platform that they've created.
Yeah, only 1 day remaining, of course, after today. It's difficult to see how a result can be fashioned in the time available. But who knows?
Yeah, we've still got 40 overs remaining in the day's play here. Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. Hain defending once more. Somerset continuing to employ this leg side field to Hain, leg gully. I think that's skipper Lewis Gregory in there, and 2 men just in front of square. Catching opportunity, and he's driving, but only as far as mid-off.
Correct looking drive. He looks well coached, Sam Hain.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Looks a decent player. Looks to know what his strengths are, and looks like Somerset feel like they know what his strengths are as well, and trying to counteract that at the minute. So he lets that one go.
Where's your wicket coming from, Craig? Plenty of effort from a tall lad originally from Barnstaple, Craig Overton in North Devon.
It's driven beautifully by Sam Hain. He starts to run and then thinks about it, and he says, I've hit that well enough, I don't need to run for that. He's going to move to 44. Warwickshire 219 for 4 after 58 overs here.
This is how Sam Hain was dismissed on Warwickshire's last visit. It's a bit of a soft dismissal, really.
Yeah, and Somerset absolutely loved it, and this is why I remember it, and why I was talking about it earlier when I was on with Vic, because it was a deliberate ploy that they went for. I got the bowler wrong there. It was actually Lewis Gregory that was bowling. I gave the credit to Jack Brooks. Brooksy will love me for that. But, yeah, obviously is a strength of Hain's through that leg side region, but sometimes your strength can be your weakness at times, and Somerset have packed that area again for him today.
Still Jack Leach, who's got through plenty of overs today, more than anyone else, into his 18th now.
Making the most of having him around, aren't they?
Well, yeah, and a good opportunity to settle into the season. Oh, well taken by James Rue. That one turned a bit.
Yeah, he has got the odd one to
Turned
go,
up
actually.
and
Leach.
lifted.
Yeah.
Interesting to see that again. Very neat take behind the stumps. Sweep, and this time it's going to be a boundary.
Yeah, looks like he likes to sweep Barnard. He missed the last one, but made sure he made good contact with that one. And that's what scares me about being in at short leg. Stephen, when these guys can hit it like that, I would not be volunteering to be in there. But fair play to. Oh no, that's it. He's off. That would be me. Cam Bancroft has done exactly what I would do there. I don't blame him one bit. He said, anyone else want to go? No? Okay, but I'm going out.
Nicely defended. I hated short leg. It's one of the reasons I took up wicket-keeping. Terrified of fielding at short leg. That rules it out if you're behind the stumps.
Yes, yeah, you definitely can't be picked, yeah.
Sharp single, which they'll get comfortably enough.
Yeah, well ran there. It's good cricket.
It has
so you did it on one occasion or more than one occasion?
Not many. Not many. It has got gloomier, hasn't it? There's a sort of, well, it's uniform grey above us now.
Yeah, it has clouded over. Not sure whether we'll see the sun again this evening. Hopefully we do. I think the fans in the crowd will hope that it pops its head back out.
Yes, it'll be colder out there with it in. It's not the warmest of days anyway, but with the sun out, it's just trying to come through again at the moment, actually. Let's see the players casting some short shadows. There's the grey in the sky. The backcloth behind the Andy Caddick Pavilion. And then gradually you can see the Quantox emerging on the left of screen, gradually getting higher. Grego is having a rest. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 40. And Peter Siddle, who's just bowled the 8 so far, is coming back on from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. He was one of the bowlers who wasn't too happy with there's a bare patch just to the left of the umpire, which you'll see shortly as Siddle goes in to bowl the first ball of a new spell. Wasn't too happy about that earlier.
No, and Somerset weren't too happy about the ball on a number of occasions, but yeah, Peter Siddle was particularly put off by that patch just to the left of Rob Bailey, as were a couple of the other seamers. I mean, you can see where the ground is slightly softer there, and they have been running in.
He bustles in, doesn't he, Peter Siddle?
Yeah, what's over is this for him? He's
number 9.
9th.
Economy rate's okay, just below 4. Still looking for a wicket.
Arnard just playing with soft hands there.
And the 60th over of the innings now.
Looks like a couple of the Warwickshire coaches looking at maybe a bit of footage. That might have been Stuart Barnes. Recognise him, formerly of Somerset. Worked with the bowlers a few years ago now, I think.
Yes, he was with Gloucestershire for a while.
I think he.
Well,
I don't want to say he gets around, but I think he's had numerous gigs. I think he was doing a bit with Surrey, yes, and Island cricket, I want to say, at one point.
not as many clubs as Jeff Arnold, though, I wouldn't have thought. I think he's done almost every
Oh, really?
one. He was a fine bowler, Sophie, in his time,
Okay.
Jeff Arnold, especially in English conditions.
So what you say that he's played for numerous teams.
No, coached
sorry.
numerous teams, yeah.
So who was his like sort of main?
He played for Surrey
Okay.
and England,
Okay.
and he had a very good control of the outswinger. Brought in most of his wickets.
And what era was that,
That was
Stephen, if you don't mind me asking?
the early 70s.
Again, soft hands from Barnard, but only as far as that's Cameron Bancroft in there. It's going to be the end of Siddle's 9th over, end of the 60th over here. Warwickshire 224 for 4.
Double change by the look of things. Jack Leach is going to take a break after 18 overs in all. 3 for 75 his figures, and Josh Davey is going to come in to bowl from... It's another change of ends for him.
It is, yeah.
It's the end he
swapping
started.
and changing all of the time, aren't they?
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen so many changes of ends. Every bowler, bar George Bartlett, has bowled from both ends today.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of having someone like Leach in your side that can operate from one end and rotate your seamers from the other end, or, as in Bartlett's case, your part-time off-spinner.
Just bowled a couple of overs, George Bartlett, before the tea interval for 13 runs.
And bowled in 4 years, Stephen. You must have been nervous, surely.
Absolutely.
That first one, I mean...
Yeah. A little bit surprised they haven't tried Tom Lammonby.
Yes, I was surprised that they... Whether there's a, hopefully Lammers is fully fit. I know he was nursing a bit of a dodgy ankle, but I'm sure I heard that he'd rehabbed that really well this winter, and I think that's why he stayed back this winter to get that sorted.
Okay.
What a good take by Roo. Down the leg sides. Standing up, never easy. Great glove work there from the Somerset youngster.
Yeah, it is, because you're on-sighted, aren't you? Briefly, by the batter. Going down there. Beautifully done. He's kept really well today.
Yeah, he has. It's been tidy behind the stumps.
Pick up a single here. Down to backward square leg. No thought of any more. Lost a few spectators, but I think what tends to happen at this time of day, because the sun departs from the Somerset stand and the James Hildreth stand, spectators sometimes move across to where there's more chance of getting it, places like the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and the Ondarchie stand.
Yeah, the James Hildreth stand does look a little bit quieter than earlier, and I think you're right there, Stephen. People, well, the sun's not currently out, but people trying to chase the sun, no doubt. That's a lovely shot off the back foot by Barnard. Misfielded there by Overton, and Lammonby does very well on the boundary there to pull that one back in. Going to pick up 3. That was nicely timed by Barnard there.
Yes, well, Overton didn't quite get the fielding timing right. Just maybe went for it a little bit too soon.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it, when you're trying to time those dives? 'Cause you know you need to go to ground, and you think, oh, it's just evading me, like I need to go now, and sometimes you just go a little bit too early. But Lamby did the work in the end.
Nice firm clip off the pads from Sam Hain will bring him another single. 4 away from his half century. 229 for 4. .55 behind Warwickshire.
Yeah, just apologies if the scorecard that you are viewing is slightly behind.
Pretty tidy over from Josh Davey on his return. His 10th in all. 1 for 40, his figures. Took the early wicket of Robbie Yates in his very first over, in the first over of the innings. 229 for 4, looks a lot better than 2 for 1.
It's going to be Siddle to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Sam Hain on strike. He's punching that off the back foot, but only as far as Lewis Gregory at mid-off. Siddle's got the extra man. In comparison to Craig Overton, got the extra man across on the offside in that cover region. Overton opted more for the leg gully.
It's hard work, isn't it, for these Somerset seamers in these conditions. They're not getting any visible help from the wicket at the moment.
No.
I fancy the new ball will be taken pretty promptly.
Oh, I would have thought so, Stephen, yes.
So we're a while away from that
We
yet.
are, yeah.
That's,
we're still
19 overs time.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're going to have to keep working hard for the next 19 overs. I don't want to say we'll see a bit more of George Bartlett towards the closer we get to those 80 overs. Like to think that we won't see George Bartlett again today, but you never know.
You were wondering about the over rate, and it is still 2 below, saying -2 on the scoreboard opposite.
Maybe we will then.
If that was why they brought him on.
Vic was, yeah, he was thinking that would have been a ploy.
We may well see another spell from Jack Leach as well.
Yes, I think we will.
Taken.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hain just happy to defend against Siddle, getting into the ball. Faced over 120 balls now is Sam Hain. All short by Siddle and didn't really get up lots. Probably caught Hain a little bit by surprise. That played it well in the end. One ball to come then in this Siddle over. And the Somerset Overseas wicketless at the minute. And Hain defending back up the ground. It's a good over though by Peter Siddle. Warwickshire 229 for 4. Stephen said Hain just 4 away from a half century here.
Somerset added just 15 to their overnight 269 for 8 this morning. Lewis Gregory couldn't add to his 65, and then Peter Siddle was dismissed for 10, leaving Jack Leach stranded. Dear oh dear, on 27 not out. Watchfully pushed back down the wicket by Ed Barnard.
Barnard's looked pretty comfortable at the crease. Faced 30 deliveries now, I think it is. Bru's going to come up to the stumps.
Yeah, he's hit a couple of boundaries, Ed Barnard, in that 14. So Warwickshire just looking to get parity. They've got the opportunity to do that this evening if they can keep wickets in hand. They should finish the day in front, really, with 35 overs left.
Oh. He's done well to keep that out, Barnard.
Yes, difficult to tell where it was destined for initially.
Yeah, thankfully, I think he noticed that it was just about to trickle onto his stumps and got his right boot in the way.
Got to react quickly, haven't you?
Yeah.
With that, well done. Well done, Ed Barnard.
Yeah, he did well in the end. Always tricky when you don't know where the ball's gone, and then you can sometimes panic because you don't know where it is.
Played with an angled bat. Won't be a run for that. It's gone straight to backward point.
Bancroft and Kohler Cadmore just having a chat in the cordon, just the two of them in there at the minute.
Well bowled again from Josh Davey. Cake has appeared.
Looks nice, doesn't it, Stephen?
It does.
Get looked after, don't we? Bit of lemon drizzle as well. I reckon that would be like one of my go-tos.
It's nicely decorated, isn't it, at the
Yeah,
top?
yeah.
And a spoon.
Wonder if Vic's having another slice after
He was feeling rather
maybe
good.
accidentally stealing scorer Polly Rose's cake at the tea interval.
The last piece.
The last piece.
End of the over. Now what's Davies' figures now? 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. 229 for 4, Warwickshire. There's a GWR train heading into Taunton Station. I can see just over the top of the scoreboard. Won't be so many trains running, it being a bank holiday weekend, but you can just about see them go into Taunton Station and come out again.
Siddle's going to continue from the Marcoscopic Pavilion end. Hayne playing that one into mid-wicket, but as far as Bartlett.
Quite a few buildings have sprung up in recent
They
years,
have,
haven't
yeah.
they? Behind the, as we look out behind the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, the other side of Priory Bridge Road.
Yeah, yesterday Taunton we were talking about the SDIC.
Which has just gone up over the winter.
Yeah, asking, you know, what it stood for, and Sam was quickly onto Sam Dalling, international cricketer apparently. he was claiming. There it is.
That's a nice idea.
On shot for you.
In his honour.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't there last summer. There's a sprung up. And there's quite a lot of work going on in the foreground between there and Priory Bridge Road. Looks like quite a big development in prospect here at Taunton. And in the meantime, Peter Siddle is turning his arm over.
That one looks slightly slower from Siddle there, just trying something different.
Yes, maybe a containing spell.
Craig Overton on screen, working really hard on that ball. Somerset trying to make something happen.
Yeah, I think it's still the same one that they started with, despite repeated attempts.
Yeah, they had
to
a couple
get
of
rid
goes, didn't they? And umpires Alex Wharf and Rob Bailey were, well, pretty dismissive. They weren't having any of it.
Must be getting a bit softer now after 63 overs. Aha, we have the answer to the SDIC riddle.
So it's not Sam Dalling, international cricketer. He's going to be distraught.
He'll be deflated, won't he?
Oh, that's a false
Inside
shot.
edge.
And it's going to be pulled back in. It's nicely done down there by Josh Davey, I think it is.
Yeah, saved a couple of runs. It stands, SDIC, for Somerset Digital Information Company. Centre, beg his pardon.
Innovation.
Innovation Centre.
Right.
It's a bit of a mouthful.
Fuller from Siddle and Hayne driving to mid-off. Hayne has moved on to 48 with that streaky inside edge.
The analogue clock on the Colin Atkinson Pavilion is heading up towards 5. Took tea 20 minutes later than usual, so still a lot of this session remaining. 33 overs potentially, provided the light holds out, and I guess it probably will. It's fairly high cloud that we've got, and we've also got the floodlights as an option.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what sort of time the lights did come on towards the back end of yesterday. I'm not sure what time that was. Davey continuing then from the river end. Hayne and Gregory having a bit of a conversation, a bit of a laugh and a joke. They would have probably spent a bit of time together on Lions tours perhaps over the years. Oh, that's a beautiful shot by Ed Barnard. Doesn't leave his crease. He knew the moment he hit that was going all the way for 4, and just a textbook back foot drive there. Raced away.
Yeah, that's as good as anything we've seen today, that shot.
Yeah, I think we've seen some beautiful drives down the ground, but yeah, sometimes just off the back foot, piercing that offside field. Just knew the moment he hit it. He's looked in good touch so far. 18 to his name.
Edged, but
Falls short,
not a
doesn't it?
chance.
Again, just soft hands there.
Hasn't had much to do at first slip, Tom Kohler-Cadmore today. I think he's touched the ball that often.
Yeah, been very quiet, hasn't it? Interesting to know whether he's felt in the game as well. I don't think Somerset have beat the bat as much as they would have liked. Barnard defending there.
Yeah, it's harder at first slip, isn't it, than behind the stumps. Behind the stumps, you're always expecting the ball to come to you, whereas at first slip, it happens so much less often. It'll be a long day standing there.
Yeah, it's somewhere I've never enjoyed fielding, mainly because it is quite static and great if you just love a chat. And you know, there's 4 or 5 of you in there, which we saw at the start of the day when Somerset started bowling. There were 4 or 5 of them in there.
Another good-looking stroke just
Well
for a
round.
single.
Quick single there to mid-off.
Now can Sam Hain go through to his half century? Needs a couple to get there. Faced 138 balls so far. Not this time. So that'll be the end of the over. Tom Kohler-Cadmore collecting the spare helmet. Got 2 caps on as well, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I would guess that the one of them belongs to James Rue.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Bit of fetching and carrying.
I think he's going to ask for it now. Yeah, well, no, he's not even going to ask for it. He's going to take it. That's my cap.
So, Peter Siddle, this will be his 12th. Immediate thought was about a single there, which wasn't on. Hit it too firmly.
Yeah, Gregory just nonchalantly didn't even bend down for that one. Just used his feet to flick it up. And, well, the footwork from Peter Siddle there was not as good as what I've just seen from Gregory. It was a poor throw from Gregory back to the bowler. I don't think Siddle wanted to bend down to pick it up either. Or beats the outside edge of Barnard there. Well bowled Peter Siddle.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. Just finding a little bit of movement to get it past the outside edge. More words exchanged between bowler and captain. Haven't seen that much of Lewis Gregory with the ball today. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 28. Jack Leach has done the bulk with 18. Siddle into his 12th. 15 for Craig Overton, 12 for Josh Davey. Thus far. Warwickshire wickets falling at 2. That was Rob Yates. Then 70, Will Rhodes. And then the big stand between Sam Hain and Alex Davies came to an end on 203. And then just 2 runs later, Dan Mousley fell.
Driven to mid-on there by Barnard. He's on to 19. Again, these two building a bit of a partnership, already up to 31 this partnership.
off stump, gone. Siddle has struck for the first time today, and he just seemed to play down the wrong line. At that, Ed Barnard.
Yeah, he's almost surprised. I'm not sure how he's missed that, I think.
It wasn't any lateral movement.
No, he's just played inside the line of it.
Yeah.
And Siddle gets his first wicket of the season for Somerset. Opens his account. Warwickshire now 5 down. I was just talking the partnership up as well. I'll do that more often.
Absolutely. He looked pretty comfortable, Ed Barnard, but it's all over for him. 48 deliveries faced, made 19. But he crosses with the new batsman, Michael Burgess, the Warwickshire wicketkeeper, who is on his way out to join Sam Hain. That'll be a relief for Somerset, because they could sense that partnership was developing.
Yeah, it was developing, and again, almost Hain was probably playing second fiddle to Barnard. But yeah, relief for Siddle as well. He's on the board. He's opened his account for 2023.
Good moment. Get the wicket for the first time. However, the seasoned campaigner you are, it's a bit of a relief to get the wicket into that wickets column.
And I think there's going to be a bowling change, Stephen, and as they're making a change, there's going to be a change in the commentary box. I'm going to head out, and Vic Marks is going to join you.
Nice to see you. See you later in the season.
Nice to see you as well, Stephen. Hopefully we'll catch up soon.
Indeed. So it is going to be Lewis Gregory, who has bowled 2 short spells thus far from either end, and is coming back on at the river end this time. First ball of a new spell then, and that's gone all the way to the extra cover boundary. Jason Kerr is doing the fielding, the Somerset head coach, from the dugout just in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. So first ball of a new spell dispatched. Always a bit frustrating for a bowler coming back and seeing that happen. Afternoon again, Vic.
Hello, Stephen.
See whether this one can any more. That's better. Better line. And just defended by Sam Hain, who's gone through to an excellent half century with that boundary.
The wicket took us a bit by surprise, didn't it? It all looked so serene out there.
Barnard was looking very comfortable.
Yeah. I think you have to give some credit to the bowlers in that they had dried things up a bit, and suddenly they just keep nagging away, stop and scoring, and then suddenly a lapse of concentration.
Another single here for Sam Hain. Half-century figures came from 204 balls, strike rate of just under 37, and played an important role in that third wicket partnership with Alex Davies, which has been the focal point really of the Warwickshire innings. Davies making 118.
Well, Davies, by a large margin, the highest scorer in this match so far. There might be a few more runs out there yet, though, I think.
It feels like it.
Yeah, this is a change for Somerset. I think they, after about 30, 40 overs, when they were leaking runs quite quickly, they've sort of had a gone back to basics phase. It's not a 3 slips in a gully pitch anymore. which we had right at the start, and sort of try and bore people out almost. There's really not much happening.
Build pressure by containment.
Yeah. And they've done that quite well. Siddle's on the mark now. But Gregory struggling a little bit.
It's going to be another boundary, I think.
No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not.
Just pulls in.
It's almost a runner. It's a great piece of fielding. Done well to save two there. Very good flick back. I thought he was going to flick it over the rope, but
yeah.
No.
Yes, very small margin.
Look for all the way up.
It's Fuller from Gregory to complete the first over of a new spell.
Yeah, it was a bit of a creaky over. Could have been 2 boundaries. Was 6 runs coming from it, I think. So, the Warwickshire wickets. That was when the ball was hard and new, and Somerset thought, well, wicket in the first over, away we go. That was a bit of a mow.
Yeah. A hack.
That was also dependent on a batsman error.
Yes, in fairness, he had got 118 by the time he played it.
Yes. And Mosley never settled. He was only in for 4 or 5 balls. But
rather frenetic.
Yeah.
And then the Siddle wicket.
Yeah, well, Siddle, I think, has found a bit of rhythm now and is given nothing and using a lot of experience. He's got a lot of experience. Just trying to torment the batsman by just giving them nothing to hit.
Yes, his best.
Preying on their patience.
Best spell of the day.
Yeah. And sometimes this happens when you narrow your horizons, when you realise actually there's nothing going on here. So you have a pretty modest field and you know that it's the building up of pressure rather than the pursuit of that brilliant delivery. It's all you can do. And Siddle is in that rhythm at the moment. Line and length. How are you going to score off me? Try something a little bit riskier. Or just miss a straight one. Barnard, as you say, looked extremely comfortable throughout his entire innings. But hadn't scored for, had been calmed, becalmed almost. And sometimes you get the bat in the wrong place and you're out suddenly.
Yeah, there was no deviation that we could detect on the delivery. A comfortable single here, to deep backward square. Just played down the wrong line and it clipped his off stump.
Yeah, he was surprised. We were a bit surprised up here. But it's an important wicket. One more, but there's quite a long batting line. I mean, Burgess is an extremely good man to have coming in at number 7. He's got a county record that, the absolute specialist batsman will be proud of. And there's still young Jacob Bethel, who's raised a few eyebrows playing for the under-19s to come. He plays a few shots. Played against Somerset, I think, for Gloucester last year. He popped out on loan for a while. Does that ring a bell?
When they had their injury issues.
And I think he got some runs too. So he's a pretty handy character to come in at number 8. So it's just something need to eke out somehow a couple more, and then there is a little bit of a tail. But it doesn't look like they're going to do it with absolute fizzing unplayable deliveries, because there's not much movement out there at the moment. I think Gregory's brought himself back on. He bowled a slightly creaky first over. I think he might give himself a couple, but if nothing happens, not much more than that. But be tempted, if he's up for it, and I'm sure he will be, to perhaps bring Leach back.
For a bit,
not that he's getting a lot out of the pitch, but
He's got 3 of the wickets by varied means.
Yeah, I mean, he won't care how he gets them. In a sense, the only one who kind of got out to him in an orthodox manner was the last one. But that was a new batsman who was very frenetic and hadn't settled and was all over the place. But LBW misjudging the length. Otherwise, there was 2 slightly eccentric shots from left-handers. Rhodes hacking it to mid-on, and the reverse sweep by Davis, who tormented Leach throughout much of the afternoon, but not with reverse sweeps as it happens. And he tried one, and he missed it and was bowled.
Second over of Gregory's spell. Dot ball to start with. The other thing in the back of his mind will be the availability of the new ball in 11 overs time.
Well, yeah.
And
With still 29 remaining tonight. Gosh. Who's going to take that? Well, I suppose Davey certainly is. Should have a few overs left in his tank.
might well try the same combination. As
I would have
first
thought
thing.
so. I mean, Overton's bowled quite a lot, but not enough to stop him taking a new ball. Ideally with another wicket gone at least. But you're right, that is on the horizon. Of course, I mean, however much training all these guys have done. Played to Warwickshire yesterday, actually. You can't quite train for 80 overs on a soft outfield and then charging in with a second new ball. You're not quite that match fit because the preparation doesn't quite give you that, however hard you've worked. I was going to say well taken, but he didn't take it at all. He's standing up, and it scuttled a little bit, and he's missed it.
It's gone for 4 byes.
Yeah, I think so. His only blemish, I think, of the innings so far, but it's 4 byes. And it's, you know, quite an undertaking to stand up to someone of Gregory's pace. We haven't got the magic radar, but I would imagine he's high 70s, if not 80. Oh, that's a good shot.
Beautifully struck. Jason Kerr's going to have to do some fielding again. Beyond the boundary.
Bit tricky. Gregory's come back, but he's leaking runs. Ain playing him. Actually, that was Burgess, wasn't it? It was a beautiful shot from Burgess.
He's raced on to 10. Michael Burgess. Just 8 deliveries. His second boundary. He's actually been, we thought that those 4 byes, it's actually been credited to Burgess as 4 runs.
Well, our replay wizards will let us have another look, I expect.
I mean, does that make it possibly a chance?
I feel it might have been a bottom edge, but I think the technicians, the engineers, the gurus behind the scenes will give us another chance. Let's have a look. He's at the wrong end. Well, if it was given as runs, I think it's the sort of bottom edge. I'm trying to help out our keeper here, but
Absolutely.
if there was an edge, I think it was a bottom edge.
So it could have
which
been
it was
into the
technically
ground.
it was still catchable.
Tractor could be heading
We've been
home.
distracted now with that replay. There's another replay coming, and it is
He's motoring.
He is motoring. Getting back to that, so it may have been a technical chance, but once you get a bottom edge, I mean, you can't catch that. The ball was still in the air when it passed him. But from a bottom edge.
And you
It's
say,
only a technical chance.
Yeah, as you say, standing up to a bowler.
Yeah,
Of
and if
Lewis
he's standing
Gregory's
back, if it
pace.
was a bottom edge, it probably wouldn't have carried to him anyway, actually. And then he profited from a glorious square drive. I see Jack Leach is already warming up, and maybe Gregory is not shirking, but just recognising the fact that he may not be the best option just at the moment. Siddle just doing his best and doing it well to bottle things up. Just preying on the batsman's patience, hoping for a bit of batsman error, which is the source of a high percentage of wickets rather than that unplayable delivery.
He's barely had a run scored off him.
In this spell, yeah, he wasn't quite at his best earlier on, but he's nagging away now.
Yes, the metronome's working.
Yeah. It's a long time ago I saw him, I think, get a hat-trick in a test match in Australia against England. I mean, it was, well over a decade ago, I think.
Well, he certainly played. This is going to be a couple.
Ooh,
Hurry,
I
if
tell you
he'd
what,
hit.
that's Davey down there at long leg, and he sensed a possibility. Now, he's certainly got a dive out of Burgess, who was technically running to the non-danger end, i.e. to the bowler's end there. He suddenly realised, hang on a minute, I'm struggling here, and he put in a dive. It didn't hit the stumps. He probably might have got there anyway, but
Touch and go if it had hit.
It'd been quite an exciting. We'd had well, there's no third umpire here, but it would have been an interesting one. Ooh,
Play and a miss. And more encouragement for Siddle. 2009 was the first Ashes tour he came here on.
yeah. Well, I think he got a hat-trick in Australia. Unless I'm completely dreaming it, I'm pretty sure he got a hat-trick in Australia. Possibly on the next tour or next Ashes series. Tell me I'm not making it up. It'd be disappointing if
I'm not sure whether
just Siddle hat-trick. There must have been.
stats machine. I'll try.
Where's our gurus at the back?
Let's
The hot news, maybe.
Google Siddle hat trick and
Well,
see what happens.
see if nothing happens. I'm sorry for imagining things.
Peter Siddle hat trick scorecard.
Oh, he's got one then.
You're absolutely spot on.
Against England.
2010-11.
All right, that's it.
And
Apparently at the Gabba, they're getting excited at the back now. They're just remembering at the back.
And the wickets were Cook, Pryor and Broad.
It's not bad. Those days, Broad was worth more than he is now. Well, that's quite a long time ago. That's 12 years ago, minimum. Anyway, he's still running in, and he's still looking pretty sprightly. Gregory has relieved himself after 2 overs. Leach is back.
That was that extraordinary test, wasn't it, when
that's
England saved it.
When Cook and Strauss and Trott batted for ages in the second innings. Yeah. And it was a tour, of course, that England won the Ashes.
Strauss 110, Cook 235 not out,
yeah,
and Trott 135 not out.
Yeah. Well, Leach is back on, and I think it was perfectly reasonable to take him off just to give him a little break. Spinners like a break as well if they bowled a long spell. Still not much there for him, but he looks as likely as anyone to somehow conjure a wicket. Burgess, watchful in defence. He looks like he wants to hit him. He's an aggressive player by instinct. He's just having a little look there. Ooh. Well, if you're in keep it a firm drive, but it's just in the air for a little while, wasn't it?
Give it an encouragement to the bowler.
Just a bit. So, yeah, well, that was just too straight for that shot. So he's just a little bit on edge, it seems. He wants to assert himself.
It was the kind of shot, the previous one, that Alex Davies played so well on several occasions.
The cut shot.
The cut shot, yeah. But he was cramped for room that time.
Okay, well, that's quite a good over coming back. There's no real spin for him. The ball is soft and the pitch is sleeping. But he's kept Burgess on strike and frustrated him a little bit. Tried to score 3 or 4 times, but couldn't quite pierce the field or time it where he wanted to. Gregory, well, he's swapping ends.
Again.
Well, Siddle has done his bit, and he's bowled a very good economical spell, and it's all about workload. So Gregory's going to come and do, if you like, some more donkey work. You don't want him doing too much donkey work, Gregory. But as captain, you've got to show willing as well. So he's going to come on, and he will have just the one slip. James Ruse still standing up.
And this will probably be a 5-over spell leading up to the new ball.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know how fit Lammonby is. It's the sort of time where you might just toss the ball to Lammonby if he's fit, although he's probably quite chilly. Just for a couple overs, I've seen him just sneak a wicket or bowl a couple fairly economical overs.
Comfortable single here.
Yeah, he hasn't quite found his rhythm yet, Gregory, in this match with the ball. But he certainly found his rhythm with the bat yesterday.
Just 28 runs behind now, Warwickshire. 256 for 5.
Yeah.
Single down to deep backward point this time. Cleanly struck by Michael Burgess.
Thinking of Gregory, I mean, he obviously has got the new ball in his head, and he wants, I imagine, Davey and Overton to take it. So that reduces his bowling up. Siddle's just bowled a good spell that is due a break. He's 38. So the options are him and possibly Lammonby. I think Bartlett, that experiment's been shelved.
After a couple of half trackers.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind it too much, but I think 2 overs was sufficient.
There's Harry Trump, our photographer, with his impressive lens. This over going.
Who is us in this instant? Our photographer.
He takes photographs for the stream. I
believe. Really?
And works for the club.
I didn't realise we had it's like Boris Johnson. He's got his own photographer. It's fantastic. Okay, well, he's hard at work in what is now almost sunless county ground. Ooh, that's a bit better.
It's a better over this, isn't it?
Just a bit.
Yeah, it's trying to show through the sun. You can see sort of vestiges of shadows.
Yeah.
But it's much greyer than it was in the first 2 sessions.
Yeah, but we've had cricket, and hopefully, the dodgy bits of the ground are drying in these relatively sunny, windy days.
Played late.
Is played late. They'll get a couple. fielded though.
Yeah, well fielded and well run. 2:59 now for 5.
They've taken their time in this session, Warwickshire, but they're sort of slowly building a very strong position. I mean, early season, it may not be quite so cavalier. You want to get off to a rock solid start. I imagine Warwickshire's aspirations. Well, they've got 5 wickets left, and they've got another very good batsman to come. But I mean, they would be thinking of, we want to try and get 400 here. Not necessarily getting the maximum bonus points, but get those 400, and then put a bit of pressure on batsmen. Ooh, that was a bit of a mow. Didn't quite. It wasn't so far. He milled it, but it didn't almost carry it to mid wicket. Hey, don't hang around against spinners nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, if they could get up close to 400 this evening, and there's still 25 overs left.
Yeah, they'd be going fun, but they'd have to change tempo.
But the aim,
yeah,
possibly,
yeah, it's possible.
And yeah, maybe put Somerset under some pressure in the final session tomorrow. Because
anything's possible. I mean, the likely outcome should be a drawn game, I think. Oh, what did that do? It's certainly spun.
It's come down to third man for 4.
And he's given runs, so that took the outside edge.
Have another look at it.
Yeah, and it went quickly. I don't think Rue could do anything about that, and it went so quickly. Suddenly it turned, and it bounced a bit. And
Kohler Cadmore couldn't get a hand to it.
No. I mean, it was... He couldn't get a hand to it. It went very fine. But it did something. And the response for the next ball was to open up a bit and wallop it for 6.
First bounce, I think.
Was it?
Signalled as 4, yeah.
Okay. Good eyes, Stephen. That's a very modern response to receiving a very good ball. Took the outside edge, might have been caught at slip, but just eluded Kohler Cadmore at first slip. Went very quickly to his left. Is to open your shoulders and wallop it for 6.
Yeah, the poor bowler gets tonked. Be more runs here, just one more. There's a sweeper out at deep extra cover. So rather expensive last 3 deliveries of that over.
Yeah,
going
well,
for
obviously
9.
Yeah, but blameless from the edge. In that, Leach almost got a wicket there.
Absolutely. Could have been his 4th. 3 for 84, his figures, after 20.
I've been looking at that piece of cake and I'm worried about it, Stephen, that you've been sitting there, it's your piece of cake, and you haven't had a chance to have a nibble. Now, I'll permit you to have a little bite, if you like.
I'm worried about being asked a question when I've got my mouth full.
I promise you, on this particular occasion, I won't ask you a question. If you want to have one bite...
Famously, you probably know this story, but Brian Johnston, as Lewis Gregory starts a new over, it was his birthday at Lord's, and he'd seen Alan McGilvery, the Australian commentator, take a huge mouthful of cake. And he described the delivery, and now we'll ask Alan McGilvery what he thought of the delivery.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't do that to you, Stephen.
I'm sure you wouldn't.
Not today, anyway.
Gregory then, with his mind on containment. I'll have a spoonful. There we go.
Okay. We'll have a period of serenity here. Crowd's thinned out a bit, actually, I think, unless they've sought shelter. James Hildreth was really quite full earlier on, but it's emptied a bit. It's a natural time timing of the ball, Burgess. That was just a little forward push, but he found the middle of the bat and it raced away. Good cake.
Very nice. Lemon drizzle.
Excellent.
I think it's a mixture of migration and maybe some people going home a little bit early. But there does tend to be a bit of movement over to the Andy Caddick side of the ground, as it were.
Mm.
Gentle push up to mid-off, but they're keeping things... Well, Gregory's keeping things really pretty tight since he's changed ends.
Yeah, he's tightened up a bit. But what's this stand worth now? It's up to 30, 33, and they're both settled. Burgess has settled in. In fact, he dominated this stand. He's got 21 of the 33. That's a glorious shot. But I think it's been parried, and they're only going to get one. So between them, those two guys, I think Dixon and whoever's at mid-off. Who's that? Anyway, it's one run from a sweet drive.
Just 14 runs behind now. Just creeping up towards a first innings lead, which they look likely to take.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is massive hindsight, but the way this is evolved, you're thinking, hang on a minute. I know you win, toss and bat and all that, but actually it's been easier to bat today. I think Somerset may not have bowled quite as well as Warwickshire did yesterday, but it has been easier to bat. There's been less movement today than there was yesterday.
Yeah.
But they've cashed in pretty well, despite the odd eccentric shot. Quite nice early season for your batsman to get some time at the crease and get some runs on the board and get that confidence high. Especially because there's a lot of championship cricket right at the start of the season. It's bang bang, isn't it? 6 games for most sides.
From now till early May.
Yeah. So you don't mind the odd high scoring draw just to get your batsman feeling good, feeling confident. And certainly that's going to be the case with all the Warwickshire players, some of the Somerset ones.
Just nudged away for a single to backward square leg. The first ball of a new Jack Leach over. He's gone past the 20 mark, Jack Leach, his first day's bowling of the season.
Well, yeah, that could be a bit of a record in April, on April the 8th. But he'll be none the worse for that. He's going to come and bowl. He's going to try this over the wicket ploy to Hayne now. No, to Burgess. I don't think Burgess is going to reverse sweep and miss it, which was the case when Davis, albeit with 3 figures to his name, was facing. Let's see whether he's going to take on the sweep shot. He'll be offered an opportunity. He was going to pitch it more often than not just outside leg stump, I should think.
First ball watchfully defended. First over the wicket ball.
Oh, he's going to reverse sweep as well. But this time, he actually nails it.
That looked rather better than the Alex Davis one.
He hit it, and it was beautifully timed. No nonsense. But it's nonetheless, I think it's an experiment worth trying for Leach. It's a risk. I mean, especially to old-timers, it seems a risky shot. It was in the case of Alex Davis earlier on. He played that, actually, with great certainty, but can he do it again? Well, we'll see.
Electing to be more orthodox this time. Going down to backward square again for a single. Goes on to 26. Michael Burgess.
Yeah, well, Hayne is not in a rut exactly, but he's going at a very sedate pace. And Burgess, as is his natural game, is timing the ball well, playing a bit more enterprisingly.
Yeah, he's faced 161 balls for his 62, Sam Hayne.
Well, he's never going to play for England at this rate, is he? He's looked very solid, though. They'll be happy with him in that Warwickshire dressing room. After Davis earlier on, he's sort of the rock of this Warwickshire innings, and there's scope for them to get a really substantial score and put Somerset under a bit of pressure with the bat tomorrow.
Yeah, Michael Burgess has been bright and breezy by comparison. His 26 have come from 30, so close to a run a ball from the Warwickshire wicketkeeper. Another comfortable single. I wonder whether the floodlights will come into play.
Well, did they come in yesterday?
They did.
Right. Well, it's 20 to 6. There's still 22 overs remaining. That's over an hour's play. That would take us at least to 7. What's the regular? You can go to. There's no particular cut-off, is there?
I don't think so.
So you just got to bowl the overs, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, they do well to get them in by 7.
Still.
By which time you'll need the lights on, I would have thought.
Yeah.
It is only April, early April. I'm not sure, really, you should play cricket when there aren't any leaves on the trees, really. Which applies to, September the 31st.
Nicely struck out to deep extra cover. Another comfortable single.
I think you should send the umpires out to the nearest tree. Yeah. And if there are no leaves on it, you say, no, can't play. Sorry.
We've got a few signs, haven't we, here?
There's a few hints of
just beginning to come out.
Yeah.
It's nice, actually. There are sort of parts of this ground where they're well populated with trees. Adds to the charm. Another single down to backward point. Quite a few of the trees are alongside the River Tone, of course, behind the what's now the Lordy and Botham stand. It's gradually.
Where do we go next after Lordy and Botham? It obviously had to be changed. I mean, to my initial, I regret to say, surprise. But where does it go? You have the Surrey and Botham stand.
I think that's it, isn't it? And unless he's got a distant relative and he inherits an earldom or something.
I'm not very good on the pecking order here, but obviously he's gone from Surreyan to the Lordian. I thought perhaps just Lordian might be enough. Well, anyway.
Yes, or just Lord Botham, even.
Yeah. So where you think is Earl?
I think that's hereditary. So he'd need to have a.
He needs. No, yeah, well, he can't. That's too complicated. He can't do that.
So I think that's probably it.
Okay. Ooh, I just moved a fraction back. Rare false shot.
You'll have anticipated that from your playing days with him, that he'd fetch up as Lord Botham.
Well, yeah. And I thought I was going to be the next James Bond too. God, no, it's just amazing, really. It's great. I mean, it's great, but it's amazing. Amazing. Ooh, he's going to get 4 for that, is he? Or yeah, he will.
Oh, sprawling attempt to stop it, but it's unavailing. Rob Bailey signalling the boundary to the scorers in the box on our left. So, Just the one run separates the two sides now.
Yeah, well, that was a source of frustration because it's a rare false shot. We've had 2 in this over, actually, and that one's gone for 4.
Nice looking drive for no run.
Well, I imagine Gregory will take the new ball
In
4 overs time. The only trouble is when you've got 2 batsmen who are really well set and 2 very capable batsmen, that hard ball, if they're not perfectly well directed, just fly off and you can get you're more likely to get wickets, but you're more likely to also to concede runs quickly when you've got 2 good batsmen set with that new ball. So it wouldn't half help me. You could just nick a wicket before the new ball and then maybe make some real inroads into the tail. Because at the moment, this pair are looking very good. I think you need to eat some cake now.
I will. I shall finish my cake and I shall make way for Harry Everett and see if Harry can bring us a wicket in prompt time.
Okay. Well, Jack Leach over the wicket still. And he's... It's not a beautiful piece of cricket, but at the moment, Somerset, depending on batsmen losing concentration, being a bit too risky. But it's pretty easy for him at the moment. Burgess has settled in really well. Warwickshire now even, and they've still got 5 wickets remaining. It's been a good day for them. If they were really bold, they could get aim for that 400 and all those batting points. But I don't know, I think they just want a big lead. Harry's here.
Afternoon, Vic. Evening, I suppose. It feels later than it is, really, but there's plenty of overs still to go. I suppose it's 10 to 6. What can Jack Leach do here to get through Sam Hain then?
Well, Sam Hain's the one who's shown infinite patience and has not tried anything too elaborate against him. And we've seen him kick a few away that's pitched outside the leg stump. We haven't seen him play any exotic reverse sweeps. I've seen 1 or 2 of them from the other batsmen. He hasn't wanted to hit the ball in the air. He's just put away the odd loose delivery, the odd very good cover drive against Leach.
A class act, some would say. Sam Hain always seems to get runs against Somerset.
Yeah, well, in a sort of relatively old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
I.e. none of the modern shots that torment bowlers, but sometimes give them opportunities to get wickets.
Proper cricket, even that showing the aggressive intent.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to
shot.
sort of redefine our vocabulary about what's proper cricket and what isn't there. Because I think proper cricket now does include the reverse sweep and it includes all sorts of shots that were not in the MCC coaching manual. But even not, I once read a coaching book, or back in a long time ago. Well, I was still playing, I think, and it wasn't play this my way.
No.
I interviewed a whole host of top players, international players at the time, about how they went about their business, batsmen and bowlers. But it's so outdated now because half the shots the batsmen play were not hadn't been invented.
Hadn't thought of them.
This is back in the sort of late 80s, I think.
Do you think someone must have thought, before Dilshan decided to scoop it over his head, there must be someone maybe in village cricket 100 years ago might have done it? You know what I mean?
Well, maybe.
Someone famous does it.
I don't know if they did it much before the advent of helmets,
No.
But there were people, the odd person way back, who played reverse sweeps.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure it may have been miles ago, but a chap called Mushtaq Mohammed, who was brother of Hanif Mohammed. Oh, rare misfield there.
Isn't that quite hard, isn't it? Is he injured at cover?
Just a bit tired, I think.
A bit gutted they didn't stop it. Was it called a reverse sweep in those days?
I think it probably was, actually. And so, Mushtaq played in the 60s and maybe just into the 70s. As a very gifted player for Northamptonshire, actually, bowled beautiful leg breaks. Was the youngest, I think the youngest of the the Muhammad clan, most of whom played for Pakistan. But he would reverse sweep. Bit before my time, but I think I might have played against him once or twice. And a few people obviously reverse sweep when I was playing, famously Gatting in a World Cup final. Both, of course, had a go at it.
Trying to find some footage.
Derek Pringle used to reverse sweep.
Mark Waugh had a bit of a go.
Did he? Right, I don't remember that. But so the reverse sweep goes back a fair way.
Yeah, I've just found some video footage of a terrible Mark Waugh attempt.
Okay.
Letting Phil Tufnell.
Is he out?
Giving Phil Tufnell his wicket. Look at this terrible attempt.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't good.
That's
it's the least elegant shot I've ever seen Mark Waugh play. Although this is
cock-a-hoof about it.
Yeah, well, I expect he needed a wicket. I think Australia were probably in a good position if Mark Waugh was playing a reverse sweep against Phil Tufnell in a Test match. But the scoops, were not on the horizon.
No. The old frying pan lift over the keeper's head.
No. It was quite unusual, but not. It did happen quite often, but not for people to make room to hit, if you like, straight balls or leg stump balls over extra cover. That did happen, but not many players did that. I don't know what we were all doing for about a century and a half.
You're wasting your time playing straight back shots. So you've never played one then?
Reverse sweep?
Yeah.
No. But I did get the odd wicket from people reverse sweep.
Yeah, I bet you did.
It wasn't very common, but I think I got Bothet. Well, I say I got Bothet. I remember I think it was a one-day game, but he played for Worcester and he reverse swept one straight to backward point. I didn't need to point to the pavilion because he knew where it was.
Of course he did. Oh, look at this. Family day, Easter Saturday, family time, the bank holiday. But of football, is
they're
it?
Playing football.
Is that allowed?
Well, I think yes is the answer.
They're outside.
They have been playing cricket. We were reliably informed, but owing to the temperature drop, they switched to football.
I spy an All-Stars top as well. So cricket fan family and might be the in-laws. A relative small area for a bit of three-a-side football, isn't it?
Well, one touch, that's what you do at cricket grounds.
Big celebrations. Didn't play one touch in your day, surely?
Probably not, no. Although we played a lot of football.
Just
pre-season.
Yeah, just normal five-a-side sort of stuff.
Well, yeah. So you've got quite ferocious at times.
What was your position in the five-a-side football stuff then?
Well, we did. Was more. Tried to take control of midfield, Harry.
I was wondering where you're going to go with that. The playmaker.
But we used to play quite a lot of benefit matches. At the end of the season, you'd play some not benefit cricket matches, but benefit football matches.
Yes.
And I think the competition to get in that team was arguably fiercer than to get into the first 11 cricket side. And there was a passion about it. Viv would get very irate. And then we'd sometimes get irate with Viv because he didn't pass it very often. Beefy was right up for it. Peter Denning was not a right back who you wanted to go past more than once.
Okay. Bit of a Stuart Pearce mould, was he?
Sort of, yeah. Rosie was a cultured sort of number 6.
Yeah. Good engine on him? See him running around a bit?
Rosie?
Yeah.
Well, he probably did, but, he was more of a sort of playmaker from the back, sort of. And they weren't too bad. Colin Dredge had been on Bristol City's books, we kept hearing.
Yeah. The demon from Froome.
That's right. So we took it really quite seriously.
Did you ever play football properly for a club?
No.
Other than that, you weren't.
I played a bit at university, but only at sort of I don't know whether that's going to be nip and tuck. Everyone seems to assume that must have gone for 4.
As the floodlights come on, only 2 of them, 2 of the 4 floodlights, just to help George Bartlett pick the ball up. Now they're all on. Let there be light on Easter Saturday.
So, yeah, the football was really... And just occasionally, some of these benefit games, because a lot of the players were therefore quite good and thought they were quite good on our side. And we played against a couple of teams, who didn't like us thinking we were that good. It got a bit fruity. And then we also played, I remember, we played at Yeovil Town, on the old pitch at Yeovil that sloped.
Oh, before Huish Park.
Oh, yeah. This is almost before, the old leather ball with the... but
no.
But no, it wasn't.
It wasn't a pig's bladder.
No, it wasn't a pig's bladder. No,
Okay.
we'd gone beyond that. But it was fantastic. I've been to watch Yeovil Town as a kid. I was playing at Yeovil Town. So the football was really quite important.
Because Botham was proper football, wasn't he? Scunthorpe, proper.
Well, yeah, he played for Scunthorpe.
He'd have been the best, would he?
Well, Viv, I think, played in the World Cup for Antigua.
Oh, yes, he did. So those two have had some good battles, one-on-one.
Okay, look at... yeah, well, that's...
Over 8.
Lewis Gregory is concerned about the over 8. Or he's got a date this evening of some sort.
Well, he'll be the one taking the fine, I guess, as captain for this match. He's not going to send the invoice to Tom Abel in the post, is he?
Well, he's certainly conscious. It's -2. I don't know how it works exactly. If you're minus, do you get fined automatically? And can you lose points?
I don't. They seem to change the rules on this every year. Maybe that was partly why George Bartlett bowled after 46 overs.
Well, we did mention that possibility of him being an over-right bowler, but it took a while to get the ball back, so that didn't work very well.
But who else is it?
Oh, I don't know, but it's certainly. Here we go.
Replay, nice slow-mo replay. Just stayed low, didn't it?
I think so, yeah. It did move a little bit. It's rare for the ball not to meet the middle of the bat at the moment.
Yeah, good catch from the slip fielder off the bump ball.
Yeah. New ball available after this over.
It's just Lewis trying to warm himself up with a really quick old ball over.
No, I don't think so.
Get his muscles firing for the new ball.
I mean, he actually has bowled quite well.
Yeah.
In this over, as he sprints back.
I'd presume it'd be Davey and Overton to the new ball.
I guess so, yeah.
Maybe
yeah, I'm just trying to. I think I'm looking out there, and it looks like Josh Davey is deep square leg and getting himself as loose as possible.
Just a few hamstring exercises. Plenty of
Oh, that kept a bit low too.
Yeah, it did. A few balls did yesterday as well, actually. He was keeping low as James Drew as a little hug with Sam Hay.
Okay, so currently umpire Rob Bailey has the old ball.
Yeah,
and he might be giving the new one to Lewis Gregory, who's been doing a bit of donkey work here, which is not necessarily what we want to be a regular occurrence. Jack Leach is not taking his sweater off. He's bowled 23 overs today, 3 for 93. Well, the final column looks good. A little bit expensive, but it's not easy out there.
I think he's bowled well.
He's bowled okay. He can bowl better.
Yeah. But in a poor bowling display from Somerset, he's probably the stand-up bowler, isn't he? Today, at least.
Well, yeah, amidst modest competition, I suppose, and he has got 3 wickets. But it's great to get those overs under your belt and to pick up 2 or 3 wickets on a non-turning pitch. By and large, he's got about 2 or 3 to turn. That's it. So Josh Davey has got that new ball. I'm just looking for Craig Overton. Can I see him? Is he still with us?
Pete Siddle's a deep square leg. He's an interesting.
Well, he is one option.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be warming up.
Well, you would expect.
Casey Aldridge, the subfielder.
Overton's at mid-off.
Aldridge, the subfielder's on it.
Yeah.
Sort of short extra cover, isn't he? Nearly a chance. Just as we mentioned, the 2 fielders, Overton at mid-off, Aldridge at short extra cover. Now, is that an injury for Craig Overton, or is he just down and disappointed?
No one else seemed too bothered.
No, thought he was holding his hand.
Apart from Casey Aldridge, perhaps, but...
Craig's back on his feet.
Yeah.
Panic over. You'd have thought the Somerset talisman would be raring to go at this end with the new ball with Josh Davey.
Who, Overton?
Yeah, you'd have thought that.
Well, he probably will be.
The partnership from the Bob Willis the Bob Willis Trophy season, these two are superb with the new ball. They could do with a bit of magic from the opening pair.
Well, that's extra bounce there. Just the 2 slips for Davey.
Everyone with these cable knitted sweaters. It's getting a bit chilly. I've just been stood down on the Thatcher's deck below and it has got cold.
Well, it is April, early April.
Sun's gone in for the day. Overcast conditions. Floodlights on. I mean, it suits bowling, doesn't it? Suddenly.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, a wicket or two, and then they could change the sort of feel of the match. But it's 2 good players at the crease at the moment.
Beth will come back at number 8. Decent
Yeah.
number 8 to have to come in. They have gone off a bad light between Kent and Northamptonshire. 15 overs left to be bowled in the day, but Northampton stopped at 300 for 7. So it is that time of day when players come off. Kira just got that.
Some quite good games going along with that. I
Yeah.
mean, that sort of evened out that game, hasn't it? A bit. It's not a big lead Northampton's got, but they've got one.
That's what Pete Siddle's out there for. Stop that whip away on the leg stump. Stop that going for 4. Yeah, there's another wicket fallen up at Yorkshire. Headingley. First wicket of the second innings for Rian Ahmed, who had a real tricky day yesterday. Went for 20 and an over, then went for 15 and an over later on.
Well, he still got 3 for in the end, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he got 80 odd, I think, with the bat.
Yeah.
Apparently.
A lot of chat around him going to become a Steve Smith-esque chap who's come in as a leg spinner and who's going to become a bat rather than a bowler. But it's early days yet. He's not going to stop bowling his googlies. And
Got a very good Google.
yeah, exciting talent. Don't write him off yet just with one expensive.
No.
First names. And yeah, leg spinners are going to be expensive, aren't they? Wrist spin is a hard art to get right and consistent all the time. So.
No, he's well. He had an amazing Test debut, of course.
Yes.
With bat and ball.
Yeah. He's always going to be exciting, isn't he?
Yeah, at the moment he's irrepressible.
He fits the current mould of what they want from an England cricketer. I think he's going to.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to play more than about 1 Test this summer, but.
No, I think it has to be Jack Leach injury or something.
Well, yeah, he's not even a like for Leach, really. But
with Old Trafford, maybe if it spins, but I think it's more going to be a subcontinent bowler. We're going to see 4 here. Is the sandpit down below going to hold that up?
Well, I tell you what,
if it's upstairs,
we can't send it upstairs unless you want to pontificate about it.
Should we slow mo the replay? Because he's given it as 4. Very honest.
Who's that then?
Is that Dixon or Lammonby? I think they were working. Bancroft. I think it was Lammonby who did the actual slide and flick just down below, so I'm having to peer over the edge of the commentary box. Yeah, Lammonby's been very honest in giving it as 4. Top bloke Tom Lammonby has 3 jumpers are brought out by, I think it's George Thomas, the subfielder. And it will be Craig Overton from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Yeah.
Here we go, here's a slow-mo replay being played on the screen.
Oh, right.
For all the fans in the...
Who's doing that? Is Ben doing that?
Yeah, Ben and Todd have got some buttons in front of them. And Andrew now, they've got some buttons they can press to allow the fans left in the ground to have a little look.
Never been down here. The season when Renshaw has just joined us.
Yes.
Instead of Bancroft.
Yep.
I think we beat Worcester in the first
2018.
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last week to fall, Worcester were chasing, and they were about 40 or 50 short at this stage. And he was fielding on the boundary there, and I think the last week it was a run out. And I think he threw the ball from behind the boat, unwittingly.
Yes.
He threw the ball from behind the rope.
I remember.
And understandably, I think, and he was given out, run out. And I'm sure he didn't know where he was, but understandably, I think there were 1 or 2 Worcestershire supporters and indeed probably players who thought, hang on a minute.
That's not quite right. You're trying to accuse an Australian of cheating.
Well, no, I don't. No, I'm not. I don't think. I'm sure that Renshaw had no idea where he was, but
he's not really Australian anyway, is he? Middlesbrough born.
Well, yeah, but
yeah, that was entertaining. So is Overton going to attack the stumps here? Do we think there's 3 slips in place?
Well, he's going to try and bowl that off stump line. I think he's got a 6-3 offside field. I mean, with the new ball, how does a big Overton aim to get? Well, you're still aiming to hit the top of our stump and probably get your
Just
wickets
outside,
caught off the
yeah.
outside edge. Doesn't rule out getting bowled, but he's not going to bowl middle and leg if he can help it. My goodness me, that's a grand
It's
shot.
a great shot. I was going to say he doesn't want to bowl there, but it's not that. You're going to pitch it up and try and get the net behind. But Sam Haynes,
Well, that was
is
on.
past that to the cover drive, isn't he?
Well, that's on the up. As you say, that's not very far from where Overton was aiming.
I've said for a couple of years now, I reckon Tom Abel and Sam Hayne are two of the most elegant English players in the county championship who don't get the England honours. Two of the best Lions players knocking around. And
Yeah, well, there's still time for both of them.
yeah. Simon Harmer's in on the action. He's got Max Holden for 25. Middlesex requiring 267 runs to win. All 4 of their second innings wickets have been LBWs.
So all 4 of their first innings wickets were ducks.
for
and all
4.
4 of their second innings are
LBW.
LBW.
Well, if you're the batting coach, it's easy what you need to work on, isn't it?
We'll get your legs out of the way and hit it.
Yeah.
41 for 4.
Yeah. And Lancashire, Surrey. Luke Wells is batting against Kemar Roach. They're 10 for none.
Needing how many to win? Lots.
6 overs left this evening, yeah, fair amount. That's going to go well into Easter Sunday. Shy Hope's got a half century. He's the man who got those twin hundreds at Headingley in the Test match. You were up there for that Test match a couple of years ago?
Yeah. I suppose they picked him on the basis that he doesn't score many runs anywhere else, but he
Headingley.
scores boatloads at Headingley. Actually, if he's a beautiful player, and he's keeping wicket, I think, in the
Yeah.
moment.
Because Johnny Bairstow will probably come back in. Johnny Tattersall's been there and thereabouts.
Is he injured? They made him captain, haven't they, at one point, Tattersall?
Yes, they did. Patterson was captain for a bit and didn't play every game last season.
Yeah. So I wonder whether Tattersall's fit or what.
I think it's what they want Bairstow to keep
Well, Bairstow
In
wants to keep.
to give him a chance of, well, maybe displacing Folkes, which I always think is harsh. Ben Folkes does so well every time he comes in, doesn't let England down.
Okay, so who are you playing then? Before you get
I know. Well, someone like does Crawley drop out? Does Bairstow go up to open? It's not.
I don't
ideal
think
fit.
Bairstow will want to open.
No, it's a square peg in a round hole. Does Pope got to open and Bairstow bat 3? It's not perfect, but you can't drop Brooke or Root,
No.
and you can't drop Stokes the captain.
No.
You've got 7 to fit into 6, or 6, or
Thinks
8 to fit into 7.
Stokes might volunteer to open the batting.
I did think that. Stokes, since this Bazball thing, Stokes hasn't actually got a decent score, really. And he's coming down and trying to whack every ball. You may as well do it opening the batting and blunt the new ball and knock it out of shape.
I mean, it's unlikely, but not impossible.
Yeah, especially if they bat first. It's not bowling much either, so I don't think that's the worst idea. And Duckett's been majorly impressive, I think. I was at Mount Maunganui for that.
Oh, were you?
Brilliant,
Right.
yeah, brilliant 77, I think it was, he scored. Just creamed the ball around with proper cricket shots. It wasn't reckless, it wasn't
Yeah.
risky.
Well, I think he plays. Crawley's just got a very good 90.
Yeah, I was going to say 90, a slow 90 as well, which isn't a bad thing. See him bat time.
And it's early days yet, but we don't know whether Bairstow will be fit yet, of course.
No, you'd like to think he would be by the Ireland test. I think the Ireland test they might use as a bit of a, not a trial game, but a tinkering around. They might try some different things. Stokes is always experimenting, isn't he?
Oh, well.
I just feel for Ben Folkes. I just don't think he should be the man that keeps having to drop out. He scored runs in the.
Well, the amazing
Championship
thing
this
was he did, yeah. And he's obviously played well in recent times. They did. I mean, there's the precedent. Where were we? In Pakistan, wasn't it?
Yes.
Where Folkes was ill and therefore couldn't play in the first test, and then he was fit, and they still didn't play him in the second test because Pope, against all expectation, really kept
well, didn't he?
kept in the second test.
Diving catch to get the last wicket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If you're Jack Leach, well, you. Oh, that's a wicket.
No.
Behind. Big appeal. You get distracted with England chat.
Okay. Well, this is a good test of our replay machine. I'm not sure we'll be able to give anything definitive.
No. It wasn't a major appeal from David.
No,
Bancroft,
there was an
wasn't it?
element of, well, that's obviously out, but that may. Let's have a look.
Here we are.
I don't think this will be decisive, but he's.
No,
All I would say is that it couldn't have hit anything other than the bat.
No.
I don't think it couldn't have hit shirt or anything along the way, but it's given not out, and the game goes on.
Look at that solid bat and pad together, down on one knee. He's not going to sweep it. He's struggling to get up as Sam Hain. He's just making sure he's.
Look how far down the pitch he is. No,
nullifying the swing. Isn't
Rue is almost. You can always sort of sense Rue is. Well, is he? He's chatting away. Should I stand up? Yeah. He's nearly just got an edge. It's harder to catch him, of course, standing up.
Okay, here's a question: if Steve Davies is playing now, do you think he stands up?
I don't think it makes any difference between the personnel so much.
Okay.
But he's coming down the pitch at him. I mean, I remember, this is ancient history, Alan Knott, who was one of the great keepers of way back, and there's Bob Warmer, who was essentially a batsman, but he bowled swingers at no pace at all. And Warmer, Knott always stood back to Warmer, even though he's bowling at, I don't know, 73. Purely on the basis that if he nicks it, I will catch it standing back, but I'm not sure I'll catch it standing up. Now. Ooh.
That's come in a bit.
Yeah.
Well played, Sam Hain.
Rue has come up several times because the way batsmen play has changed a bit because they use the crease more and they go down the pitch. I'm not sure they were doing that to ball.
Kayla Cadmore did it most balls yesterday.
Here we are. This is not necessarily going to help us hugely, but we're going to have another look.
Shall I get my binoculars out to help zoom in?
Well, okay, that's all I'm saying is that it can't have hit anything else. I don't think it could have brushed his pad.
He does get squared up, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he's not going anywhere. And the umpire's giving him not out. But we can't. Where's Snicko? I mean, where's Ben with Snicko, for heaven's sake? Can't we afford Snicko? No, I'm pretty sure we can't.
Take a pay cut, Vic, I think. Sorry about that. You have to work as a volunteer for us to get Snicko. I think a bit more than that as well.
I think a bit more than that,
more charity.
Yeah.
Okay. Do a crowdfunder.
We'll do with that Snicko then.
It's interesting though, because occasionally in these T20 tournaments around the world now, you see, even to a spinner, spinners bowl so quickly now. I mean, you, I guess, never had a wicketkeeper stand back to you if you're a spinner. No. But nowadays, sometimes you see if they're worried about a run out last ball of the game, or you see Marnus Labuschagne or Case Ahmed for Kent bowl short balls. Joe Root bowls a genuine bouncer off his spin runner. You think that's quite hard to keep to. So I've sometimes seen keepers stand a step back. It's only rarely used, but more so in white ball cricket.
I think I've seen it in white ball cricket where it's essentially a slow bowler and 2 to win or something. 2 to win. To guard against byes. I've also seen in a test match, this is way back, but played in a test match with Phil Edmonds, who's a big, strong left armer.
Yes.
And quite an aggressive cricketer. Anyway, he was bowling, I think, to Richard Hadley in this test match. And unannounced to anyone, he just so strong in the arm that he bowled 2 really very good bounces at Hadley. And the keeper was a guy called Bob Taylor, who kept for England in that vintage, very old-fashioned, very good keeper. He just took him and threw it back, no problem.
Yeah. Well, Joe Root bowled him in the Matt Montgomery test.
Yeah.
He bowled.
He nearly got someone out with it, didn't he?
Yes, I can't remember. Was it Henry Nicholls? Henry Nicholls was struggling for form. I thought Will Young would have played ahead of Nicholls in that first test. I think it was Henry Nicholls who was trying to pry on.
I think I couldn't. I had a weak arm. I couldn't do it. But if I had a stronger arm, I think I'd have bowled. I did face. I played against. Again, this is so long ago, but I played against Mike Proctor down here, and Proctor was a phenomenal fast bowler with bowled off the wrong foot. A wonderful cricketer. But he also sometimes bowled off breaks as well.
It seemed to be more common back in the day. I mean, I've seen Ollie Robinson and Ben Stokes do it, but you don't see many bowls seam and then spin. Yeah,
well, he bowled off breaks, and this was a great relief to me and many others. But he was bowling his off breaks off 2 paces, and then he bounced me, and I hooked it. I was really quite pleased with it, and then I realised I'd trod on my stump. So hit wicket, bowled Proctor.
Where did the ball go?
I think it went skidded off towards the boundary. It probably went to the boundary.
How often would you have hit wicket?
Actually, more than once. I
really?
did at least twice I can think of.
It's probably the kind of dismissal you'd remember. You wouldn't hit wicket and not remember it, I guess.
Well, I think twice,
Yeah.
because I do remember another time. I don't know whether anyone's interested, but I will tell you for what it's worth. It was at Hove. Gunner Gould, Ian Gould,
Yes.
he was keeping wicket. And a very slow left armer called Chris Waller was bowling, and Gunner, I had this theory that he's bowling so slowly, I'd just stay on the back foot, pull him. And I did this successfully a few times. Or cut
Wherever he
it.
bowled it.
Well, or cut, one or the
Yeah.
other. A bit like Alex Davis, but not quite so elegant.
Yes, okay.
And then at one point, then Gunner said, it was a lovely guy who I toured with, and he said, "Cool." He said, "You're getting close to those stumps." And I said, "Oh, don't worry about that." Yeah, I thought he was just trying to stop me playing like that. And then I went back and cut this thing, hit it probably for 4, but in the doing so, I'd smashed the stumps. So much for that theory.
Well, we've had an interesting comment come in. Doc Davey says, didn't they drop Edmonds after he bowled those bounces? Does that ring a bell?
Well, I played in that test, and I don't think he survived the series. I've got a funny feeling he might have played in the next test. The test in which he bounced, I can know exactly when it was. It was in 1983, just after the World Cup. It was the first test match against New Zealand, post-World Cup, which England won. And then I didn't play in the second test, having played in the first. I think we only played one spinner. I thought it was Edmonds.
For Josh Davey, but Burgess is hanging in there, looking solid.
So, and I think he might have been dropped later in the series for possibly Nick Cook. But this is ancient history. But Edmonds and Willis were not the best of pals. And Willis famously was captain in the Ashes tour of 82-3, and rather than pick Edmonds, who was probably the best left-arm spinner we had. Whoa. The top spin tennis shot.
Forehand, wasn't it? Nasty for Gregory to field at mid-on with a tricky bounce in the sand.
Anyway, going back all those years, Edmonds wasn't picked by Willis because he didn't feel he was too much trouble, more trouble than he was worth, which was probably wrong. And they picked me instead, I think. It was no trouble to anyone, including the Australian batsman, I think.
Did Edmonds say anything to you about that?
Did anyone? Edmonds? Well, no. I mean, it wasn't my fault.
No.
He might have said something to other people about Willis, but you didn't hold it against people who've been picked instead of you.
He's gone again, obviously exactly the same shot.
He's got a big offside field, and you feel he's thinking, well, where are the gaps? They're on the leg side, and he's whipping it.
Back of a length, just going to whip it through the leg side.
But that might create a little bit of opportunity. But the new ball has not obviously jagged around and caused much mayhem. Warwickshire have, while we're wittering on, has picked up another bonus point. 301 for 5.
Mike Unwin, who runs the museum here. Have you been to see the museum lately?
Not lately.
You have to go and have a look. He's revamped it. A lot of work been put in the winter.
Mm-hmm.
He said he's got a couple of lovely videos of you, but can't really use them for copyright reasons.
well, that's good.
I'm sure he could show you them personally.
But I got a feeling Eben played the test after that, but was maybe dropped subsequently. Because we won that test. And then I think New Zealand, did they go on to win that series? I don't know.
Well, you do well to remember all these years ago, didn't you?
Well, I remember it wasn't my first test, but I remember playing in the test match at the Oval, which was a high-scoring win. And then I thought I was probably in the 12 for the next match, or 13 or whatever they picked. And I don't know where that was. But I didn't play. Second test. Is it also, anyway. It's probably not worth pursuing. But you're right that Edmonds is a very gifted bowler.
Yeah, I'm trying to dig out through some old articles about Edmonds. Just talk about him being a maverick. There's nothing exact about him being dropped.
I toured with him. He got brought back when Garrow was captain. Garrow was far more sympathetic towards him and recognised that he was gifted. And he played a significant part in a series win in India. Completely lost his run-up. He had a very short run-up anyway, but he could literally just walk 2 paces, and even then he was stuttering. For some reason, he lost it. But he had a beautiful action. He had such a strong action that actually didn't hinder him much at all. And he bowled really well in that series.
So Craig Overton continuing from the Truscothick Pavilion end. 2 slips and a gully. Does seem to get a little bit dark. A beautiful straight drive from Sammy. There probably could have been a single there, really. Pete Siddle, not as quick as he used to be, shall we say. And mid-on does step across and apply some sweat from his brow, as you are entitled to do these days. Still the obligatory rub on the groin and a bit of sweat to help get a bit of shine on the ball, which is only, what, 5 overs old? A few seagulls sweeping around the Cooper Associates County ground. Harry Everett and Vic Marks with you here. Stephen Lamb's kicking about as well. We've still got 12 overs to come, but whether we get them all in, we shall see.
Well, the lights here, they can control their brightness, can't they?
Yes.
Theoretically.
For those who don't know the exact rulings, they like to quote it exactly as they cannot take over from natural light. They can support, can't they?
Yeah, it's always a source of great frustration. Yes. The clubs have forked out, or someone's forked out for these very expensive lights.
Typical cricket, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
When did you first play under lights? Can you remember?
Well, the first serious game under lights, I remember we played one down here for a benefit match for Viv, I think. It was a bit makeshift. You could see in the middle, all right, but you couldn't see if you were on the boundary.
What were they, towering?
But it was a dry Blackthorn Trophy benefit match or something like
really?
that.
It wasn't like playing at Tiverton Rugby Club.
No, it was here. No, it was here. But the first time I played under lights...
Steady on, Craig Oak. No need for that.
Seriously, was on that 82-3 tour.
Yeah.
Post-Packer, obviously, but Packer had introduced lights, and we played... unforgettably, actually, sort of first one-day international of a tri-series with Australia and New Zealand at Sydney. Never played under lights before, nor quite a few of the other English players. And it was amazing. It was so incredibly noisy. That's what I remember more than anything. That it was a great theatre. Sydney SCG is still a great theatre, but we never played under lights before. You could hear this wall of noise, but you couldn't see anyone at all. And so it was, unforgettable. I remember we lost a game we should have won, and Australia came back from losing the game to win it, and the noise. I was batting with Jeff Miller. Briefly. Well, no, I batted for quite a long time, but not very many, as we sort of collapsed a bit. But we could not hear each other. Couldn't call or anything like that. Couldn't hear anything. And people like Rodney Hogg, who was inspired by this sea of noise from the Sydney faithful, eyes popping out. It was really quite... Obviously, I haven't forgotten it all those years ago. But it was a great theatrical experience. And the other... and it was clearly a good idea.
We're going to see a change of bowling. Pete Siddle's going to have a go from the River End. Australian Test veteran with 11 overs remaining. He could get a 6-over spell in from the River End. I actually did my university dissertation on whether T20s were ruining cricket at the time, which seems outdated now when there's T10s and all sorts of other different formats going on. I did a lot of research into Kerry Packer and read a lot of old articles.
Yeah. Well, it's a fascinating period.
Yeah.
And there was the feeling that the end of the cricketing world had come in this country.
And it massively changed the game. What he did for the game is still impacting now, really, isn't it?
Well, at the time, he was sort of Satan reincarnate. So it seemed to many, threatening the whole fabric of the game.
Yeah. In
hindsight, people think, well, hang on a minute. Night cricket, fantastic. Introduced cameras at both ends,
yes,
which was a
novel idea.
It was a novel idea at the time, and it's fair to say his impact, certainly at international level, enhanced the salary, the earning capacity of the top cricketers, which is why it started in the first place. The Aussies in particular thought they were getting paid peanuts, and along came Packer, and they all joined en masse. So deep hindsight doesn't see Packer as I don't think, as a wholly negative, having a wholly negative impact on the game. I don't know what you concluded in your you can read it when it rains to us all.
Yes, we're not quite at that stage yet on day 2.
But it caused a lot of division within cricket here. Everyone was not sure about the impact. I mean, cricket didn't seem so. It's only until about now that cricket seems so volatile. We don't quite know what's happening now. It's a good shot.
Lovely shot.
Just threaded that through. It might be 2.
Should be 4. Oh, Overton's just hobbling along. Is he all right?
Well,
it's a worrying sign. It looked like he was going to go for 4 because Overton just wasn't moving. Something to his left ankle.
Yeah, well, maybe.
He did save the 4, but only just. He's bowled a bit today, but...
He's bowled 18 overs.
That's not massive.
Well, it's not in the height of summer. It might be in April, where you're just, however hard you train, you're not tuned up to bowl 20 overs without some... And he does tend to show pain. I mean, he's tough.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Looking at, I thought in April the ground's a bit softer, especially after the rain we've had in March. The ground's softer, so it's taking more out of your body, but it's less pain from the knees. Whereas last June, July, it was rock hard, wasn't it? Probably hurts more charging in.
Yeah, but you're fitter then.
Yeah. Warwickshire have just brought up their second batting bonus point. We should clarify for those of you who haven't seen the new rules. 250 is the first batting bonus point. They have what? 23.2, if that's all right. Overs left to get as many batting points as they can.
You can get, well, I would think
400, a long way off.
Well, it's quite a long way off, but that would be it. Oh, that would be their target. If these two stay together, that's well within their compass. So 400 within the, what is it, 110 overs you can score points. So that's 24 overs. It's not 100 at 20 for 24 overs is not a problem. Can you get one for 450 now? You can.
Yeah, it's changed. Yeah, so it was 200 to 400.
I mean, that might be stretching it a little bit.
Yeah, but then Burgess is such an aggressive player.
Yeah.
Hayne can croon the ball around.
I mean, they haven't ruled out. They will try and get 400 plus. They will battle.
But then, do they declare as soon as the 110th over falls tomorrow morning, or do they just bat till lunch? Because if they take 10 wickets tomorrow, they win the game. You know, 10 quick enough wickets.
Well, it depends how many we've got. But let's say we've got, how many overs we got left now? 10.
So 97 tonight.
Okay, they won't. I wouldn't have thought do much extravagant tonight. So say they end up with 340 and they don't lose another wicket.
Yeah.
So they will certainly want to get 400. They might look at it. I mean, the realistic expectation would be it's going to be get as many bonus points as you can, and then try and win the game. So if they get a 400 and they think getting 450 within the allotted overs left, they might make a decision there. Is it worth having a real dart to try and get that 450? Or should we pull out at 400? And then just put a bit of pressure, early season pressure on the batsman. Certainly the wicket is behaving pretty well. And Somerset would have to bat poorly not to be able to ensure that draw. I don't think there'll be any shenanigans, any cunning plans, any slick decoration. No, I don't think so. But I'd be very surprised anyway. Early season, you want to lay a solid foundation.
Worth mentioning, Jacob Bethel and Hassan Ali are both aggressive, positive players. Alan Dolby and Chris Rushworth not so at 10 and 11, but they may not be required. I
mean, Somerset, by contrast, Somerset's goal, is obviously to try and bowl them out, but try and get a third batting point.
Bowling point.
And then get their batsmen working and be in a good state by the time we pitch up again at Nottingham next week.
You back here tomorrow?
No.
Easter Sunday with the family, is it?
Yeah, it is actually.
Very nice. Enjoy it too. Don't have me too many chocolate Easter eggs.
Well,
You had enough cake today. I haven't.
I've only had one piece, but it was the most
not gonna live
valuable.
that down.
It was the most valuable piece of cake, or the most controversial piece of cake I've
Controversial,
ever
yeah.
eaten. And I won't do it again.
Oh, you know we're going to tease you for that for the rest of the season.
Well, it's
not
another of my. Well, anyway, it was jolly nice and top quality carrot cake. I may not have the likes of it again. But anyway, I'll see you. I'll see you hopefully during the Lancashire game.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to let Stephen take you gracefully to the close.
Thanks, Vic. Yeah, so still 2 slips and a gully. Craig Overton is looking very laboured, hobbling really back to his mark. Siddle's having a chuckle with him. Little snigger from Craig Overton, who's in a bit of pain. But he's a warrior. He'll keep going. He's not bowling as quick as he was earlier, but he has got the newborn hand. He'll get a bit of movement. That's 2 leg side. Sam Hain will get at least 2 here. Josh Davies not particularly quick from deep fine leg. They look pretty knackered, the Somerset fielders. They have been out there for 87 overs now. Early season, and not the pre-season games in their legs, which helps with fitness at this time of the year. Stephen, welcome back.
Hello, Harry. Nice to see you.
Yes. It's it feels like it's been a long day, Stephen.
It
Good
has.
batting from Warwickshire.
It has, because they did tack on the extra overs, didn't they? So we had sessions 10 minutes longer, each one.
No, never an earlier start in England. I like how New Zealand do the 10:30 starts to make up for lost overs. I think England could learn something from that, but you'd be pushing it with a bit of April dew in the morning, I guess.
Yeah, and Warwickshire going pretty well in terms of run rate when Alex Davies was in, but it's fallen off a bit since his dismissal. It's become a bit more attritional.
Yes.
Just 9 overs remaining in the day now. Floodlights shining brightly over the Cooper Associates county ground. Just as well we've got them. We might be off by now if we hadn't had them. Peter Siddle's going to continue. First change with this new ball. 8 overs in with it. And he's going to be bowling to Michael Burgess. No stroke required from that first delivery. I thought Peter Siddle settled into a groove in his previous spell from this end, the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end.
Do you think Siddle's not been quite his best today? I think that's fair to say.
Not to start with.
No.
But I thought it was encouraging the way the spell in which he took the wicket, the 1 wicket he's taken, was very much his best. And maybe it's just sort of takes a little bit of time, early season, to settle in. Around a long time, Peter Siddle, 38 years of age. 1 for 40, his figures at the moment. Warwickshire just gradually extending their lead. 23 it is at the moment. And still 5 wickets in hand. Conference between the 2 umpires. Wonder what this is about.
Light, I would guess.
Yeah, they're going off. By
So
the
was
look of
that?
it, that could be it for the day.
They come on for 5 minutes, Stephen.
just
that was
arrived.
worth it, yeah.
Yeah. Gloom descends as I appear in the commentary box. So that is almost certainly the conclusion of proceedings for the day, because it's after 6:30 now. The umpires are staying out there for the moment. Will we have a protocol with a light meter reading, I wonder?
Surely once they're going off, that's decision made. I don't quite know why the umpires are hanging around.
Rather odd. Something's being brought out of the top left-hand pocket of Alex Wolf's jacket. I think that may well be a light meter, you know. I think what he's going to do is take a reading.
Oh, because the first time they've gone off bad luck. They didn't play on day 1 and didn't go off bad luck yesterday. Craig Overton, what's he doing? What's he got from the umpire there? Has he got the right light meter?
I don't know what he's got. I think that Alex Wolf's still got the light meter. I think what he's going to do is put it on top of the stumps.
Yes.
And they will then take a reading, and that reading will apply for the rest of the match, which is basically tomorrow. Tomorrow is, well, it feels like day 3, but it will actually be day 4.
Yeah, it's been a weird.
So a reading, there we go. That is the meter being put on 2 of the stumps, and they're taking a reading. And that is done. And I think what happens next, from memory, is they go up to the other end and take a reading up there as well.
It just seems odd to do that after they've decided that the player's going off. Mr. Hawkins is already on the wicket, thinking, am I bringing the covers on? I'm not sure why they covered it. They covered it last night. There was no chance it was going to rain overnight on the forecast.
So the second reading now being taken. Match situation then, Warwickshire 307 for 5. Century for Alex Davies, the highlight, and also 83 from Sam Hain, who's still there overnight. Kept Davies company for that big third wicket stand, and Michael Burgess with him on 36. Wickets for Josh Davey, Peter Siddle and Jack Leach, who's taken 3 of those 5. And Peter Siddle finishing the day with 1 for 40 from 15 overs and 3 balls. He'll finish that over tomorrow morning. And Craig Overton, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 48. So whatever the meter reading was is being written down by Alex Wolf, who will now proceed in the direction of the Andy Cuddick Pavilion. So I think that is just about it from us. We don't anticipate any more play today, but it's been a huge pleasure to be here to watch, and it's been an interesting day. And that must be our shortest commentary stint ever, Harry Everett.
I hope it doesn't happen again, Stephen.
Good. Well, day 4 tomorrow, as I say.
I'm back here tomorrow. I'll be on air.
And I will look forward to seeing you later in the season.
Brilliant, Stephen. Thank you very much. Do tune in from just before 11 on Easter Sunday. Happy Easter, everybody.